watching America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us on this beautiful spring Saturday. It's Preakness Day. We're coming to you live, though, from Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York, as we have a great card coming up this afternoon. Of course, so looking ahead to the middle jewel of the Triple Crown today, Acacia Kamal alongside Andy Serling, and we kind of match today, I just noticed.
Well,
Look at
people will be
us.
surprised to know you and I. We text. Well,
Yeah.
really, we go over to hot yoga.
That's
we decide
right.
at the 6 o'clock in the morning hot yoga what we're going to wear so we can look similar.
It just
It's
means we're
underappreciated.
spending too much time together, is what it means. We'll
I
take
could
a
never
look.
spend too much time with you, Acacia. That's a complete lie. An hour is too much with me, for you, but for
Fair
me, no, it's not possible.
We'll take a look at the field for Preakness 151, which will go just a little after 7 o'clock this evening. Middle jewel of the Triple Crown. You've got a big field of 14 to look forward to. From what I could tell, no scratches out of this field as well, which is exciting. And you do have 3 horses coming back out of the Derby, namely Incredible, who finished 6th, and Oselli, who's still a maiden, who made that first move to finish 3rd.
You could argue, that Incredible got kind of a better trip than Oselli because Oselli made the first move, swooped wide, while Torres sort of waited with Incredible to make a move saving ground, which is badly outrun the stretch. But I would also argue that you don't want the horses that came from that back 4 or 5. You want the horses that were closer. And even though, conventional wisdom is, well, Incredible was closing too. He was 13th and 14th. But he was only like 6, 7 lengths off the lead, where the others were like 13, 14, and 15 lengths off. So I think Incredible was closer, but he closed as the heavy favorite in the Black Eyed Susan Derby Preakness Double. He could be like 3-1 in this race. That seems like a bit of an underlay on anybody in this race.
I agree. I think Incredible will go off the favorite. The horse that is the morning line favorite is Iron Honor, as he won the Gotham here in New York, had a bad trip in the Wood Memorial, I think in large part because of the post, and especially into that first turn, his first time going 2 turns. He'll take the blinkers off for this Preakness.
Well, I think is interesting about this race is conventional wisdom would be, in a meltdown, you want the horses that were close to pace from the Derby. Oxbow was the closest to pace in that Orb Derby. He won the Preakness. The horse who set the pace, Palace Malice, he won the Belmont. Well, none of the speed horses came back. So you can't use them. So shouldn't we go to the Wood Memorial, which was also a meltdown, and look at horses like Napoleon Solo and Iron Honor, who didn't really run that badly considering how that race fell apart. So I'm going to go to those 2 horses because they were the ones that were hurt by the way the Wood was running. 5 horses run back from the Wood, and 4 of them ran Beyer figures of 14 or 15 points higher. So maybe that Wood is, and I'm not defending the Wood. It was a slow race. I'm not denying it. But maybe it's just one of those odd races that was better than it looked for some odd reason.
Yeah, I do think, and I completely agree with you about the way that the pace played out in the Wood and how it kind of matches up into the Preakness too. And while it came up one of the slower preps, I think that there were some legitimate excuses, some legitimate trips in there that you can use moving forward.
I agree. Now, I'm more confident, as you are, that Iron Honor is going to want the distance. I picked Napoleon Solo. It'll be a better price, and he was the speed that ran the best race. I also am fully aware he might be 2 in front at the 8th pole, and he still may finish 4th or 5th because he may be distance challenged ultimately. But I've got to dance with the girl that brought me there in this situation, and it's taking the horses near the pace in a race that collapsed.
Looking forward to today's Preakness Stakes. Of course, you can play the Preakness and any other race that you want pretty much over at Naira Bet. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bet. Sign up and get up to a free $25 bet and up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code PREAK25. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. Here's what's on tap today for our program. We have a big card this afternoon here in New York. Plenty of races to sink your teeth into. As always, today's races presented by Claiborne Farm. 11-race card as well as a pick 6 carryover in New York. We also have an 8-race card at Monmouth, including the Serena Song, and not an easy pick 6 sequence today.
No, I agree. I mean, there's a lot of wide open races. I don't think we're looking at a card where there's really any super short-priced horses during the course of the... I'm not sure there's a super short-priced horse on the entire card. Maybe the 4th race, the 5th race, there'll be a horse on the outside that'll be a short price.
Here's a look at the 10th race, New York Bred Allowance, sprinting on the grass, coming up a little bit later. Of course, this will be in the sequence. Talk about another tricky race, and the board just kind of reflects it with how wide open this race is. And you do have George Weaver off a layoff, though, with a horse cutting back to a sprint distance, one that ran over at Royal Ascot in Tough Critic.
And this race, you can see this horse in those sort of neon yellow and green silks. Flavien giving the perfect ride, rail switching out, coming from last. And they thought enough of this horse to take another shot over at Ascot. Of course, they had had success there a year or two before that. George Weaver and company had different connections, but still.
With Crimson Advocate.
And, you know, he showed much more speed in that race at Ascot, which I'm sure you watched as well.
Yep.
Different silks. I was hoping that horse would be wearing the silks at Ascot, but I think they were different silks. He's a decent price. It seems like Weaver wins these horses, but, I mean, there are 6 or 7 legitimate contenders in this race. A fun race.
This is a really fun race. Looking forward to that one. Plenty of prices if you have interest as well. Over at Monmouth, the Serena Song will be one of the features today. Stakes action in race 5 for the fillies and mares as we pay tribute to one of the greatest racehorses in recent years to look through a bridle. As we welcome in our team over at Monmouth, Paul LaDuca and Megan Burgess here with us. Hope you guys have some sunshine at Monmouth to enjoy as well, of course, with that Serena Song coming up.
Yeah, an absolutely beautiful day here in Oceanport, New Jersey, about 75 to 80 degrees. It's absolutely beautiful, Megan.
It is a perfect day. It kind of got chilly on us last weekend, but the Serena Song Stakes I thought was incredibly competitive. I think there are a number of horses that could win this, including kind of the red-hot streak of Domino Vitale, I should say, who does come off the freshening, Paul, off of that 6-length victory at Gulfstream Park, where she tracked off of kind of a slower pace that day to get the victory. She's going to be tough. She does relish this mile distance, so she gets a few extra yards, but she's going to be tough in here and does sport that last win here that we take a look at Gulfstream Park.
Yeah, she was 80 cents on a dollar when she got the job done here. She was 80 cents on a dollar when she broke her mate. Now, this is a mile race at Gulfstream Park. Mile race here, a little bit different, around 2 turns. We'll see if she has to handle that. Now, the Chad Brown runner, I would think probably going to be your favorite. Lost Horizon, you see the scratch of the 1 Tower 22, but the 2 Lost Horizon, not a bad effort last time out in the top flight. A good third-place finish, victories. And this is the top flight. 2 back, a winner. 3 back, a winner. Pretty consistent filly.
She is consistent. I will say just up front, I'm not totally in love with her, as she does cut back in distance. She's one out of a Grade 1 winner and a Wildcat there for Peter Brandt. And we see her getting the victory 2 back that day against kind of a tepid field. And last time out in that 2 back, she kind of came up the gold rail and then beat a weaker field. And last time out, she just wasn't quite there on terms of class in the top flight. So maybe she's met the right foes in this spot. I imagine her to be in that kind of tactical tracking position in this spot. But the jury's still out on her to me.
Not to be outdone or forgotten, the Rapoli filly will be the 4 waveless in here. Eric Cancel will be aboard for Todd Pletcher. Kind of an interesting horse. Maybe the cutback will be good for her?
Perhaps. She was entered in the Allaire DuPont there at 9 furlongs on the Preakness, or I should say the Black-Eyed Susan card yesterday. She ends up here. I question that. I wonder if she is better going a little bit longer, but I also don't question Todd Pletcher in placing his horses, and it looks like she also found probably a more tepid group to face today.
So we had 8 races on the card, Acacia. A beautiful day. It's supposed to be a beautiful weekend out here in Oceanport, New Jersey. A 6-pack in the Serena Song. That will start in race 5. We'll get back at race 1. That will start the early pick 5 here at Monmouth.
Looking forward to it. Should be a great day over at Monmouth on the Jersey Shore. That Serena Song goes as race number 5. As Paul mentioned, though, kicking off the action with the opener soon to come. Just a stone throw away from the beach. Andy's going to get out there and get his tan on in a little bit.
I never get there, but I do love it.
Live racing from the Jersey Shore coming up after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia. Never in doubt.
Washington on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
front, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at belmontstakes.com. Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend with a $12.50 first post. Play the win early and late 50-cent pick fives, boasting a low 15% takeout. Plus, play our new $3 all-turf pick 3, $3 late pick 3, and $5 late double, all with the same player-friendly 15% takeout. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
That's the only thing I ever wanted to do in my life. So I think since I was a kid, since I was like 10 years old, I was, just wanting to be a jockey.
Jockey Luis Rivera Jr. got his start at a young age where he attended jockey school in Puerto Rico.
It was a nice experience because you get to start all the way from the bottom to the top, like from walking horses all the way to breezing horses. And it showed you a bunch of stuff with the game. Being from a country that has like a lot of good riders, it makes you feel awesome, being part of the leagues of jockeys, My whole life, I always wanted to come to the United States. No matter what track I'll be riding in, I just wanted to come to the United States to ride. Since I started watching racing, since I was young, my whole life I was aiming, to be here.
Can Lady Milagro get there? A 16th to go. It's Lady Milagro. She's still up by 2.5. Lady Milagro at 51 to 1. Lady Milagro, Luis Rivera Jr. pumps his fist. 51 to 1 shot in the autumn days.
As soon as I passed the wire, it was the greatest feeling in my life because winning a stake is another feeling than winning any other race. Right after a while, whenever I stopped the horse, I took a moment just to look at the sky and thank God because, man, it was a long way to get here, and it felt awesome.
Rivera Jr.'s dream was to be a jockey at a young age, and he had some strong jockey role models to learn from.
I grew up next to the track, and my dad was a jockey, but every single day after the races, he called me because, he rides from Monday to Thursday. So whenever I'm riding, he's free, and the only thing he's doing is watching my races. And after every race, he texts me, oh, you did this good, you did this bad. He always trying to teach me how to be a better jockey after every single race. The best feeling is riding with your dad. No matter if you got the worst horse in the race, it's another feeling to ride with him. That was the best thing in racing. I have won stakes, I have won a lot of races, but I just want to beat him. That's all. I just want to beat and show him who's the best. I already knew this is what I wanted to do since I was a kid. So I know this is my passion. I can't imagine being more than a month without riding horses. This is what I really like. I really like the adrenaline whenever the gates open. I like the adrenaline during the race. I like the adrenaline in the turf races whenever you're swerving in and out horses. Is another feeling. Maybe I haven't achieved all my goals, but at least I made it. One of my goals since I was a kid was to become a jockey, and right now I'm living out of it, so it feels great. It feels amazing.
Luis Rivera Jr. will be aboard the number 6 in the opener here. In the opener, baby on board for Kelly Breen, who's been off to quite a hot start over at Monmouth Park.
Yeah, no question about it. And there really isn't much form to go on in this race, especially with the 2 scratching, who A, looked like the speed, and listen, not the kind of horse you could really trust, but clearly a horse that could have just won this race by, if somebody won this, if that horse wasn't scratching, they said, I know the first winner won by 8. You would think this horse was 1-9 to be the winner of the first race. There's really no form here, and baby on board, who didn't lift a hoof first time in the dirt down at Gulfstream before going to the turf and barely lifting a hoof, is just sort of the favorite by default, right?
And I think in large part just because of the connections, because you've got Kelly Breen, who is 75% to start off the Monmouth meet, and at least this horse did show a little bit of improved speed last time.
A little bit on the turf, off to a rock hard start. You know, I think a solid start. You know, I always feel like, you know, when you have that kind of start, if you're Kelly Breen, you think, yeah, and I'm about to go 0 for 17 because, you know, there's always, that's horse racing,
always.
You know. You never stay that. It feels like you stay cold for longer, but you never stay hot for that long. And he's a very good trainer. I thought the interesting horse here is Love in the Hills down the inside, who they ran the turf first time. And actually, I mean, I'm sure you probably looked at the pedigree as well. It's a decent enough dirt pedigree, and there were 3 decent dirt horses from the dam.
Yeah.
And why am I supposed to? And this race is just a complete crapshoot, and I get it. Kelly's horses are running. He's pointing for Monmouth and all those things. Why should this horse be a demonstrably bigger price than anybody else in this race?
No, I agree. And at least with the one Love in the Hills, she doesn't really have an excuse on the dirt yet. She's only run once on the turf, and it was as a 3-year-old back last summer. So plenty of upside, you should say. And she
only upside.
Only upside. And she's the co-biggest price on the board right now.
If Paulie likes this horse, I'm in. That's all. If Paulie or Meg like this horse, that's all I need.
The first-time starter, no denying, taking some attention, I would imagine, almost a little bit by default. Does have some decent works for one, Avila, who can have a horse ready to roll early on.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. Listen, this seems like a good race to bet first-time starter, but who knows?
Good as any to kick things off. As that one, a daughter of Gormley, to kick off her career, debuting as a 3-year-old. Not a ton of pedigree to really sink your teeth into on that one either.
No.
And
that's my problem.
Yeah.
Such a weak family.
For sure.
We've got a Maryland bred, a New York bred, a Cal bred, a PA bred, and a Florida bred.
Oh, that's fun. I didn't even notice that. I love that.
That's why they scratched the 2. They couldn't have 2 horses bred from the same state.
Yeah.
No, they had to be all, I think that was condition of the race. Every horse has to be bred in a different state.
That is very fun. I didn't even notice that.
I just happened to notice that when I saw this horse was a Maryland bred, and I knew the rail was a Cal bred. I'm all in the Cal bred.
All right.
No
like
East Coast bias here.
No, that's right. Getting ready for the opener over at Monmouth Park. Looks like a beautiful day there on the Jersey Shore. We've talked about it before, but Monmouth really is such a fun track. It feels like the equivalent to summer for me.
I agree. I feel, you know, when I look at all the tracks in the Midwest and the slots and the situation, Monmouth's the track that I think so many of us have so many nice memories of. You know, we've all been there one time or another, and it really is a great track to spend an afternoon.
Let's meet the field, beginning with the Calbred. I think they have to go by their states from here on out. Love in the Hills.
This is my guess. The pedigree says more dirt's not going to have to be that good to win.
7-1 right now, generous price. Representing New York, Max Power. This is like Miss America.
Yeah. Maybe somebody will claim this horse for $10,000. I don't think so, though. This horse has done almost no running, but still could win here.
On behalf of Maryland, no denying went by. Here is the Pennsylvania representative, Imagine Aaron.
Yeah, not that dissimilar to the 3 Max Power.
And baby on board from Florida.
I get it, but this horse hasn't done any running in either race, and is 7-5. Why is the 5 9-1? And the 3, I guess Sammy Marin, that's why.
Yeah, I guess so. With the connections, a lot of layoffs, a lot of questionable form here in the opener. For more, though, let's check in with Paul and Megan. At least if you look at where they're bred, guys, you could say it's a relatively diverse group in here.
Yeah, you're being very, very polite there, Acacia. But yeah, main $10,000 fillies. You were talking about Sammy Wren on the 3 It looks like the 3 is going back to the paddock. Sammy was just waving off a couple of the people that were trying to cross over here. We'll get a little bit from Matt Dinnerman, hopefully, or somebody. Maybe the 3 is going in there.
A quick report. And
yeah,
see
maybe there's a
equipment adjustment.
Yeah, equipment adjustment, or there's a shoe adjustment. We'll find out here. But you were liking a little bit of a price in this spot.
I am. I agree with Andy as far as being against the current favorite. I know Kelly Breen's had that hot hand, but I'm going to the inside with Love in the Hills. And I'd agree with you both, Acacia and Andy, as far as having not done anything wrong thus far on the dirt. I like this horse getting to the main track, as the pedigree suggested. The dam was a New Jersey bred, 4 for 33, all dirt. The 4 siblings to race have won on dirt. So I just have expectations that this horse will move forward. And it does look, I mean, she looks incredibly strong. She's certainly an out-and-out sprinter. Back there on that debut on July the 12th, she broke outside. She was kind of green, breaking into that outward space, and you can kind of tell she was just higher-headed and ran off her feet. So I'm encouraged that perhaps she'll settle a bit from that inside draw as she continues to climb in price. And I thought she was incredibly interesting, as she does get to the dirt for the first time.
I'm getting word. I'm sorry, I'm pausing there a little bit. I don't know what's going on. I think Matt Dinnerman just said, paging P. Sinifovitz, the trainer of the 3, I think Sammy Marin is off his mounts. I don't know if I just heard that correctly, but I think I just heard that correctly, that he's going back into the paddock, and they're trying to page the trainer to get another jockey, if I'm not mistaken. So we are going to be a little bit delayed, regardless of what's going on, but I think that's what I heard over the loudspeaker.
I believe it is as well. We'll see if that's the final verdict, as we'll check in with that situation as it unfolds here momentarily. But the number 3, Max Power, coming off of the bench, Paul. This is a horse that was incredibly sharp, as not currently on the racetrack, still kind of dealing with those dynamics behind the scenes. But this horse, to me, is going to be able to show hopefully some more early speed, just the way his disposition in the paddock.
Yeah, we'll get some news back to you. Keisha, we'll send it back to you. If Sammy Marin's off his mounts, 12 out of the 16 races last week were won by Sammy and Paco Lopez. Paco obviously in Maryland today, riding Napoleon solo. And if Sammy Marin's off mounts, a lot of guys are going to get some W's today. We'll get back to you in a little bit when we get a little news here, Keisha.
All right, Paul and Megan, thank you. We hope to get an update momentarily. So again, the 3, Max Power, heading back to the paddock. Not sure exactly what's taking place, but we will provide an update as soon as we have one. So 7-5 right now on the number 6, Baby on Board, the favorite to the outside. We're going to take a quick time out. We'll get some more information on what's taking place in the opener at Monmouth Park, provide you with updates, and kick off live racing after this on America's Day at the Races.
Blazing Salad. Mixed to get up into the number Surfing Classic is
Good Magic, the classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
This is a special place where champions from around the world aren't just celebrated. They're made into legends. With every turn, every wager, every photo finish, every garland of purple and gold.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
When the Breeders' Cup comes back to Keeneland, it doesn't just crown a champion. It calls us home. The Cup is calling.
And Adair Manor will take the Clementel Hirsch.
Archangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's Ride.
Olympiad gets the gold.
Tap it twice. Tap it twice.
It is Timberlake who's going to win.
She's so speedy in that sprint.
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
We're back on America's Day at the races, so a little bit of chaos going on in the opener at Monmouth. We did have a delay with the number 3 Max Power heading back to the paddock, and we have been told that the 5 Imagine Aaron has actually parted ways with the rider now too and loose on the track. So for some updates, let's head over to Megan Burgess. Megan, what's going on over there?
Lots of chaos, as you mentioned, Acacia. Sammy Morin did take a fall this morning on a horse, and he just wasn't feeling quite right once he got onto the racetrack here. He will be off all 8 of his mounts today at Monmouth Park, including in this opener, as we will obviously provide you an update with him as we get them. There will be a new rider aboard the number 3 Max Power in this opener, and also kind of leaves Lost Horizon with a new rider later on in the stake race today, as we do get a new rider for, I believe, Jamar Torres will be aboard the number 3 Max Power in this opener, Acacia, as the pony folks have, looks like we've apprehended the number 5 Imagine Aaron, but it's certainly been lots of dynamics in this opener as we hope to kick things off as safely and timely as we can.
Lots going on, Megan. Thank you. Hopefully it is smoother from here on out. So as she mentioned, Yomar Torres will be the new rider for the 3 Max Power. Sammy Morin off all of his mounts.
We hope Sammy's okay. He's your guy, and we're big Sammy fans. I think they're about to go to the gate, though.
I think they're about to go to the gate.
And the 5 scratch, by the way.
The 5 at Monmouth, Imagine Aaron, after getting loose, is a late scratch. So late scratch on the 5 in the opener at Monmouth, and jockey change on the 3. It looked to me on Monmouth's screen like the 5 actually was still
I'm
loose.
still getting 10-1 on Love in the Hills. I mean, what a game.
We'll get back to Monmouth momentarily. That is very funny in the paddock for the opener. Belmont at the Big A, as we do have a claiming race to kick things off, going 6 furlongs on the main track. Very funny right now for Bill Morey on the dropping classes 8 to 5.
You know, he can win. I'm not denying him, but you're taking a horse with no speed coming from possibly last as the heavy favorite. I'm shocked by the money this horse is taking, to be honest. I like the 3 Big Hat Willie. I think we're going to see, I think these odds are going to change a lot. It's still almost 15 minutes to the race. I mean, not that the 4 can't win. I picked the race 3-5-4, but that's a pretty short price in this horse, isn't it?
It is a short price. I thought it was a little bit more wide open than that. But even Clancy Fancy
Why is
on
he 8 to
the
1?
dropping class, Big Hat Willie, I thought was really interesting.
I picked the race 3-5-4. I'm with you. I think this is opportunities here right now, but these odds are going to change. Don't get,
So very funny. He has been running against New York bred Tour de Van Allowance Company recently, so getting a dropping class down to this level. Still in a holding pattern at Monmouth. So with that, let's welcome in Samantha Perry here in New York for a paddock report. Samantha, what are you seeing for these horses in the opener?
Well, what I'm seeing around me is an absolutely picture-perfect day here at Belmont at Aqueduct, and a fun opener to get things kicked off. Hopefully not as eventful as the Monmouth opener, but the one factually correct. I really do like coming into this spot here, and I like the fact that they're going to cut this horse back in distance, or keep this horse at the 6 furlong sprint, I should say, because I think that this is one that has done some of his best running going this 6 furlongs, as we saw in the last race. Just a very impressive victory on the front end. There's some speed right to his outside, and that kind of worries me if he might get hooked up in a hard chase. But this is a very quick horse from the blocks here, and a barn that is still looking for the victory here during this Belmont at Aqueduct meet. But I think it should come here today, and I hope it comes with this one because I like this price a lot.
4 to 1 currently on the board, as he'll try to make it 2 in a row. Samantha, thank you. Still 8 to 5 on the number 4. Very funny. So a race that is being bet and kind of leaning on one horse. We thought it was a little bit more wide open than that. What about even the 6 Stewie taking some attention?
I've had enough of Stewie. He did win one race in his career rating, and that beat me by a nose. So he did his work, but his form has somewhat declined in his races. I'm not going to bet the 1, factually correct. I hear what Samantha's saying, but he's, to me, a last time was the time horse. And, he'll be forward again from the rail, but I think with the speed of Nabokov, at least, and probably even Gray Wing, I don't think he's going to have that easy a time on the front end. So I went in a different direction. I don't know what's wrong with Big Hat Willie. I mean, he had no chance last time out. I know his big win was on a muddy track, but he's got plenty of fast races. He was wide against a gold rail on February 11th. He stumbled badly at the start behind 1-900, and I just think he's got plenty of excuses in his races, and I don't believe the wet track moved him up. It's not like he's shown to be some wet track horse. I just think he's pretty good, and with a fair trip, I thought he was a major player. They're not betting him at all, but it's very early.
He's one of those horses that if you kind of sift through, last time he was running for 50 against much tougher, and he's had a little bit of a freshening since then, hasn't run since mid-March. Before that, he was running for 30,000. He won. Prior to that, he was running against much tougher
And he was also wide against a gold rail.
And was wide. Before that, he had to run against 1-900.
And he stumbled to start, and Toxic Gray. And
when he ran for 40, he won. It just seems like he's a horse that has been running in large part against much tougher fields, and he's kind of in where he belongs.
You don't want to, find reason, constantly make excuses, but this horse has legitimate excuses. And I'm not saying he's going to win. I just don't think he's supposed to be 9-2, and I don't understand why Clancy Fancy is 9-1.
Yeah.
He ran fine in a decent race last time. He fits very well in here. His race 2-back is good enough to compete here. I don't understand what. I feel like I'm clearly missing something. And to be fair, I'm very funny. I don't think he's been running in killer fields. I mean, he's fine, and he can win this race, but he's also got no speed.
I know. That is a very good point. We'll see how it plays out. How did you see the pace playing out quickly here?
I think the 1 and 2 are going to go, and I can't imagine that Gray Wing's not going to be outside. I think the pace will be at least fair. I don't think it's going to be blistering, but I don't think it's going to be a huge pace. I don't think it's going to be hugely beneficial to speed horses.
We'll kick off Saturday from the Big A after this quick timeout on America's Day at the Races.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Sandy.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
It's just super exciting.
This is a real immersive experience.
It's the respect from the outside that they get, but along with the way that you feel when you're part of it.
High-class horses, really big races. We want you to be behind the velvet rope.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else, and it needs to raise everybody together.
Your job is to show up and have fun. We'll take care of the rest.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
Untimed workouts, limited crop use, and the only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt racetrack. No other 2-year-old sale showcases each horse's natural athleticism like Mid-Atlantic May. Recent grads include graded stakes winners Explora, A Fine Chardonnay, Charlene's Dream, Ground Support, and Mendelssohn Bay. New year, new format, same quality. Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training. May 18th and 19th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
In racing, bloodlines are kingdoms, and every kingdom needs an heir.
Sired by Uncle Mo, Kings Barnes was chosen for greatness. An $800,000 two-year-old built like an empire. He defeated champion Arcangelo on debut, dominated the Louisiana Derby in his third start, and achieved a defining victory in the Grade 1 Stephen Foster. Kings Barnes, where the line of kings continues.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Let's meet the field for the opener. Belmont at the Big A, beginning of one of two for Fernando Abreu. Factually correct.
Yeah, last time was the time for him, but he did run well enough, and if he can somehow control on the front end, he can win again.
Last out winner against Lesser, Nabokov.
Yeah, this is a big move up in company, though.
Did get a fast figure for that
Yes, he
effort,
did.
though. There is Big Hat Willie back down to this level.
I looked up, class moved up 50% jumps off of wins and 1 for 18 in sprints for that barn. I like Big Hat Willie. We listed the reasons already.
Very funny, coming out of New York Bet Allowance Company.
I have no argument that this horse can win the race. I find even money. It almost feels like this race has already been run, and we don't know that. This is crazy.
Clancy Fancy, an amazingly big price, I think.
Lunacy. This horse is 11 to 1. He's a major player here, and he's the second longest shot on the board.
There is Stewie.
Yeah, I don't see how Stewie wins without the lead, but he beat me once without the lead, but that was the only time he ever rated.
And Grey Wing, who has early speed as well.
He does, but this is a tougher spot for these connections.
Well, that's the field for the opener, Belmont at the Big A. Even money still on Very Funny, who, as Andy and I are agreeing, a major player, just a very short price, and it seems like everybody else in this field is an overlay.
Yeah, you almost wonder if there's some reason or something odd is going on, because I don't know how you could predict this. Now, the 4 was the 5 to 2 morning line favorite. The 3 at 5 to 2, the 3 was 3 to 1. They're betting the race like somebody knows the 3 can't run at all anymore. The 5 can't run anymore. And that's how they're betting the race. And I guess if the 3 and 5 can't run, the 4 is supposed to be a heavy favorite. I don't understand that. Clancy Fancy was a 9 to 2 on the morning line. Yeah. I can't figure out what's going on here. Maybe it's going to change a lot in the last few minutes, but this is some of the weirdest money I've seen in quite a while.
A very odd betting board right now, as we do have an early pick 5 kicking off here as well. We have a pick 6 carryover to look forward to this afternoon. As you were touching on at the start of the show, a very tricky sequence. We will talk about that in a moment, as we've had a holding pattern at Monmouth. Apologies for the delay, as we did have a rider change on the 3, Yomar Torres, and a late scratch of the 5, Imagine Aaron. They're in the gate for the opener. Matt Dinnerman has the call.
To the outside, Baby on Board rounds out the group. 8 races today here at Monmouth on this beautiful Saturday, waiting with Baby on Board. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Monmouth Park. Baby on Board bobbled a little bit coming out of the gate. Max Power on the lead at once. From no denying between horses now. Baby on Board is 3 deep, moving up to come and challenge the top pair. And Love in the Hills drops to the back as the quartet sprints down the back stretch. Max Power shows the way a half length from no denying. They're on the outside. The press are the first time starter. Gap of 3. Baby on Board in the third spot. 6 clear of Love in the Hills as they hit the half-mile pole. Max Power still up top a half length from no denying. Goes off as the 4 to 5 favorite in chase mode. Shown More Rain second. Big space of 5 to Baby on Board. Being asked to pick it up from third. Well clear of Love in the Hills. It's a match race coming to the top of the stretch, and no denying sails to the lead, hitting the quarter pole. Puts a length and a half on Max Power, who's backing out second. No denying at the top of the stretch. Opens up 4 coming off the turn. Now it's 5. Max Power's second. Baby on Board third, and then Love in the Hills. 3/16 to go. It's no denying No denying he was ready to run well on debut here. No denying hitting the furlong pole, an 8-length lead with about a 16th left now. No denying, and Charlie Marquez all alone at the finish, and they're going to coast in. No denying, a filly here by Gormley reports home well clear of Max Power. Loving the Hills, passing Baby on board to complete that trifecta.
No denying at first asking, no denying the winner. She gets the victory for trainer Juan Avila with Carlos Marquez, in the saddle. Charlie Marquez in the first race at Monmouth Park. Back over to Belmont at the Big A as we have horses finishing up their warm-ups on track. About a minute to kick things off as we get back down to Samantha. Very funny, Sam continuing to take all that early money.
Yeah, this price is really no joke here because I keep looking back at his form and trying to figure out, yeah, this horse is dropping in class, and yes, he is going to just run against open company, but the last win was in December. It was against a pretty competitive New York bred allowance race, but I find him hard to take at such a short price here. I certainly think he's a big player, and maybe he's the horse that's going to trip out just right here, but there's nothing that he really tips out on the track that really kind of attracts a price like this. He's all of these horses in this type of level claiming they're fit, they're solid, they look good, they've all carried their condition well, and Very Funny is one of those, but that he just spun his wheels in that sloppy track effort. I get that he gets back to a dry track today, but to me it's just an extremely short price. The number one, I'm going to hope for a quick break and a wire the field type of position for him in race one.
Samantha, thank you. 7-5 still on Very Funny. She likes the one Factually Correct to potentially take them gate to wire again. And you like the other Fernando Abreu. They kind of have some complementary running styles here in the opener.
Yeah, I'm very curious about the betting. They're betting the 3 like he just can't run anymore. It makes no sense. I was just talking to our morning line maker, and he said to me that he was debating whether he would make the 3 or 4 the favorite. So he, too, is surprised by the money. He did make the 4 the favorite, but surprised there's such a disparity in the way he's getting bet. It's almost like they know he can't run. And even Clancy Fancy, we talked about.
Yeah.
I don't know, drift. He took one big punch from 12 to 5, but he's gone back to 7 to 1. I don't know. We'll see if the board's smart or not. Usually is.
Very Funny, taking all the money. The opener from Belmont at the Big A coming up. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Stewie will be next. Gray Wing to the outside. Last to load. All set. And they're off. Belmont at the Big A. Step slow beginning for Very Funny. Speed at the rail. Factually Correct is up top. Is now a neck in front of to the outside. Nabokov a close-up second. Joining them 3 wide. Big Hat Willie on the far outside. There's Stewie. So those 4 contest the early pace just off of them. Backing out of there was Clancy Fancy. Gray Wing is on the far outside portion of the racetrack and at the back, but rallying on at the rail. That's Very Funny. Less than 4 furlongs to go. 22.13. The opening quarter mile. Factually Correct is trying to get away, but Nabokov is still within a half length of the leader, and here comes 3 wide, Big Hat Willie. Big Hat Willie and Jamie Rodriguez, they start to launch after the leader, but Factually Correct is still holding the advantage, is now a half length in front. Here comes Big Hat Willie, dropping back to third. It's Nabokov, and Very Funny tries to roll from the back. They reach the top of the stretch, 45 seconds flat for that half-mile time. Factually Correct has been under the drive here since they sprung the latch and keeps on going. Ruben Silvera, Factually Correct, and they open up the margin once again inside the final furlong. Very Funny's trying to rally on with Stewie down the center portion of the racetrack. A 16th left to go. Factually Correct is holding on. Factually Correct, gate to wire. Nabokov re-rallies for second, then came Very Funny and Big Hat Willie.
It was a wild race on betting. It turned out to be a little bit of a wild race in the running as well. Factually Correct takes them gate to wire. Nice call by Samantha for her top pick, as a lot of no-shows in this race.
Yeah, and congrats to Sam. A good pick with this one, a horse that I couldn't have played in a million years. A very funny race. The public was absolutely right, whoever they knew. The 3 can't run at all anymore. He was poised to win, and he just completely stopped. Clancy Fancy was last down the backstretch. He can't run at all either. So clearly, there's somebody new. The way I think there's something with the CAWs where they're able to see the horse on the track, or they have information where they know these horses aren't going to run well. Now, they didn't know about the 4. He was awful. But he also was a horse coming from last in a race where the horse wired the field that won the race. The fact that Nabokov finished second here is kind of miraculous when you think about it. And it was really a race where I think it's more definitive that nobody ran than anything else. And, I mean, Nabokov was done in the turn, and he just kept on running and finished second because nobody could pick him up.
1, 2, 4, 3, factually correct, goes gate to wire. There is Fernando Abreu with the victory. Ruben Silveira, aggressive in the saddle, and it pays off. He wins 2 in a row. Factually correct, bring you prices and more when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramonti's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of Racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including Champions, National Treasure, Corniche, Abel Tasman, and recent Grade 1 winners Hope Road and Clicquot. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
To get up into the Pacific Classic is
Good Magic, the classic sire.
So Jorge and Fernando, really happy to have you guys sitting down here. 2 brothers, 2 trainers. Jorge, let's start with you. You've had multiple Grade 1 winner in Scottish Lassie. Can you explain just what she means to you and what she's done for the stable?
Well, she means everything for me right now. It's very important for this business because you're only as good as your horse and as good as your last race. And by this filly winning of Grade 1 in Saratoga, it was great and opened a lot of doors to me.
And Fernando, I mean, we've seen you really make a splash coming up here to New York.
He pushed me to come to New York because I had Patter Pop and, you know, which was behind me, big claimant owner. Fortunately, everything started rolling and I got a very different stable than George. You know, I don't have that luxury of 2-year-olds yet, you know. They probably consider us a stake trainer and a claimant trainer, you know. When you're gonna go down the Sherrow and I won't have the claimant 32, I'll have a Scottish Lassie. That's the whole thing that drives me to wake up in the morning.
Plus, we have a different method. He likes to run horses quick. It haven't worked for me. I like that 5 weeks, 6 weeks in between races.
But when you're in the claiming game, I think certain spots you got to put them in. Certain horses you don't want to do too much. 2-year-olds, you come back 14 days, 15 days on work. And I don't like to work horses too much because anything could happen in the morning, and they don't make no money in the stalls. So as a claiming guy, you have to go out there and try to perform for your owners.
How is it kind of competing on the same circuit in
I like
brothers?
when I beat them.
Very, very competitive. Yeah, we go at it. We talk a lot of crap at home and stuff like that, especially if we got in the same race. Unfortunately, he got the upper hand on me now. But
you're coming for him.
Yes, and in the claiming game, I don't think he's as sharp as I am. But, he's...
Well, that's not my forte anyway.
Who do you think, if you have 2 horses, one for each of you in the race, who's going to be the worst loser?
If I like my horse, I'm a terrible loser. He could tell you at any level. I live with him, and he had to listen to me like all night long. I don't stop.
You have to hear it.
Yes, he's horrible. Horrible when it comes to
I'm a terrible loser. If I like my horse, if I get beat by somebody that I don't think it should beat me in the race, that's my day right there.
I hate losing too, but I take it a little different. I don't complain as much as him. I stay in my room and just don't come out one of these days.
I think there's a deep respect, I think, that you have for one another, right?
Oh, we do.
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt about it. Like, I don't know who's his #1 fan besides me. I always root for him, especially on those big races. And forget his Scottish Lassie, I want him to do the Derby. He's in that level right now where he could go on and some owners could see him because he does great with 2-year-olds. I'll sit back and watch. It's like me winning the Derby, watching him do it.
A lot of love and respect between the 2 brothers as Fernando Abreu and Patter Pop Racing win the opener Belmont at the Big A. And Andy, I know you and I are founding members of the Fernando fan club, and love seeing his horses here in New York. He does a great job, and he's had quite a bit of success as well.
Right, a funny race where the recency, right? The 2 horses that had run the faster race in their last start. I'm always looking to beat the sort of logical things. They end up running 1-2 in here, and there's just really a race where relative no-shows here, particularly Clancy Fancy, basically trailed the whole way around the track. But even the #3 horse in this race, Big Hat Willie, I mean, he was poised and looked like he was going to win coming in the stretch and just did absolutely nothing in a race where the pace held together. At least with Barry Funny, you could say, well, the pace held together. Now, part of the reason it held together was he did no running.
964 on Factually Correct gets the win, taking them every step of the way in the opener. We'll take a look at the field for race 2. 6.5 furlongs on the main track for the fillies. The fun allowance race coming up here. I thought there were a couple of different interesting runners in this race, Andy. Right now it is Divine Intentions coming in from Parks, who's currently the favorite.
Yeah, and this horse has Ruben Silvera is riding, not Frankie Pennington. I guess there's a perception this horse having speed. I'll be honest with you, I didn't like this horse at all. I picked this horse last. So I wasn't a fan. I guess you could make a case for just about any of them. I'm surprised that Niche is such a big price in here. I thought this horse would be favored off that 79 buyer.
That horse ran a very fast race, switching back to the dirt last time out at Laurel, Fort Rob Atris. Fun race coming up, a lot of different ways to go. We'll talk more about it when we come back. And speaking of Laurel, we'll look back on what took place yesterday in the Black-Eyed Susan for the 3-year-old fillies at Laurel Park. That recap coming up after this.
First again and again and again. First mission, 4 graded stakes. He made finishing first his mission, and all with big buyers. Now he's a Darley Stallion, and breeders are falling in love with him. Here's fabled horseman John Williams.
First mission is an eyeful. He's beautifully balanced, and I love the way he uses himself as he moves.
Come to see First Mission and tell us your first impression. Consider it your mission.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
Every 2-year-old champion has precocity, but only one can be called fierce.
Fierceness!
Brilliant at 2.
A powerhouse win!
Dominant at 3.
Fierceness is putting on a show in Hallandale today! Fierceness
to win the Travers.
Tenacious at 4.
Fierceness has won the Pacific Classic.
All the makings of a champion. Fierceness. New to Coolmore America.
44-4 for that hot half-mile time, and now Solitude Dude is down to business.
And another terrific display from Queen Maxima. And a very special performance indeed out of El Potente.
Crude Velocity, a sharp 3-length winner of the Pate Mile.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the races. Glad to have you with us as we're going to take a look back at yesterday's Black-Eyed Susan over at Laurel Park, as it was for the 3-year-old fillies, and My Miss Mo looked like a major player on paper, and she delivered on the track as well.
Yeah, 60-1 shot went to the lead in here. Tyler ended up being 3 wide in the first turn. Sort of stalking here. Got a very, serious challenge, top of the stretch by the second place finisher, but turned that one away to win going away. The horse was clearly the horse to beat on paper. The favorite, no surprise, was only a surprise to the Bad Morning Line Maker, who had her second, third choice. Had a favorite, it was like 4th or 5th choice.
Definitely thought that she would and should be the favorite. That was Jumping the Gun, who finished second, who we'd seen run here in New York. But big effort from My Miss Mo coming up from those Gulfstream prep
I'm
races.
alive in some doubles, so I can keep my losses in the
Nice.
Preakness to a minimum.
All right. Well, good luck with that. Looking forward to seeing how the Preakness does shake out today. Horses are in the paddock for race 2, though. Belmont at the Big A. There is Divine Intentions. Ruben Silvera will look to sweep the early doubles. He picks up the mount on this speedy filly coming in from Parks.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godeye.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls. He wins another one, this time the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class, on the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff. Aim high. Breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend with a $12.50 first post. Play the win early and late 50-cent pick fives, boasting a low 15% takeout. Plus, play our new $3 all-turf pick 3, $3 late pick 3, and $5 late double. all with the same player-friendly 15% takeout. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Of course, it might be Preakness Day, but we're looking ahead to 3 weeks from now. Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, June 3rd through 7th, and tickets are on sale as it'll be run for the final time up in Saratoga. Check out belmontstakes.com/tickets. Before, of course, the Belmont Stakes goes back to its rightful home at the new Belmont Park. But we've had a lot of fun up in Saratoga these last couple of years, haven't we?
We always have fun in Saratoga, and it's not a bad place to have to use as your backup, but it'll be great to get it back to its rightful home.
Horses in the paddock for the second race, Belmont at the Big A. And you've got some new faces coming here to New York as we head down and get a paddock report from Samantha.
Thank you, Acacia. And the #1 Law School is who I landed with on top, which is probably where my parents thought I should have ended up, but alas, I'm here instead. And Law School to me is a horse that's just so much better sprinting, and not that the mile and mile and 16th races were any disgraces by any means, but I do prefer this horse's figures sprinting a lot more. Those were some very tough efforts that she's exiting. She'll get Lasix on for the first time here, which is a move that I really like as well, especially with the horse that's just been facing that tough stakes competition, of course, where you're not allowed to run with Lasix, and now you get it on. And horses typically just jump up quite a bit for the first time when that's added. But something that doesn't really jump off the page to me is the fact that she does add blinkers, and sometimes horses, when they draw that rail post and they do get blinkers on for the first time, they can kind of break a step slow, and I want to see her more forward now. That's not all the time, but more times than not, that is the case. Now, the 5, Gina B, she made her way to Keeneland in maybe a little bit of an overambitious spot last time against a tough field, and dueled hard for a while and then just flattened out. That was a pretty taxing effort on her, and I wondered how she would ship back over here. She looks fantastic in the flesh, so I think that that's a good sign, and wanted to point that out because sometimes these horses, when they travel or they go face stronger competition or go to new tracks, sometimes it can take some out of them, especially fillies, but she looks no worse for the wear out here in the paddock.
Samantha, thank you. There is Gina B, 4-1 right now, as she was part of a pretty contentious pace, at least with company on the front end last time out at Keeneland.
Well, I think that Horacio got a little bit ambitious, though I'm wondering if this was an owner that wanted to run at Keeneland, because I'm not sure why you would take this horse there off a 72 buyer and a 5-horse field win. It was helped by the track, but I do like this horse. I think this horse is the outside speed, should be forwardly placed, was over her head. That horse, I mean, I can't believe there was only 7-1 last time, to be honest with you. This horse was just over its head last time. I think it's a more realistic spot. I'm not in love here, but I think that we're looking at a very evenly matched field. I mean, the horse was favored in the outside, Prince of Broadway, and there is no question that Brad Cox can win with this horse. And we saw them win with a horse off a long layoff that runs to Saratoga last summer yesterday. But this horse got a 60 buyer in a 5.5 furlong race at Saratoga. Those figures can be a little unreliable times. Time From US has the race even slower. Now, yes, the horse figures to improve and is coming from a great barn. Is this horse really 2-1 to win this race? I mean, I don't see what's so special about it. I agree with Sam on Law School. You know, you look through the last dry track dirt sprint this horse ran was far and away the best figure he's run.
Yep.
I like the turnbacks as well. But once again, I would say there's a similar concern for the 1 and 6. Neither one of these are that fast early. They could get a little bit run off their feet.
Blinkers going on, Law School as well, as she gets Lasix coming out of several stakes tries. Let's head back over to Monmouth Park as we have race 2 coming up next. Hopefully things are smoother moving forward after the first race. This one 1 mile and 70 yards on the main track, claiming race, as this one's a little bit more wide open on the board. Skylander, the favorite, currently to the outside as we check in with Paul and Megan.
Yeah, short little field here, and it looks like kind of a 2-horse race in here between the 5 and the 6 in here. But we'll start with the 3 a little bit. Could be your pace setter in here if Victor Carrera wants to. Looks like the horse will probably set the pace.
Likely, and sometimes in these cheaper races, if you can get these horses in front of each other, they tend to do better. But this horse, I will say, has just been flat out bad, whether that's going short or long on the dirt as of recent. But the main point when it comes to this race is the lack of pace. and the 3 perhaps finds himself on top. But I also think, as far as, you know, the last race of the number 5 Street Glide, Paul, getting him more aggressive was the key there. And I'm sure that that's going to be the same game plan here as well.
You know, the conundrum you have in this race is the 2 favorites, the 5 and the 6. They're horses that aren't going to be upwards towards the pace. They're probably going to need a little pace to run to, or are they just the best horse in here? I think they're the best horse in here. Who gets first jump, the 5 or the 6?
Well, when speaking to Wayne Potts, as far as the number 6 Skylander is concerned, in the paddock up there now at 8 to 5, excuse me, he understands with Luis Rivera Jr. aboard the lack of pace. And from the outside, he's going to have this horse forwardly placed from what I could glean on the plans, as this horse is back here at the 1.70 yards. Last time out on April the 3rd, Paul, I just wish he would have run a bit better. He had a very, very sharp pace to close off of. I thought with the pace and the trip kind of way behind it, I thought maybe he would make more of an indentation, as he took money that day. But guess what? He gets to bottom out to the lowest level that he's ever run at yet. And he seems to me, just physically looking at him, he's just one of the horses that are better in this small, compact field.
If you just joined us, Sammy Marin is off all mounts. He had a little bit of an incident this morning. Megan reported on it a little earlier, and he is off his mounts, and Paco Lopez is just had a winner on the turf race back for Chad Summers. He'll be riding Napoleon Solo in the Preakness Stakes. So the 2 guys that won all the races here on opening weekend not riding today. Louis Rivera will ride the 6. Now the 5 Street Glide winner exactly 7 days ago, and since we had a delay almost in the 5th race time when this horse ran, but I mean, right now, you look at the fixed odds, it looks like the 6 is going to be a prohibitive favorite over the 5. I kind of like the 5 a little bit more, but I guess to each their own.
I do too, and I find the 5 is perhaps going to be a little bit more forward for Juan Avila. And this horse, so when I look at horses coming off of this quick of a turnaround, physically he looks just as good as when I saw him last week. He hasn't been taking anything out of him from from just his overall weight and condition. He looks fantastic to me. He looked best in this group, and I liked that he was able to get more engaged with Paco aboard last time. So I find he's going to do the same. But he's run back-to-back 71 Beyer speed figures. We'll see if he can do so for a 3rd time, as those 2 races were kind of outliers when you really go through his overall body of form.
Yeah, if you look at Juan Avila, Keisha, we'll send it back to you. 2 for 2 already with the winner and the first-time starter. This is one of the winners. And look at his percentage, 1 to 7 days. He's 3 for 6. But this horse is now running for the 4th time since April 4th. I'll take the 5 over the 6. You land where?
I'm going to land actually on the 6 on the outside, Skylander. We'll see if we can get him a little bit more forward engaged. I just think he has some better races as he does bottom out in class.
Keisha, the early pick 4 starts here.
Kicking off in this spot, guys, thank you very much. 4 to 5 on Skylander right now. As Megan said, going down to the bottom, was running in what is the bottom in New York. But I think you always bring this up, Andy, and it's a very important point, that the bottom level claiming races, that horse can be anywhere from 0 to 10,000, whatever it might be. This is an even lower level. It is a drop in class. Sometimes even the bottom at a higher track may be above their head.
I don't disagree. I hate to see this horse running for a nickel, to be honest with you.
See how it plays out. Skylander the favorite to the outside. Race 2 from Monmouth Park. Here's Matt Dinnerman with the call.
Post 4. Agara Misi Puedes coming up to the gate, goes in. 2 back, Street Glide, post 5, and Skylander to the outside. Waiting for Street Glide. Skylander, outside post. Here's Skylander. We're ready to go. And we're off. Getting squeezed at the break. Bullet Breeze drops to the back. Had to check pretty hard there. Going to the front, Skylander from the far outside. Fluff the Pillow takes the second position. Diving to the outside now, off the rail after breaking from down in there. But Skylander clearly ahead going into the first turn. Steps on the gas, opens up 3 now. Fluff the Pillow happy to track in the second spot. Street Glide into third. Then comes Dr. Doom in the fourth position. Agar Misi Puedes and Bullet Breeze at the back together. Approaching the backstretch, they're separated by at least 10 lengths, maybe even 12 now, as Skylander wings it on the lead, opens up 4 down the backstretch. Fluff the Pillow in the second position, 5 clear of Street Glide, a gap of 2 to Dr. Doom, another 4 to Bullet Breeze, passing Agar Misi Puedes at the back of the pack. They're halfway home now. Skylander trying to get a breather. Went the first quarter in 23 and 2/5 seconds. The half mile should be pretty speedy here. It'll be up on the board shortly. 46 and 3. Speedy time here set by Skylander, who hits the far turn well clear. A 7-length lead. Street Glider is sent hard. Moves inside of Fluff the Pillow. They're level second. Big gap back to Agar Misi Puedes. Bullet Breeze is given way as they come to the top of the lane here. It's Skylander clear by 5, hitting the quarter pole. Fluff the Pillow second. Street Glide plodding along in third. As they come off the turn, Skylander the leader. Street Glide asks for more from the inside. Fluff the Pillow alongside of him. 3/16 to go. It's all Skylander. A 6-length lead with a furlong left. Street Glide, Fluff the Pillow second and third. Skylander getting a little bit tired now. He's only in front by 3, but he's holding on grittily to the lead here. Skylander clear. Coming on late, Agar Misi Puedes. It's Skylander coast to coast. Second home, Street Glide out finishing Fluff the Pillow for that second spot. Agar Misi Puedes, fourth.
Pick up mount for Luis Rivera Jr., a winning one. Skylander, the old class horse, gets back to the winner's circle. Maybe his strides were shortening late, but he was able to hold on.
I was tired coming down the stretch after he went that 46 and 3 first half. So I can understand he was tired.
For a 7-year-old.
Incredible. I'm glad he got it done.
Absolutely. Back over to New York. Race 2 coming up. Favoritism has actually moved over to Prince of Broadway as this filly makes her 3-year-old debut for Brad Cox, coming back off of the layoff. I thought you could genuinely make a case for every horse in this race.
There is absolutely no throw-out in this race. There's no horse you can't make, I'd say, has the qualifications to win here. I think sometimes that gets said too often. To be honest with you, the only thing really going for the 6 here is the barn.
Right.
And they do win with these horses. But this horse, honestly, based on what we've seen from, and granted it was last June was the last time he ran, there's nothing to suggest this horse should be 9-5 in here. Now, there's probably a story. They probably love the horse. He's probably working well, whatever, who knows, Bad Cox. I think this horse is a terrible bet at 9-5. But they do seem to win a lot, the Cox barn, so he'll probably win.
And I don't remember if we got name verification, but we talked about it a lot when she was a 2-year-old because it's a filly named Prince of Broadway.
I'll give myself a slight pass.
You get a pass for that one.
I get their sexes wrong about 60% of the time. But, yeah, well, my family had a cat named Sadie. We thought that it was a he when we first
so you just keep
got
it.
him.
Yeah.
We thought it was a she, and now kept the name.
Well, there you go. Prince of Broadway, the filly, 9-5 as we check in trackside with Samantha.
And this is a filly that is a big, strong gal as well. And to me, I think I'm going to watch a race with her because she just carries a lot of weight in general. Just you look at her behind, she's not as defined as her other opponents in this spot here. But again, these volatiles just carry a bit more weight, a bit more muscle. So it could just be her. And I don't think she's the most athletic type of filly in general here. Now, the one who's getting ready to load, hopefully it's not too big of a problem. Just short cutback blinkers here. I like that. Don't like the rail draw, but I like the fact that she is just getting some short blinkers here, and is my pick for the second.
Giving the gate crew just a little bit of trouble there, Law School, as she balks behind the gate. Looks like they're circling her, trying to work with her to get her in. Remind me where you landed in this race, Andy?
I like the 5 Gina B. I'd love to see her clear, but if worse, she'll be stalking outside, and I like her. She ambitiously placed last time.
Coming back to New York for Horacio de Paz, she's 7-2 right now on the board as they've gotten the one Law School into the gate. We'll continue on with the rest of the load here. Fun race coming up in race 2, where, as we said, you genuinely can make a case for each of the contenders. There's Prince of Broadway, though, your current favorite, Manny Franco aboard for Brad Cox as she makes her 3-year-old debut. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call. Race 2, Belmont at the Big A.
Prince of Broadway to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Good beginning for Prince of Broadway towards the outside, and down towards the inside here comes Niche, and Niche is hard sent with Divine Intentions just off of them, Gina B. Prince of Broadway is on the far outside, and the trailer, that's Law School. The leader is Niche, chased to the outside by Divine Intentions, still a close-up second, just off of them, that's Gina B. In behind, the top trio comes Prince of Broadway, trying to make up some ground now, and the trailer, Law School, 21-4 for the opening quarter mile. They're chasing Niche, and Niche is just gliding along here. Dylan Davis and Niche working around the turn. Divine Intentions asks for more. Gina B is now looming up on the outside, 3 wide, and that gives the cue to Divine Intentions to hold that position, but meanwhile, Niche just keeps on going. Niche has a neck advantage. Divine Intentions all in. No move yet. Gina B is towards the outside. They reach the top of the stretch, 44.76, the half-mile time. Niche is still there, hugs the rail, and starts to kick away again. Niche is front-running and up by a commanding 3 lengths now. Approaching a final furlong. Gina B is trying to make up late ground from the back. Prince of Broadway, far back Law School, but they're approaching the final 16th. Niche still holds the advantage, and Niche is going to have a front-running score. Niche all the way. Divine Intentions second, then Gina B and Prince of Broadway.
Niche makes it 2 dirt wins in a row. We talked about her last race, but Andy, some things you noticed with the track in the first couple of races.
It's hard to watch the first 2 races and not think we're dealing with a biased racetrack. This horse went 21.95, 44.76, and drew off like it was Seattle Slew in the stretch. I'm not saying she didn't have credentials, and I'm shocked that she was 9-2.
Yeah.
I said that early. I don't know how this horse is such a big price based on her last race. But having said that, I mean, you see the first winner, the way the first race was run. You see this race was a absolute merry-go-round affair, and I'm starting to wonder if you can't gain outside, you can't close, and if inside speed is deadly. It's been 2 races, but we've certainly got some evidence that that's the case. And we have not seen this in a long, long time, but I think it is a distinct possibility.
Something to keep an eye on through the rest of the card, but Niche, who was a player on paper, but was able to take them gate to wire, second race in a row where the winner went gate to wire. Niche with the victory, back-to-back wins on the main track. She gets the job done at 9-2 under Dylan Davis. Prices and more when we come back.
Was Full Count Felicia, never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War. Fort Washington on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at belmontstakes.com.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend with a $12.50 first post. Play the win early and late 50-cent pick fives, boasting a low 15% takeout. Plus, play our new $3 all-turf pick three, $3 late pick three, and $5 late double, all with the same player-friendly 15% takeout. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. It is that time of year where everything is blooming, and I'm sneezing. But we love to see the flowers coming out. Beautiful, beautiful sunny day. Finally, some warm weather as well. And Niche takes them gate to wire in race number 2. Second race in a row where we've seen a wire-to-wire winner.
Yeah, I'm, taking nothing away from her. It was a fast race, a nice win. She'd run a big figure last time. In this case, the fig didn't lie, so legitimate. But the way this race was run, the way the first race was run, makes me wonder if we've got a track that's very conducive to inside speed.
And I would imagine Niche is staying on the dirt from here on out.
Yeah, it feels like they got her wrong. What do you think?
She had 3 races in a row at Fairgrounds sprinting on the turf. She's found her home on the front end, though, on the main track, as she now makes it back-to-back wins. 11:38 for Niche for trainer Rob Atras. 2:45 in race 2. We'll take a look at the field for the third race today. $20,000 claiming race, non-winners of 2 in life. It's Will of a Woman, who is currently the favorite on the drop-in class to the outside for Linda Rice. This horse just makes sense.
She definitely makes sense on paper, and she's the horse to beat. She was over her head off the maiden win, and her maiden win probably makes her the horse to beat. If we're dealing with an inside speed track, though, she's going to have a problem.
That's a good point. She is the deep closer. As you look through, who's the one that could potentially be controlling in here? Is it the 1?
I would think the 1's going to go. I think the 4 could go, and I'm hoping it won't help on the inside, but the goofy horse I took a shot with, the 7, maybe that horse could be speed. Who knows?
See how it does play out, and we'll continue following that main track. We'll take a quick time out. Race 3 from Belmont at the Big A coming up after this.
The classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
This is a special place where champions from around the world aren't just celebrated. They're made into legends. With every turn, every wager, every photo finish, every garland of purple and gold.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
When the Breeders' Cup comes back to Keeneland, it doesn't just crown a champion. It calls us home. The Cup is calling.
And Adair Manor will take the Clementel Hirsch. Archangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's Ride.
Olympiad
gets the gold.
Tap it twice! Tap it twice!
It is Timberlake who's going to win.
She's so speedy in that sprint.
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as we, of course, are Preakness Day. Looking ahead to the Preakness Stakes, the middle jewel of the Triple Crown. As Andy's
I might have been eating a little during the break. I might not have been, but I might have been.
He did bring me a cookie, which was very nice. The middle jewel of the Triple Crown today. The Preakness is always a fun one. It's a different year this year with it taking place at Laurel, not at Pimlico, but look, you've got a field of 14, an incredibly fun betting race lining up.
Well, I got a lot of love for Laurel, so
yes.
I had no problem with that, and it is a big, wide open field. The odds right now are nuts. I mean, first of all, Great White at 7-1. Great White is
Crazy.
700 to 1, not 7-1, so I have no idea what's going on with that horse. Incredible will probably be the favorite, close to 3-1 or 7-2 by post time, and I don't think you're going to be getting 9-1 in Iron Honor. What about you?
That is a very generous price. And Iron Honor and Napoleon Solo, the same price as well, and the same price as the Hell We Did. The same price as Talkin'.
Yeah, you and Maggie have a thing for the Hell We Did. I still have yet to figure out what it is.
I still like him. I like him getting the distance. I liked him a lot last time out. And I liked Corona d'Oro as well. I don't know why there's such a big disparity in price between the Hell We Did and Corona d'Oro.
I think if one of those two out of the Lexington is effective, it'll be Corona d'Oro, who is down inside in there. But I can't get away from the fact that the winner of that race came up here last week with Peter Pan, and I think he's the 8th pole now.
Well, that's a look at the field right now. Taj Mahal currently 5-1 as well, as he is a horse that does have plenty of early speed. He opened up on the field last time out in the Federico Tessio. The benefit for him certainly is that he gets to run out of his own stall. He has the home court advantage, so to speak. He is one that should be on the front end and on the go from the inside post.
Well, I don't think he could possibly be in front of Napoleon Solo unless that horse gets left or they decide that they want to finish last and get into a suicidal speed duel. But I also think one of the reasons he got the ride he got last time from Sheldon, it was a very good ride, was that he had the outside post and he had to gun him to get clear. With the rail, there isn't the same sense of urgency, and I can't believe that they wouldn't be aware of the fact that he's just not as fast as Napoleon Solo. Napoleon Solo is a very fast horse. Now, I like him, but he may have distance limitations, and it may ultimately be that he's in front and he'll just expire in the last 1/8 of a mile. So I think with Taj Mahal, there isn't the same sense of urgency there was last time. So can he be effective in rate? If he can win, but he's got to improve and do it. But I guess he drew pretty well in here. I wasn't his biggest fan, but I can absolutely understand why people like him.
What about the question with the 1 3/16 and the long stretch at Laurel? Is that something that came up for you handicapping?
I read on Twitter that it was
it's been a very big conversation on social media.
Apparently, I thought somebody told me that they said it was a short stretch there or something.
It's quite a long stretch.
I have no idea, thankfully, what goes on X or Twitter anymore. I'm not going to refer to it as a new name. But no, I don't think about racing that way. I think people make their moves when they make their moves. I don't subscribe to that method. Doesn't make me right. And, you know, whatever works for you and bet who you like.
It's a fun race, though. The middle jewel of the Triple Crown, the Preakness Stakes. You've got Ocelli, Incredible, Robusta coming out of the Kentucky Derby. We'll see if one of those can step forward coming back in the Preakness.
Yeah, I think Incredible's the most likely out of the Derby, but he'll be the favorite.
Our coverage continues next on FS2 at the top of the hour. We hope you'll switch over there and join us. Be sure to check your local listings. Horses are in the paddock for the 3rd race, Belmont at the Big A. We have more live racing from Monmouth Park coming up after this as well. We'll see you over on FS2.
at the new Belmont Park.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just joining us on Fox Sports 2, we're so glad to have you with us, coming to you live from Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York. It is Preakness Day, the middle jewel of the Triple Crown, taking place in Maryland. But here in New York, Acacia come alongside Andy Serling and the Preakness Field of 14, a very, very fun and wide open betting race.
Yeah, no, it is. It's an interesting race, and so much is made of the wrong things about the race that I think a lot of people are missing the fact that the Preakness is one of the most important races run all year. It's got a huge, big field, and it's a wide open race, and a race that's not going to have a heavy favorite, and it's kind of race where if you've got a good opinion and you bet it, and you're right, you'll make some money.
It'll be a lot of fun, that's for sure. And looking forward to seeing who could take a step forward in this year's Preakness. It is, of course, our America's Best Racing Race of the Week. Here's a look at the live odds. Incredible, currently the favorite at 5-1. We're expecting him to be a little bit lower. And then there are a few other horses around that 8-9-1 range that are a bit of surprise with the money they're taking.
Right. I mean, I know that you're a bit of a fan of the Hell We Did. I have no idea how you bet him at 9-1. Even talking, but that's Irad Ortiz money too. Not that he's impossible, but Great White at 7-1 is just beyond silly. I mean, he's a legitimate 50-60-1 shot in this race. Why he's getting bet down, I have really no idea why he's taking this money.
My biggest surprise is why there's such a disparity between the Hell We Did and Corona d'Oro, who are not separated by much in the Lexington.
I agree.
Yeah.
I prefer Corona d'Oro if I took one of them, and he's twice the price. It is strange,
Yeah, he's the one you might want to take a look at that generous price on the board. The feature at Monmouth today, as we have live racing from the Jersey Shore as well, is the Serena Song, a mile and 70 yards on the main track for fillies and mares. Here's a look at the field. 8-5 on the morning line. On the 2, Lost Horizon. For more on this race and the upcoming third race at Monmouth as well, we welcome in our team live on the Jersey Shore, Paul LaDuca and Megan Burgess.
Well, the second jewel is in Maryland, and we got the Serena Song here in Oceanport, New Jersey. Welcome, FS2 viewers here to Monmouth Park. Megan Burgess along with Paul LaDuca. And we have an 8th race card here, but we're going to preview the 5th race. We're only on the 3rd, but we're going to preview the 5th, the Serena Song. A good little race. And Todd Pletcher, Chad Brown with 2 very, very promising fillies. And we'll start with Lost Horizon. Probably going to be your favorite.
I would assume so, but at the same time, with the presence of Waveless, who's also kind of a similar profile, I would say. But the Serena Song, of course, kind of a stepping stone for these fillies and mares as they look to that Grade 3 Molly Pitcher, the winner, to receive entries paid in a position in the starting gate. But Domino Vitale, Paul, comes off a 6-length victory there for Jorge Delgado. I thought this was a pretty wide open race, in my opinion.
It really is. I mean, Domino Vitale for Daniel Santana comes in the right. Again, if we're just joining us on the FS2 broadcast, leading rider here, co-leading rider, Paco Lopez will be riding for the Preakness in Baltimore. And Sammy Marin was off Mount today. He had an incident in the morning. So you're going to get some new riders, going to win some races. And, you look at this race, it's not about Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher, and just Jorge Delgado. Even the outside filly, our dreaming girl for Louis Linders, she's literally boxed every race.
Right. I mean, she's one that I will say is in and out as far as her tactical speed. So we'll see as far as the dynamics from her outside post. But again, wide open race. Can't wait to get my eyes on these horses as Luis Rivera will be aboard Lost Horizon, who just picked up Mount there, but also picked up a win with Wayne Potts in the last race.
Yeah, and right now he's going to be on the favorite B and G. The 3 and the 4 right now are taking all the money, B and D, excuse me, and the 4 Sexpectations. Which one do you prefer, or do you like somebody else in here?
I'd agree with you that those are the horses that make a lot of sense, but the scratch at the number 6, it really widens this race due to the fact that there's not a lot of pace, right? That was going to be the controlling speed. So Sexpectations, number 4, could be the controlling speed this time around. We'll see if Jose Gomez can get her forward, but I really liked what I saw physically from the number 3, B&D in the paddock. honestly another that's going to be hopefully forwardly placed. Sports that field best Buyer speed figure back on April the 5th last time out and making a lateral move where it was just kind of a complete merry-go-round race, Paul. No movement and no next out winner. So we'll see if this daughter of Mission Impassable can kind of get up tactical, and I think she'll be a formidable threat in this spot.
Yeah, when you look at this race, I can't get aboard with the one. The one is a 4-year-old filly, hasn't crossed the wire first. She was second by 5 lengths, placed through disqualification. I don't understand why she's 4-1. The 5 to me is more interesting. I know I landed on 3, but if the 5 takes the dirt, I think she beats this field, no?
She does have kind of a bad dirt race, and then she kind of drops in class now back from those turf races. So the drop in class, kind of meeting her friends with Jamar Torres aboard, could be the key. But this horse has no early speed. That's the big problem with her. So perhaps in a shorter field, she can find herself a little bit more naturally forward. But we shall see as these horses enter the gate, Paul. And we'll send it up to Matt Ditterman for the call.
B&D post position 3. Sexpectations. Hand to the outside. El Ma'ani. El Ma'ani goes in. We're ready to go. And they're off. Sexpectations off slowly. B&D sent for speed, shown rain to get out there, grabs the lead from Diamond in the Sand. Hypatia back in the 3rd position, getting outside for the first turn run. El Ma'ani 4th now ahead of Sexpectations as they go towards the first turn here. B&D leads the way into the turn narrowly from Hypatia. Diamond in the Sand, who's keen behind the pace on a strong hold right off the leader's heels early on. El Ma'ani is 3 deep on the course, and Sexpectations farther out 4 wide, getting a little bit closer as the 5 runners swing up the backstretch. They're separated by 2.25 lengths or so. B&D leads the way narrowly, goes off as the 3 to 5 choice in the wagering, neck in front of Hypatia, the longest shot in the race. Now El Ma'ani is getting closer, 3 wide, within a length of the top 2 are together now. Diamond in the Sand still on restraint, now level 3rd with El Ma'ani, and Sexpectations gets a tap on the shoulder to pick it up, drops to the back as they hit the half-mile pole now. B&D narrow lead, Hypatia perched to the outside right with him. 2 back to El Ma'ani. Diamond in the Sand down on the rail, and 4 more to Sexpectations. Under a hard ride is losing contact with the rest of the group. Around the far turn they go. B&D along with Hypatia, they're still going at it. Diamond in the Sand finds daylight and comes off the rail to challenge 3 wide, making a move at the quarter pole. Diamond in the Sand, surging to the lead now, passing B&D. Hypatia is given way. El Ma'ani into the 4th position as they come off the turn. Diamond in the Sand diving to the rail, accelerates to a 3-length lead. B&D left behind in 2nd now. Diamond in the Sand, 1 furlong to go. Increases his lead to 5, now it's 6. And Diamond in the Sand, no doubt about it, running away with this one here at 5-1. Diamond in the Sand looks like he's 1-5. Diamond in the Sand, a convincing winner. B&D holds 2nd, El Ma'ani 3rd, Hypatia 4th, and here comes Sexpectations in 5th.
Diamond in the Sand did not have a conventional trip, but this filly managed to get the victory after being placed 1st last time out through that disqualification.
I'm not going to disagree with Paulie. I would never have had this horse in a million years either. Neither did a lot of people at 5-1 in the 5-horse field, but this horse won like a 1-5.
Let's beat the field for the 3rd. Belmont at the Big A. Eleni went by. There's the 2. That's the fact, Jack.
One last time was disqualification for an ace positive, nothing that major. I was surprised how much speed the horse had last time, but now it's cutting back to 6 furlongs.
Combatant Song is next. Coming up there, she is going turf to dirt.
Yeah, well, she does get back to the right surface, but is she fast enough to compete?
Clearly not a turf horse after that try last time out at a big price. 8-1 right now, going back to the main track. Slowly in the post parade, there's the number 4, Dat Dares, right?
Well, this horse could be forwardly placed depending on the ride, and so far that's been the way to be in the dirt. We'll see if that trend continues.
Another 8-1 shot. It's been a long time since this one has seen the winner's circle. Number 5, Chardonnay Derby, winner last out.
The lesser of the 2 Linda Rice horses coming out of a slow race, but won't be the first time we've seen Linda horse improve off a maiden win.
Got a relatively slow figure last time out. See how she does stack up. There is Ishkabibble.
Yeah, Ishkabibel's going to have to get faster, but I guess the race 3 back is fast enough to put the horse within hailing distance for horses almost 20 to 1.
Biggest price on the board right now, 19 to 1. There is Midnight Love Affair for Bruce Levine.
Well, I thought this horse was a little interesting as a fuzzy in this race with only one dirt race, not being on a sloppy track. I would book the horse at 3 to 1 before I bet on it.
Taking a lot of attention there on the board, 3 to 1 right now. But there's your favorite Will of a Woman on the drop-in class.
She's the horse to beat. I mean, the one thing that could be against her is she has an outside post and doesn't have a lot of speed, and we've seen inside speed dominate, and we've really seen very little movement in the first 2 races. So I think it's possible, and I'm not making some big declaration after 2 races, but we could be dealing with a biased racetrack, something we haven't seen in quite a while.
9 to 5 right now on Will of a Woman to the outside. Which one did you land on?
I took a shot with Midnight Love Affair simply because I just didn't want anybody else in here. I have no argument against Will of a Woman. I can totally see in a fairly run race why she'd be the horse to beat. But this horse's only dirt race was a sloppy track race, and I don't know, maybe this horse for a very, very good trainer just deserves a chance on a dry dirt track, but I would really want to get at least 5 to 1 on her.
And Javier Castellano, saw him walking in today.
Did you?
I
Well,
did.
there you go. That could be it. And
That was
Javier
it.
had
That's
2
the angle.
great rides
He
in the
did.
turf yesterday to win. He's riding in very fine form.
He really is. 7 to 2 on his mount right now. But as we head down to Samantha, the favorite continues to be Will of a Woman. What are you seeing from her going back to this level?
She's such a gorgeous mare, and I think she just paid a price for that huge effort 2 starts back. Whenever they brought her back, she just really didn't fire away that well, and I like the fact that they gave her some time. Whenever mares just run such a tough race like she did 2 back, I know it was a maiden victory. I think that, again, they probably just put her in a bit over her head, but she's in a right spot here today. I hope she can work out a good trip under jockey Kendrick Caramouche, because he's one that he's very forward with his horses, but he's one with her from off the pace, and it just doesn't seem after the first 2 races that you can make up too much ground. But we'll see. Like Andy astutely just noted that you don't want to make too much of an assertion after just 2 races. Now the 7 is a very short price, and I wonder if people are just a little bit shy of betting some of these others that we've seen their cards. But Midnight Love Affair, to me, is just a very small filly. You can just see her behind the pony there. She doesn't have a lot of size to her. Javier Castellano could probably reach out and touch her ears, just that short necked of a filly. And the midshipmans don't have a lot of size to them in general, so I totally understand why they put her on the all-weather surface and on the grass course. So to me, she's hard to bet, especially at a price like that. And then on the inside to the number 1, I think that this horse, if she can get out of the gate quick, she'll make a nice run at this field at a very nice price at 9 to 1.
Samantha, thank you. We'll see if the track continues as it has been, with horses being effective on the front end, inside speed being very beneficial. We'll soon find out. What about, that's a look at the horse in the number 7, Midnight Love Affair, who I know you have some attention on, Andy, but what about the money that the 5 Chardonnay Derby is taking? I know that she's also Linda Rice, but she seems like she really would have to step forward into this field.
Yeah, but it's Linda Rice, and, you know, she has upside, only raced 3 times. I thought she'd be the second choice in here. I was going to bet the 7, but at 5 to 2, I have absolutely zero interest in betting the 7 whatsoever. It's just going to pass. But 7 is the second choice in multi, so I don't see any real chance this horse is going down in odd, or going up in odds significantly. Went to 3 to 1. I mean, I don't know. You know, with Chardonnay Derby, it's Linda Rice off a win, Jose Lezcano, and there's not a lot to say about a lot of horses in this race.
Yeah.
I mean, there just isn't much form going on here. So I'm not surprised. I really thought she'd be the second choice. I don't know if David, the morning line maker, made her the second choice, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did. Let me take a look. Yeah, he had a second choice at 7 to 2, with the bottom at 5 to 2, and the 7 at 9 to 2. So he's pretty much around the right prices. They're not betting that's the fact, Jack, despite the fact that she won last time. She took more money in her last race than I would have expected her to take. She showed more speed than she had shown in prior races. She finished first, disqualified for the positive. But now it's 6 furlongs cutting back from a mile, where it's almost impossible to imagine her forwardly placed here. She could be back in last early in this running. We'll see if that's the case. I do agree. Eleni's a horse, you know, Samantha mentioned this horse. This horse could be the inside speed in here, and maybe there's a bias. And the thing about the racetrack, it's not just that we saw 2 horses wire, because that's not making a speed track. It's how fast the pace was last time, and nobody gained an inch of ground during the running of the race. Yeah. It was just a complete merry-go-round affair, and that's, to me, a suggestion the track may be very favorable, the fast pace and the way the race was run. But once again, you don't want to make those strong conclusions that early, especially given we haven't seen, in my opinion, a bias around here since we had that situation going back to February. Literally 3+ months since we've had a sustained any kind of bias, and for the most part, track's been pretty fair every day.
Which you love to see, but of course, do pay attention, adjust your handicapping if there is a race in a situation where it looks like there's a bias on the track, something to keep in mind, and also something to note down because you watch the horses that were against it moving forward.
Absolutely. And the odd thing is, why would it happen? That's why I'm a little circumspect about any bias. That's why I'm wondering is, we haven't had any rain.
Right.
We haven't had a change in weather. So, you know, when we had those biases back in February, we had gotten all of that snow. We had the sustained weather. There was a lot, I guess, of moisture that got in the track, and they were really trying to fix it. It just took a long time until this sort of weather cooperated enough to be able to do it. That's an understandable circumstance. Why there would be a bias, and I'm not saying there is one, but why one would come out of nowhere with no weather changes, it just doesn't make much sense. So I want to see a few more dirt races before I conclude it's an absolute bias. It just feels like something to talk about, as right now the 5 is the only one taking any money, has gone down to the second choice at 5-2. That's a little more surprising. It's almost like they're treating the race a little gently, but also neither the 5 or 8 have speed.
Right.
It's not like either one of them is getting bet because people perceive they're going to be forwardly placed. They're not betting this race as though they're considering a bias.
The number 1, Eleni, has speed, as Samantha touched on. The 4, Dat There's Right, does have speed, though has not seen the winner's circle in quite a long time. And we'll see what Midnight Love Affair does. Going back to the main track, has at times shown some speed and been a bit keen when on the turf as well. Just one dirt start to her name, and that was on a sloppy track back in 2024. So kind of an unknown in this spot, Midnight Love Affair, as we'll learn a little bit more about the track and about these horses as well as we get ready for the 3rd race coming up here. Again, non-winners of 2 in life, so everybody looking for the 2nd win of their career. And coming up a little bit later here in New York, we have a pick 6 carryover.
We do. A little over $14,000, almost $14,400. Starts in race 6, and I think is a sequence. It's a tricky sequence, sorry. It just doesn't seem like there's any particularly short prices to lean on in that sequence. We'll see how it plays out. I could easily see it carrying.
It'll be a fun one, that's for sure. Good luck if you're planning to participate in the Pick 6 carryover a little bit later on. Of course, we appreciate that. And we'll be following what takes place over at Laurel Park on Preakness Day as well, the middle jewel of the Triple Crown. Race 3 coming up next, Belmont at the Big A. You're watching live coverage here on Fox Sports. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
That's the fact Jack going in. Combatant Song. Dat There's Right. Will of a Woman to the outside. All set. And they're off. Good beginning from in between horses. Combatant Song is forwardly placed, and Dat Dares Right is towards the outside, very tightly bunched, and Eleni will assert. And at the rail, moving on through, Edgard, Zayas, and Eleni are now a half length in front. Combatant Song back to second after breaking quickly, then 3 wide, that's Dat Dares Right. 4 wide, Ishkabibble, 5 wide, Midnight Love Affair. Eleni is the clear leader with less than 4 furlongs to go, 22.39 was that opening quarter mile. Towards the back end of the field now in 6th, that's going to be Chardonnay Derby.
Derby from off the pace. Then Will of Woman starts to roll from the back in the trailer. That's the Fact Jack. Still 5 of them in that early scrum, and Eleni has been confronted by Combatant Song, who now puts a nose in front. Combatant Song is ready to challenge as they approach a quarter-mile left to go. Dat Dare's Right is still in the mix. Ishkabible trying to run on. Midnight Love Affair. It is Combatant Song who turns it for home. Eleni still battles on towards the inside. Dat Dare's Right down the center of the racetrack has some momentum. And here comes Midnight Love Affair, also on the grandstand side. Will of Woman, and that's the Fact Jack from way out of it. Jamie Rodriguez, that's the Fact Jack. They were last, now they're first. That's the Fact Jack will open up late. That's the Fact Jack wins it. Midnight Love Affair second, then Will of Woman and Combatant Song.
That's a Fact Jack. We talked about how she was cold on the board. Despite the fact winning last time out, she came from off the pace today, but she had some pace to run at to get back to the winner's circle.
No, that's a very fast pace for this level of horse, but that certainly didn't give any credence to there being a bias the way that race was run. So once again, that's why you don't want to be too conclusive. And she came from absolutely last and smoked the field for Dama Scatino, who's quietly had a very good week with another upset winner.
Yeah, got a win here at 7-1. She was a price. Finishing second was the number 7 in Midnight Love Affair, who was taking attention. She was wide the whole way. Looks like Javier was trying to keep her involved early, and she just didn't really have quite enough.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. There's nothing Javier could do. He had 7 posts and the whole field went. They were moving fast enough. It's not like he was raiding her off some sort of slow pace here. They were going fast, and she was second best. I mean, she was clearly second best in here, but even with the trip, I mean, the two just crushed the field here.
Much the best. That's the Fact Jack. Comes closing from off of it. Again, she got pace to run at, but she pulls the upset at 7-1. 2-7-8-3. That's the Fact Jack and Jamie Rodriguez with the victory in race 3. When we come back, we'll talk about the Champagne winner looking for the middle jewel of the Triple Crown. Napoleon Solo already has a grade 1 to his name. Can he add a classic victory to that resume? We're back on America's Day at the Races. As we just saw, that's the fact. Jack come rolling late to get the victory under Jamie Rodriguez and kind of dispelling any thoughts that maybe an inside speed bias might be placed.
I would agree. I know it's a weird race, but the way that race was run, it's hard to imagine that's the case. And every time this horse runs, I think of Stripes. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Stripes, but it's a line. And I mean, it's a line in general, but it's the funny part of Stripes.
If we ever do a movie quotes trivia, I want you on my team.
I could do fairly well in it.
Yeah.
Depends.
I think you could. On the far outside there in the pink cap, those blue blinkers, that's the fact. Jack just keeps coming. Nothing really to be done with the 7 Midnight Love Affair. She ran very well. Just got run down by that late closer.
Yeah, I mean, the 7, I guess the 2 was probably best. The 7 ran a winning race in there, and it's not Javier's fault. They were 5, a lot of them went. The pace was honest for this group, and he just got stuck with a lousy post on the outside. And nothing you could do about it the way the race played out, but this horse ended up just crushing the field.
16:52, that's the fact. Jack pulling the upset at 7-1. Take a look at the field for race 4, our first turf race of the day. Coming up, Belmont at the Big A. A fun one here right now. It is the number 4 Solo Shot who got the win last time when switching back to the turf. You and I discussing between her and Sadie Earp returning to New York for Wesley Ward, kind of the main players in this spot.
Yeah, I had thought the 1 would be favored. The morning line had the 4 a slight favorite over the 1. Looking at multis, the 1 is a pretty substantial favorite in pick 3s, not the case in doubles. Over time, the pick 3s are usually a better indicator of what their prices will be, but they'll be close between the 2 of them. For me, Wesley Ward, he ships here. His horses usually run well, and she ran fast enough as a 2-year-old. Routine improvement. I thought she'd be tough.
She faced some very good horses as a 2-year-old as well, including Cy-Fair, Sister Troyenne, who would win 5 in a row over the winter for Brian Lynch. She's run against some really good company.
She has, and I thought she'd be very, very dangerous. He tried her long. I'm not really sure why. First start of the year, when Wesley ships to New York with his horses that are stabled in Kentucky, they usually do well.
Talk a little bit more about that 4th race on the turf in a moment, but first, our America's Best Racing race of the week, of course, is the Grade 1 Preakness, the middle jewel of the Triple Crown. Coming up later on today, Napoleon Solo, who I know you're interested in, Andy, currently at 9-1 on the board. He is fast. He's already had a Grade 1. He won the Champagne as a 2-year-old, and he'd missed some time. He'd been rerouted going to the Wood Memorial. The first plan had originally been the Arkansas Derby, and it seems kind of back on track for him now.
Yeah, I mean, I am confident that if everyone in here ran their best race, the best race they've been capable of, he would win. Because his Champagne, in my opinion, was the best 2-year-old race of the year, the way he just blew that field out.
Yeah.
Having said that, I have some distance questions, and I think the connections probably do too, and maybe they'd consider the Woody Stevens instead of this horse, and maybe ultimately that will be the right race. But I can't get away from the fact that the Wood Memorial is proving going forward to be a very live race. 4 or 5 that ran out of it have come back and improved substantially, as much as 10 lengths pretty much each. But also, he's the speed. They're gonna have to run with him. If somebody wants to get involved with him early, they're gonna go on a suicide mission, because he's very, very fast. And he ran extremely well in the Wood, and as you pointed out, he was missing time working before the Fountain of Youth. He missed a workout before the Wood Memorial. Now, he's been working and working well leading into this race. He's finally coming to race as a 3-year-old where he's ready. Now, listen, he might be 2 in front at the 8th pole and finish 5th, and he may have some distance limitations, but I'm willing to take a shot at a price that he can get the job done. I like him and Iron Honor.
That's the Preakness coming up a little bit later on this afternoon as we turn our attention back over to Monmouth Park. Coming up next down on the Jersey Shore, their 4th race is our next order of business, a maiden claiming race going 1 mile and 70 yards on the main track. That's a look at the field right now as we check in with Paul and Megan.
Thanks, Acacia. We'll start off our late pick 5 here, 4th race to race number 8, and next race will be the Serena Song. How many fillies do you need to use to get through this race?
Probably quite a bit. I mean, I would say actually just 2. I really liked the physical of the 5 and the 7, the 5 Beckstreamer and the 7 Final Joke, who are also 2 completely logical prices on the board right now. But at the same time, with these maidens at this level, horses can improve.
It's a tough sequence, to be honest with you. I mean, the next race you might have to go a little bit deep. Let's start with the 2. It's the Stones here for Kelly Brain, who had a monstrous opening weekend. He's had a couple horses run today that have been a little not that good. Now, this horse has one race over the dirt where he passed a ton of horses. That was for maiden 12-5, and that's where he'll be today.
Yeah, same level, lateral move, getting back to the dirt, where this horse does have a workout over the surface and back on that aforementioned dirt try on February the 20th. You mentioned it. He made up the most ground of anyone. It was slower early fractions, slower race, and the early pace finished 1-2 that day, and he was kind of trailing. He was flat out outrun early. That was at a mile, and then he was kind of the best of the race rest late. I wonder if it was just a default third, though, at the end of the day. It was just a bad race, kind of a slower race, but at the same time, it does fit in this group. He just lacks early speed. Kind of perked up a bit on the turf. We'll see if he can do the same back on the dirt.
Yeah, I mean, they ran the mile in about, well, he ran the mile in about 1:44. That's not blazing, but that's what you're going to get in this group. Now, the 3 horse in here for Juan Avila, not a bad effort, 2 back. I kind of like the internal fractions who were at least involved early in that race.
Yeah, Fratellone, I believe. I might have butchered that.
Yeah.
I might have butchered that.
Well
But
done.
another one that gets back to the dirt does take a little bit of a drop in class. And back on April the 3rd, it was a weaker group. There was no next out winners. He did show more speed, though, which was encouraging. Kind of chased 3 wide, hustled along the turn, and fought kind of getting a little bit green down the lane. It wasn't as if he was just not swapping leads cleanly. So maybe if he can put a couple of things together, as the winner wired the field that day, and it was 1-2 yet again on the front end that day.
Yeah, the 5 and the 6 are other runners in here taking money. So is the 7 here. We'll start with the 5. Beck Streamer, now a gelding. Did not run bad. Actually had the lead at the top of the lane last time out. Now been gelded since. Actually gelded, it says reported gelding on April 16th.
This could have been a last time was the time type horse, considering he was 31-1 at this level, and he did come from off of the pace in a slower race where most of the effective running was done off the rail that day at Aqueduct. He tracked off the pace. He kind of broke awkwardly, shuffled out, and trailed, but he did so along the rail, and then he chased and got himself into the race. And I honestly agree with you. I thought he was going to be the eventual winner. It was a ride rally, and he got edged out late, but I'm hoping as you kind of go through his form lines, he can show a little bit more of that early speed.
Now, the 7 final joke, first off, the claim looks like it's going to be your favorite. And the 6, I thought was interesting. A great pedigree for Colts Neck trying the dirt for the first time.
I think I'd agree with you. Bold statement there on the dirt. Hard spun usually has a better propensity to run well on the main track. And the dam evidently was kind of a sturdy grass runner, though. I understand why they did try the turf. But we'll see how this horse does try the main track, as Jose Duarte has an incredible numbers doing so from that turf to dirt pivot.
He's 33% on that turf to dirt. So who did you land on here?
I'm going to go with Final Joke again, and I'll tell you why. Last time out, he's coming off of a quick turnaround for Danny, first off the claim from Danny Gargan, now with Silvino Ramirez, who I think is kind of a sneaky good trainer in terms of this colony at Monmouth. And back on it last week, he was incredibly strong, muscular, and just looked best. And he looked incredible yet again up there at 5-2. He was the only one to really make up any ground when no one did. He was well back and rallied well at, to me, what was just a disadvantage of how that race was run. So I'm hoping he can be a little bit more forward, get things a little bit more his way. We shall see. I am still a little bit hesitant of him. I do kind of I like the 5 Beck's Dreamer. Who did you land on, Paul?
I landed on the 3. I kind of know where you're going here with the 7, because I think the 3 or the 7, in case one of the first-time stars or somebody shows speed, because it looks like the 2 doesn't have much lick. I think the 4 will show a little speed, but I landed on the 3. I just think that horse will get a good trip. And the 7 final joke, I understand where you're going. This is a wide open race to start your pick 5. Don't forget, the late pick 3 here is a $3 variety, and they do have a $5 late double as well. The horse is still circling the gate. If you had 3 horses, who would your 3 horses be in this race? If you had 3 horses to choose.
I would actually keep it to 2. I would keep it to 5 and the 7. I would keep it a little slim.
I'm 3, 5, 7 here. Maiden 12-5. 3-year-olds and up, going 1 mile and 70 yards. Race number 4 from Monmouth Park. Matt Dinnerman has the call.
Fratellone goes in. Final joke, post 7. 2 back, pretty 6-y. And final bid to the outside. Final bid, the last one to go in. We're ready to go. And we're up. From post 6, Bold Statement sent for speed. Beck Streamer sticking to that one early. Law of Uncertainty, the first-time starter, has early lick on debut. And there goes Law of Uncertainty down on the inside to snatch the lead going into the first turn. Law of Uncertainty, the leader length from Bold Statement, who runs in the second spot. Beck Streamer back in third in a pocket pass by Final Joke there on the outside. Then comes One Bid, racing level 5th with Fred Aloni down on the inside. It's the Stones' second to last and Pretty Sixy well behind early as the 8 runners swing up the backstretch. Law of Uncertainty paves the way. Just a narrow margin. It's about a quarter of a length. Bold Statement, they're on the outside, the presser. Length and a half to Beck Streamer in a pocket third. Final Joke outside in a good spot. Then One Bid, Fred Aloni inside. Within 5 lengths of the lead is the Gray. 4 clear of It's the Stones, and another 5 to Pretty Sixy as they're halfway home. Law of Uncertainty, narrow lead. Bold Statement right to the outside. Needle along to keep up. Final Joke 3 wide into that third position, and One Bid is farther out 4 deep. Sent hard rounding the far turn. Beck Streamer has horse. Beck Streamer behind horses. Nowhere to go right now, but has a lot of horses. They round the far turn. Law of Uncertainty drops anchor. Bold Statement starting to give way. Final Joke finds himself in front with One Bid, and Fratelloni is let loose on the far outside. Fratelloni from the back of the field is taking command and comes off the turn, drifts wide, but he's in charge and has the momentum. Fratelloni, 1 furlong to go here. Final Joke to the inside, not done yet. Final Joke coming back at Fratelloni, reclaims the lead with a furlong to go. And it's Final Joke hitting the 16th pole from Fratelloni in the second spot. Final Joke gets the last laugh to win it. Fratelloni second, One Bid third, and Beck Streamer was fourth.
Final Joke digging in, gets the win. Luis Rivera with another one.
I want to know how much Matt was waiting to be able to say that Final Joke gets the last laugh. I just want to ask him.
He probably wrote that one down earlier.
He was definitely ready for that one. It looked like he wasn't going to be able to use it as Frat alone looked like was swooping the field, but those swoops sometimes take a little out of you late in the race. As claimed in his last race off of Danny Gargan, gets the win first off the claim.
Final Joke does one better after finishing second at Monmouth last time out, gets the victory today. When we come back, we'll talk Taj Mahal, who could potentially have the home court advantage in this year's Preakness. 3 for 3 at Laurel Park, including the Federico Tessio in his most recent start.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it. .44.4 for that hot half-mile time, and now Solitude Dude is down to business.
And another terrific display from Queen Maxima. And a very special performance indeed out of El Potente.
Rude Velocity, a sharp 3-length winner of the Pate Mile.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, He sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridora. Gunrunner, breed true.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. We have race 4 coming up next. Belmont at the Big A, our first turf race of the day. This one's sprinting for fillies and mares. Favoritism has now shifted over to the one Sadie Earp, who comes in for Wesley Ward, and we have seen as she kicks off the post parade, Andy, his horse is coming to New York, especially this time of year, very live.
Seems like all time. Anytime he's shipping from Keeneland, particularly dangerous. Can this one make the lead? Will Bourbon Betty clear and sit second, or her sit second? We'll see.
Here's a wild card in the race, Coach Albert Lady. First time for Rudy Brisset.
I think this horse is about as wild a wild card as you could ever seen. One that's been going long down in Puerto Rico. Tries the turf with a little bit of pedigree.
Will not be swayed, goes back to the grass.
Off the claim from Linda Rice for Lolita Shibmongo. This horse has some races that give her a chance if the race falls apart.
Yep. Generous price at 10-1. Their Solo Shot winner on the turf last time.
She's a generous price at 7-2, frankly, in this race off her last race. She runs her last race. The one better have her running shoes on.
Next will be the number 5, Shore War. She was 3rd last time out at a big price.
Yeah, and she comes out of a very good race. She had an extremely good trip in there, but it was also a good field, and she's a big price. It's not certainly a contender. The other Amelia Green.
Wesley Ward 1-2 in that race.
Yep.
Here's Madonna of Loretto. Comes in after being purchased at the digital sale.
Well, maybe this will be the first William Walden horse we've seen in New York in about a year and a half that hasn't won. I just wonder how good she is, but I'm never going to be surprised, though. Trainer switches on the turf. He's 0 for 5, and considering he's only lost 6 races in the last year and a half, that's pretty remarkable.
There is, she's got Will off the layoff from Mark Cassie.
Yeah, you know, she's an interesting horse. I wonder if she'll get claimed out of this race. She's got a little bit of pedigree, and she did, at times, has run well, but she's done it when she's at a good pace. I don't know how strong the pace is going to be.
And there's Bourbon Betty. She wired the field in her turf debut last time. Tons of turf pedigree for this
Obviously, she moved forward in the turf. That goes without saying, and maybe she clears again. I think, though, this is a significantly better field occasion. I know you agree than she ran against last time.
Yeah, she meets some salty company for her first race against winners. That's the favorite, Sadie Earp, as we touched on earlier. She ran against some very good horses as a 2-year-old, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint winner Cy-Fair, Sister Troyenne, multiple stakes winner, who was on a tear down at Gulfstream. This is her near miss at Saratoga when she finished 2nd.
Yeah, and thought she ran a respectable race that day. She's run well enough as a 2-year-old. She ran a 72 Beyer this day despite not winning. That could easily transfer to be in the 80s, making her debut as a 3-year-old. She comes in for Wesley, who always is live when he ships in here. I just couldn't really resist her. I'm not running the window at 2-1, though I'm not surprised she's this price. I just feel like Solo Shot, who is the horse to beat outside of her, I just felt like last time was the time for her. You got 4-1 against a less good field. But to be fair, Solo Shot beat Blossoming Erudite last time, and she's not bad. So it's not like she beat a bunch of bums. She beat a decent field and made them look like a bunch of bums.
She got a good figure for that race as well when sprinting on the turf. Horses warming up on the track. Let's check in with Samantha Perry.
A nice group of fillies and mares here on the track and on the warm-ups. And the number 2, Coach Albert Lady, the wild card of all wild cards here. And she's going to have to face a tough task today. The first being the fact that she's never tried the grass course. But I do like when fillies try something new for the very first time. That's usually the time that they just really jump up in a big way. And I was able to watch some of her breezes at Keeneland, where trainer Rudy Brisset does keep a lot of his horses year-round, actually. Even during the wintertime, he trains across their all-weather surface there, but she's not a very big filly at all, so why not try the grass? I got a good look at her pasterns here in the paddock, and they're very sloping and long, so I think that she should handle the grass just fine. Now, does she have this kind of ability? That remains to be seen, but the way that she was breezing at Keeneland, just in hand, skipping away from her workmate with that turf action, I find her very, very intriguing here in this spot. The one, Sadie Earp, is a 3-year-old that's going to take on a couple of older fillies and mares here. And my kind of hang up on her and why I don't have her in my top 4 is just she didn't really physically take a step forward from 2 to 3, and that's what worries me here. She just has those shorter legs, and she's a very strong filly. I do like the fact that they're going to keep her at this sprint distance, and I know those races that she was exiting were just some really tough customers here, but I'm not completely sold on her. But it's Wesley Ward on the grass sprinting. Bet against him at your own peril. The 7, She's Got Will. She is very aptly named because she has been a handful all around, just coming into the paddock, and when she got out on the track, she was breathing fire, and she looks good, but I wonder, she's not stopped moving for 2 seconds here, so I wonder if she's kind of leaving it all out on the warm-up here. She's one that's coming off of a little bit of a layoff. I would imagine that she's one that breaks, and I don't know how much she'll have left in the tank. I would like to see her a little bit more settled here, but she is a nice filly when she puts her mind to it. It's interesting to see how high-strung she is considering her running line. She's one that tends to lag back a little bit. But the 2 for me, the big question is the grass. Nice price at 12 to 1.
Yeah, she definitely is the question mark of this race, Samantha. Thank you. That's a look at She's Got Will, though, as she is 5 to 1. And as Samantha touched on, she does not have any early speed, but she does have some ability in there.
No question. Yeah. I'm not going to argue with Kate horses in this race, and she has run races that could make her a winner here. I just worry the race is not going to set up well for her. When she won in Saratoga, is when we talk about how we see in those 5.5 furlong races, closers often do better than they do at 6 here because the paces are often so much hotter, and that was the case there. And if Samantha's right about Coach Albert Lady, a big tip of the hat to her. I get her taking a shot, and this was a total shot horse. But you know what? I can see it. It's just hard to see this horse running in 1 1/8 races down at Puerto Rico and winning here, but who knows?
We'll soon find out. Race 4, first turf race of the day. Coming up, here's Chris Griffin.
Good beginning for all, and at the rail, Sadie Earp is now flashing early speed. Sadie Earp with a nose advantage, not getting away from the field, though, as here comes Madonna of Laredo, is now second, out there towards the 4 outside. Bourbon Betty is a challenging third. In between horses will not be swayed tightly at the rail. That's Coach Albert Lady. Backing out of that early mix was Shore Wars, and the Purple Silks wants to stay up in that early mix. Second to last, Solo Shot, and the trailer in a tightly packed field. She's Got Will. 22.30 measured opening quarter there for Sadie Earp, and Sadie Earp takes him into the far turn. Madonna of Laredo is still in second at the rail. That's Coach Albert Lady progressing in third. Bourbon Betty's wide in fourth, trying to re-rally as Shore War. Backing out of there was Caught in Traffic, as Will Not Be Swayed is now at the tail end of the field. Confident look back from Edgard Zaya, seeing where the contenders are, but Sadie Earp now gets the cue to kick away. Sadie Earp trying to open up in the final stages. Here comes She's Got Will. Dylan Davis, they're the one they're rolling on the grandstand side. Sadie Earp is still in front, still running on She's Got Will on that grandstand side, but a 16th left to go. Sadie Earp in command and will win it. Sadie Earp wins it. Tight there for second. Give it to Solo Shot. She's Got Will in a photo for fourth.
Sadie Earp delivers 9 to 5 on this Wesley Ward trainee. We talked about how his horses are live and the quality of what she'd been facing as a 2-year-old. She was ready to roll.
Once she broke so sharply and Bourbon Betty wasn't going to be a threat early, I mean, if you could have frozen this 100 yards into the race, she might have been 3 to 5.
Right.
And on a turf course that's gotten pretty firm, 22.3 is not that fast. It's not crawling. We've seen slower times with the rails out 24 feet, but she just dominated. Frankly, the 7 ran well to be second, given how the race was run. And you know what? Sam's horse ran, I think, 5th here, but she 4th or 5th. She didn't run that badly. I would say Coach Albert Lady at least outran her odds.
She was down on the inside, Coach Albert Lady, in that red cap, and she hung around there. It was kind of a blanket finish for second, but she dug in. She showed something there. Good effort, as mentioned, from the 7. She's Got Will, who is that big white face on the outside. It was actually the 4 Solo Shot between horses who got up for second. 1-4-7-5 under the line. No doubt about the winner, though. Number 1, Sadie Earp. I would imagine she's going to stick to sprinting on the turf.
It would have been a very exciting race if the one hadn't been in there.
I know. Yeah, it would have been quite a finish. When we come back, we'll talk about honoring a legendary mare. As Andy has said, the word great gets thrown around. Well, great is absolutely a word that should be used to describe Serena Song. We pay tribute to her with her namesake race coming up at Monmouth after this.
Issues.
Hey, JK. I don't hear anything.
He died the day the Breeders' Cup in Monmouth.
Okay.
And it was a beautiful.
Hi, JK.
Hi, Keisha.
Hey. All right, got him. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. As you see that banner in the hall there at Monmouth Park, Serena Song, just an absolutely sensational racehorse. As we look back, I believe we're showing back her Haskell, yes, where she won and beat the boys in the 1995 Haskell. She danced every dance, Andy. Not only was she spectacular on the racetrack, beating males, beating everybody that she came in contact with pretty much, she turned out to be an incredible broodmare as well.
She's been a good dam of dams,
yes,
you know,
she has
also.
Been.
And yeah, if you missed her, they'll call them great when sometimes they weren't. They could only undersell her throughout her career. 114 Buyer winning the Jim Beam on the dirt at the time against 3-year-olds. This Haskell got beaten in the wire by Mahogany Hall in the Whitney as a 4-year-old. I mean, she not only was competitive in every single race basically she was in, no matter who she was running against, and there were a lot of good fillies and mares. Heavenly Prize she was running against, you know, Yanks Music. I mean, these were serious horses. She always held her own. I mean, look at that record.
11-time Grade 1 winner.
I mean,
amazing.
29 of 38, first or second. You know, it's like either if she showed up, she was right there against the very best horses in the very biggest races throughout her career. She was really something special.
We pay tribute to Serena Song with the race named after her coming up. Stakes action at Monmouth here for the 3-year-old fillies and mares. Lost Horizon, one of the ones taking attention for Chad Brown, as we saw her most recently in the top flight. Do note there is a rider change. Rivera Jr. will be aboard her.
Yeah, with Sammy Morin having some issues in the morning, not being able to ride. I'm going to bet on the outside horse, Our Daydreaming Girl. Maybe she's lost her best form, but I thought she's the one that has a class edge, and she'll be a reasonable price.
I agree. She's faced some tough company throughout her career and has been in some pretty tricky spots as well. We'll see if she still has her form, and she's a pretty generous price right now at 5-1. Domino Vitale, currently the favorite at 9-5. She's done very little wrong, but she is facing stakes company for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, on a speed figure level, she's run 2 straight buyer figures in the mid-80s, which does make her the horse to beat. I'm a little skeptical of the horses that she was beating in those races, and I'm going to take a sort of wait-and-see approach with her. I'm going to bet on the 7, as I said, Our Dreaming Girl, but I want Meg or Paulie to give me a push on them.
Well, first, let's hear from the connections. Let's go to Megan with a special guest.
Check. Well, quite the crew here assembled. Acacia, Jorge Delgado. To my right, we've got Frankie Dettori, and of course, Ammo Racing's kid option, and Domino Vitale. Dominant last time out, 6-linked victory, but got the freshening. Talk us through how she's come out of that race into this stakes debut.
Yeah, really nice, like she's been good from day one, and I believe she's, getting better by races. Every time she races, she runs better, and today I hope she's not the exception.
Kia, you've got a dominant force in global racing, but now having incredible stock here in the U.S. What initially caught your eye regarding this filly?
Oh, well, when we went to the sales, we were walking around, and everybody, the whole team said, this is a filly we're not going to leave without. And so we were very lucky to have her. She unfortunately got injured in her 2-year-old career, so it's been a little bit of a process, but Jorge's done a really, really good job in bringing her back, and we're happy just to be here. Frankie and I flew from London now, so we're excited just to be here, and we've got a lot of good horses with Jorge, so fingers crossed.
Taking on Maryland, I assume, the sale over there?
Yeah, I mean, we've been to every breeze up at the moment, and definitely we're going to have some coverage there, but this is more important today.
Absolutely. I couldn't leave out Frankie Dettori on my left, and just on standby in case anything goes awry. I'm assuming you can just jump on board over there.
Well, it's quite different as you come in as a retired jockey, but it's nice to be back. I'm part of the Ammo team now. We got a nice filly with George, and, today's quite a tough challenge, but we see what we had from today. But like Kia said, we have a few horses here in America now. Let's hope we can find a real good one so we can come back here more often.
Absolutely. Well, this Acacia has been such a treat to catch up with the team as Domino Vitale takes on Stakes Company for the very first time, and she looks absolutely incredible doing it. I say so myself.
Look forward to seeing her. Megan, thank you for personal experience. The Ammo Racing team is a very, very fun group, and I'm sure should they get the win today will be a big celebration as well. Frankie, I'm sure if he had his choice, he'd like to be on horseback.
I guess.
Let's meet the field for the Serena Song, beginning with the 2 Lost Horizon.
I mean, in fairness to her, she has improved in her recent starts, and she actually didn't run that badly. She was overbet in the top flight. I think she fits in this race, but she's nothing particularly fast about her.
There is Riding Pretty, trying to turn things around.
She just doesn't have much speed, and she's probably not as good as the others. It's a tough combo.
Waveless, at least she did take a big step forward where she needed to last time out.
Yeah, and I like the fact that she has shown an ability to rate, but this is a much tougher spot.
Domino Vitale, we just heard from Connections.
Yeah, she's probably sitting second to the number 4 Waveless in the running of this race, and she has run 2 big figures. We'll see if she can withstand a class move up.
There's the 6. It's Good to Be Jose.
Another horse stretching out that could be forward, and she's probably going to have to run back to her 1 good race at 6 furlongs.
And Our Daydreaming Girl, who has faced some very good company.
I would say if she could run back to the 7 furlong Interborough, she could win here. And even Double Dog Dare, she got a decent enough figure. She did not run well 2 back in the top flight, and I liked her that day. She's going to have to show that she can get back to some of that 3-year-old form, and this is the race she needs to do it. But I'm going to bet a few bucks.
Let's take a look at the last race for Domino Vitale. She's only ever run thus far down in Florida, breaking her maiden first time out at Tampa, and then those last 2 starts at Gulfstream. So waters get deeper here today, but she was dominant in that last score.
Yeah, I won't disagree with that. She's run 2 big figures, an easy win. The second place finisher was a Pletcher horse. Third place finisher was the speed in this race. I don't know how good they were. I don't know how good Contrary, who beat her 2 races back, is. But she did run good figures at Gulfstream, and if she brings those kind of numbers up here against tougher competition, she is the horse to beat, and I can understand. She's likely to be under 2-1 by post time, judging by the odds, looking at the fixed odds.
2-1 right now, as that's a look at Lost Horizon. Also 2-1 right now, as we see horses warming up on the track. For more for the Serena Song, let's check in with Paul and Megan.
As the horses are getting ready to go to the gate here for the Serena Song. And right now the 5, good interview, by the way, in a group that's really ready for racing. I like this filly. I think she's got a big shot.
She does. And looking at her, she was just physically imposing. She has the size and propensity that even this quote-unquote mile distance, a little further than that, she wants more than this. I find she is going to be one that, honestly, this could be a little bit more of a starting point for her, as she is a daughter of Uncle Mo. Her dam, though, was a graded stakes placed dirt sprinter, but man, was she physically imposing. As I spoke with Kia, it was my first time meeting him. I don't know if folks at home know just how much of a powerhouse he is worldwide.
Yeah.
So seeing him at Monmouth Park was quite the treat and the surprise all in one.
Now the Chad Brown runner and the Todd Pletcher runner, right now, it looks like they're almost the same on the board. Waveless and Lost Horizon, do you like which one better?
I'm actually leaning towards Lost Horizon, just looking at them, comparing them physically. Lost Horizon's one that does have to get a bit better. Kind of fell to the class last time out, and she did ride the bias 2 back in that victory. But I do find, just looking at her, I preferred her over Waveless, currently 8-5. I do like the price I'm getting there on the number 2, Lost Horizon. But they're both so tactical. They've kind of got a similar profile, Paul.
And the filly with the price, the outside filly. I know Andy likes this horse a little bit. She's pretty honest.
She is. She always shows up, and you can kind of forgive her a little bit there last time out, or excuse me, 2 back in the top flight. But Paul, this is pretty wide open. I'm against taking 6-5 on the current favorite.
Let's go to Matt Dinnerman. Only a couple more left to load. Good luck in the Serena Song.
Domino Vitale goes in. 2 back. It's Good to Be Jose. Our Daydreaming Girl, outside post, 5-1 currently. We're ready to go. And we're off in the Serena Song Stakes. Good start for all. It's Good to Be Jose on the lead. Domino Vitale on a strong hold early. Had to check in the early stages there to ration the speed, but she's naturally quickest strides in front. It's Good to Be Jose runs in second going into the first turn. Domino Vitale speedy. Leads a length and a half. Clearly quickest here from It's Good to Be Jose. Lost Horizon down on the inside, claiming the third spot with Waveless. Gap of 2.5 to Our Daydreaming Girl. And riding pretty at the back of the field early. 6 or 7 lengths behind the front running Domino Vitale, who shows the way a half length. It's Good to Be Jose, not letting the front runner get a clear time of it here. And Domino Vitale leads the way a half length. It's Good to Be Jose pressing. Domino Vitale easily opens up a length now. It's Good to Be Jose on her tail second. Lost Horizon third down on the inside. Length and a half to Waveless. A similar margin to both Riding Pretty and Our Daydreaming Girl as they hit the half-mile pole. Domino Vitale looks to be going comfortably. Leads a length and a tail. It's Good to Be Jose second. Lost Horizon down on the inside moving up. And now Domino Vitale's leaving the rail open for Lost Horizon to come forward if she's good enough. Is asked to go by Luis Rivera Jr. here. Domino Vitale, narrow lead on Lost Horizon right to the inside. And these two are a neck apart coming to the top of the lane. It's Good to Be Jose. Bows out in third. Waveless needs to do a lot more as they come off the turn. Lost Horizon riding the inside to the lead and went right by Domino Vitale at the 3/16. It's Lost Horizon, the leader here by 2.5 now. Domino Vitale second, Waveless into third, but with a 16th to go, Lost Horizon is running away with the Serena Song Stakes trophy. Lost Horizon, Luis Rivera Jr. with a hat trick today. Domino Vitale just held off Our Daydreaming Girl for the second spot, and Waveless was fourth.
$2.57 as Lost Horizon rides the rail to an easy victory.
Wow, was this her coming out party, you could say, as Domino Vitale set a pace where she seemed pretty comfortable on the front end, and then there goes Luis Rivera Jr. up the inside. Paul, this is a daughter of Wildcat, who was a Grade 1 winner and just beautifully bred there in those iconic silks of Peter Brandt for trainer Chad Brown, notching the Serena Song. I wonder what the next step is with her, because she really proved that she could class up today, and she looks like she's got the size and scope to go even longer than this.
Yeah, 3 for 6 lifetime. She gets the job done here, Keisha, at 3-1, 2-5 in the 7, just misses for third in the Serena Song.
Pickup mount for Luis Rivera Jr. That makes 3 on the day out of 5 races for him as he takes the Serena Song. A big opportunity for him, and he made the most of it with that rail skimming ride.
It's important to get black type with a horse like this and see if they're going to try tougher company next time. But she's a homebred with plenty of pedigree, and it just makes her more valuable winning races like this. We'll see if, they look for a race like the Molly Pitcher, which obviously will be a tougher race, the Big Perch on Haskell Day, if they're thinking about the Shoe V up in Saratoga. She is improving. I've never loved this horse, but she is improving.
Back in New York, excuse me, as we just saw Sadie Earp heading into the winner's circle after the 4th race, sprinting on the turf, 578. She dominated on the front end there.
Yeah, I mean, listen, with no other speeds, I'm not sure why the 8 was rated so strongly in that race. And when that happened, it just allowed her to dominate this race in the front end. But I don't know if they were beating her anyway, because on this course right now, that quarter with the rail out 22-1 is probably pretty quick.
Sadie Earp with the win after facing some very good horses as a 2-year-old makes her 3-year-old debut a victorious one. Here's a look at the field for race 5, a mile on the main track, a maiden claiming for 20,000. Right now it is Swiss Army Knife to the outside, no surprise, as the favorite. Significant drop in class off of his dirt form.
Yeah, and judging by the double, you're going to be getting a shorter price than 9-5, and Swiss Army Knife has faced horses that are in a completely different galaxy on the dirt than he's running against today.
Well, it's time for me to say goodbye, at least for now. I know.
Whatever.
I'm leaving
Abandon me. Maybe we were that Greg Wolf guy.
I'm giving you Greg Wolf. Greg coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. I'll be back reporting later, and Andy will be here as well.
Not much longer.
Not much
You're leaving.
longer.
I'm out of here soon.
That's it. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, we'll talk about Edgard Zayas. He'll be aboard Sounds Like Fun in this upcoming race, making New York his home.
To get up into the Surfing Classic is
Good Magic, the classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of Racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life, and Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
Back with you in our continuing live coverage here on Fox Sports 2. Happy Preakness Saturday afternoon. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Clement with Andy Serling as we are, what, 4 hours, less than 4 hours from that middle jewel of the Triple Crown.
Correct. Yes, exciting.
Yeah. Lots still to come here in New York, and feature just run, early feature, I guess, call it. Serena Song, though, Lost Horizon, impressive for Chad Brown, Peter Brandt, and Samuel Marin.
And this is a homebred for Peter Brandt, who raced the Dam Wildcat, who was racing in South America before she came up. I think she got her Grade 1 win, the Beldame, before it became a Grade 2, the historic Beldame. And much like Serena Song, she won the Beldame.
Winner's Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic. May 2-year-olds in training sale, May 18th and 19th after the Preakness in Timonium. Where will you be? $8.20 for the win. Domino Vitale, our daydreaming girl, complete the trifecta.
Yeah, and Wildcat's one of many Grade 1 winners that Chad Brown and Peter Brandt had together. I don't know if Lost Horizon's going to be a Grade 1 winner, but she's improving.
Yeah, and apologies.
You should.
Yeah, brighter change. Luis Rivera Jr., Paul with him now.
With winning jockey of the Serena Song, Luis Rivera Jr. aboard Lost Horizon. You weren't named on this horse, but she ran well today.
Yeah, you know, when you're riding for Chad Brown, you're pretty confident with, like, it doesn't matter if you rode him last time or not, if you pick up the mount. When you're on his horses, you know you got a good horse. You know what I mean?
How's the rail playing so far? I know Danny sort of gave you the rail, but has it been pretty good the last couple days, or at least opening weekend as well?
Well, today I won the 3 races I won today were in the rail, so I would say like it's pretty decent the rail this time. But in the last race, I don't think the rail was a bias. I just got enough horse.
When you ride for, like you said, for Chad, do you get excited? If a lot of people don't know, Samuel Marin got hurt. When you get the call like this, do you know what you're riding? Do you look through the form?
Of course. Well, today I was pretty busy. I ride all the races, and I got lucky. I was not riding the stake. I didn't got enough time to study the race, but like the 5 minutes before I went out, I took a look to the last replays, and I had an idea of what I was going to do.
Well, hat trick for Luis Rivera, and Serena Song gets the job done on Lost Horizon. He's looking for 4 or 5.
Yeah, on quite a roll. 3 wins, last 4 starts. So we get you back to New York. 1 turn mile here in this 5th. Going to start a mandatory pay pick 5, $20,000 maiden claiming race. Swiss Army knife. Blinkers come off for Todd Pletcher. 6-5 favorite.
Yeah, I mean, this horse has been running against horses in a different galaxy than he's facing today, and I don't love taking short prices, but he's probably going to be very hard to beat.
Here's Isola Doro to kick off the post parade.
I took a brutal beat with this horse last time against what I think was a somewhat softer field.
Sounds like fun. Forward last start, backed up to 3rd.
We saw Speed do well in the early 2 races. This horse will need the track to help him, but he has speed.
Stretching back out, Private Flight.
Based on his race last time at 6 furlongs at Gulfstream, he's one of the main players and biggest threat to the favorites. Why second choice?
Not Stay Thirsty, Stay Frosty, my friend. A 3-year-old Bifrosted, start number 2.
Did you think this horse a little interesting second time out? I would throw this horse in the number a little bit.
Yeah, it took a little bit of attention first time out, and that was a debut. It can certainly improve. Upside horse, the 5 scratched. Here's Magnum's Macro Burst for David Donk.
Yeah, this horse really has more of a turf pedigree and just has not done any running in the 2 dirt races.
Magnum's Microburst ran the other day. Here's Baby Meanie at 19-1.
Good thing they're not in a race together. Baby Meanie's last race was at least an improvement from a figure standpoint.
And even money on a horse who just keeps dropping lower and lower and lower, not making much of an impact.
Yeah, but this big drop, and this is a typical Todd Pletcher move, right? Just listen, you've got the kind of horses they have. At some point, you have to be realistic. And they only paid $60,000 for this horse when they bought it back at a digital sale back in January. So it didn't really work out against tougher company, and you've got to put them in a spot where they can win.
And even money to get the win here. The first of his career. It will be the first time hitting the board as well. Let's head downstairs to Samantha Perry.
Thank you, Greg. And yeah, this is a field that's a bit of a puzzle here, and I'm going against the favorite, taking a look at the number 2, who has that sharp gate speed, and I think we'll see this happen again here today. Jockey Edgar Zayas going for back-to-back victories here, and I love the warm-up that I saw from this horse. This is a horse, the 2 Sounds Like Fun, who just broke off from the pony, jumped immediately into the bit like a rocket ship, and just looked beautiful doing that. Now he tired late last time out, and 0 for 13 is the 14th try, the charm. I hope it is here today. I do like the price. I get he's shown all of his cards, but he ran a very fast race last year going long, and I prefer him at this distance here. So now we've got 2 races under his belt, a third start off a layoff and second start off the claim, I hope is the winning move. Now, the 8 Swiss Army Knife, they paid $60,000 for this horse at the digital sale. They pull the blinkers off of him. They tried him a couple times with him on, and if he can run back to that race 2 back, I get it. It was just such a tough race that those horses, you know, would be a crazy favorite in a spot like this, but I just don't particularly trust him, especially because he's a horse that mentally just seems a little bit further behind, and he's taking on some older horses like the number 3 Private Flight, who I'm very familiar with at Gulfstream. And I thought this race last out, he probably should have won. He was defeated by an 0 for 6er maiden that day and just couldn't really get into it. Maybe was a little bit further behind than he should have been, but I do like the fact that they're going to stretch him out. I just feel like maybe the 7 furlongs is his sweet spot, that 6.5, 7, as opposed to the mile, but he is a big, strong horse, so we'll see what he can work out here today. But just figure-wise, I feel like maybe going a little bit shorter is the trick for him.
Samantha, thank you. 4 to 5. She gave us that report now on Swiss Army Knife, the 8 odds on, as we get set for a mandatory pay pick 5 coming up. And that makes second choice Private Flight here at 3 to 1, who did drop to this lower level. It was sprinting last time out. We'll see if this one can be effective going back to a mile.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of a question, but obviously ran a fast enough race to be competitive here. Listen, I don't want to, you know, I picked the 8. I'm not running to window to bet horses like this, and I don't bet heavy favorites. I might use them in multis if I'm using them to sort of key off in a multi, but it just seems like Swiss Army Knife is making the drop needed to win the race, and these kind of horses usually do pretty well for Todd. We'll see.
I am with you, though. I think the most interesting horse on this board is the 4. Had to deal with the rail in the debut. Obviously a sharp trainer, Gregory Sacco, and now getting more ground for the second start of his career. 13 to 1.
Yeah, thought this horse a little bit sneaky.
Jamie Rodriguez will ride. Here's the second choice, though. Jose Lezcano on Private Flight. 9th try to get that first win of the career. But again, the odds-on favorite, Swiss Army Knife, lowest level he'll have run at yet in career start number 6 for Hall of Fame Barna Todd Pletcher. Manny Franco rides. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
2 out. Baby Meanie. Swiss Army Knife. All set. And they're off. Slow beginning towards the back end of the field. Stay frosty, my friend. Speed at the rail from Isoladoro. And Isoladoro's in the early mix, is now a neck in front. Pressure to the outside by Sounds Like Fun, who's in that early mix. And just to their far outside, here comes the favorite in Swiss Army Knife to join them. So tightly bunched on the front end as they come out of the chute, 3 of them vying for that early lead, and in between horses, Sounds Like Fun with a head advantage. Isoladoro's holding the rail position, 23.29 for that pressured opening quarter mile. Just stalking off of them is Swiss Army Knife. They are 4 lengths in front from Private Flight, who's alone in 4th. Towards the inside, Red Cap, but Stay Frosty, my friend, who is off a step slow, is progressing from 5th. Just in behind them, Magnum's Macroburst and the trailer, Baby Meanie. They work up the backstretch and well off the rail on the far outside. Free running is Swiss Army Knife, ready to challenge the 2 to the inside. Sounds Like Fun with a neck in front. Now a half length, 45 and 4, the half-mile time. Dropping back Isoladoro's, now back to 3rd, and the top duo go at it. It Sounds Like Fun with the advantage. Swiss Army Knife trying to do more towards the outside and ready to challenge. And here comes Swiss Army Knife and Manny Franco on the move. These two are well apart, just drifting out there. Swiss Army Knife, they reach the top of the stretch, hugging the rail. Sounds Like Fun, battles on. Swiss Army Knife now gets the edge. Here from the back comes Private Flight, who is starting to rally on from 4th. But it's mild impact so far as Swiss Army Knife is wandering about, has a furlong left to go, and now has a 3.5, 4-length advantage. Swiss Army Knife is approaching the final 16th. Private Flight has taken second from far out of it. Late run here from Stay Frosty, my friend. But Swiss Army Knife was weaving in and out, but will get the victory. Private Flight second, Isolador on a late run from Baby Meanie.
Swiss Army Knife finally finds the right spot, dropping in for 20,000 maiden claiming, and gets the first win of the career.
At a certain point, you have to be realistic with your horses if you want to win races. And is it possible this horse could have found a slightly tougher group and won? Maybe, but I think you just have to recognize who they are and where they belong. And that's what Todd Pletcher did in this situation. Probably got claimed out of here. I'm sure, I can't imagine Linda Rice doesn't have a claim in, right? At the very least.
Probably on everyone, yeah. 4 to 5 here. Swiss Army Knife.
Pretty quick pace,
joke
huh?
3 early on, absolute. 45 and 4 to the half for this level.
They pick it up in that second quarter down the straightaway, no question about it. And you know, it's interesting that one came back on to be third in here, sort of.
Yeah.
For a condemnation of the rest of them.
4 to 5 over 3 to 1 over 9 to 1 with 32 to 1 shot Baby Meanie. Completing the top 4 in here, but no question about your winner. Formful start to a mandatory payout pick 5.
I like the name, Baby Meanie. Good name.
Is that what they called you?
They just call me Baby. He's considered.
We just
still.
call you Meanie. So.
Right. Or Baby.
Odds on. Here to start off this mandatory payout pick 5, Eric Cancel. Heading to the Jersey Shore for the summer season. See if he can pick up his first winner of the meet when we come back. Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Gorgeous Saturday afternoon here in New York. As we have Swiss Army Knife finally graduating here. Career start number 6, dropping to the lowest level he'd run at yet.
It's about time that Manny Franco guy won a race. You know? I mean,
get with it, Manny.
seriously. Come on, Manny. Get it together. He was much the best. He just was dropping into a race where he's just better than the horses, you know. You turn around, you don't see growth equity in there, and Guffey and Hadrian's Wall and Talkin and Stradale, it's a little easier.
Couple hundred wins a year, not enough for you for Manny Franco in New York?
It's never enough. No, probably not enough for Manny. Listen, if you're competitive, you want to win every race you're in, and we are big Manny Franco fans in this set.
Pick 5 that ends there over $2,600. Race 6, start of the pick 6, and it's a one-turn mile, $10,000 claiming race. This race is, I thought, wide open. What is the 8 doing at 9 to 5?
Masquerading as the favorite briefly. How about Prove Worthy at 7 to 1?
Yeah.
Which is more ridiculous. Well, I will say one thing on Screaming Uncle. It's Andy off. So if you want to bet Andy off, Screaming Uncle's for you. Got to get the mile. I went to the horse who I think will be favored by post time, the 4 Prove Worthy, but I'll be gone by then.
Yeah, Andy's final segment. We're all sad. Before you go, we're going to talk a little more Preakness. Taj Mahal, the local horse, comes in undefeated. Obviously has a lot of talent. That Federico Tessio runs off from a far outside post, gets to the front, opens up 10 lengths on the field. They get to within a length and a half of him, and he re-breaks and wins by 8 1/4 on the Federico Tessio.
He was impressive. I think with the rail and the fact that if he gets involved with Napoleon Solo, they're going to finish 14th and 13th. And he's not as fast, naturally, as Napoleon Solo. I think because he had the outside post, there was a real sense of urgency. I thought it was a great ride by Sheldon Russell clearing the field. With the rail, he lets Napoleon Solo go, and he probably sits behind him and hopes that one can't get the distance. And we know he can get it because he did mile and 1/8 last time very convincingly. He gets an acid test here. I just think it's wild to see maybe the best 3-year-old for the SF Racing, where they call them the Adventures, that group partnership. And this one's with Brittany Russell, and usually they're with Bob Baffert.
He started with Bob Baffert, and he was very slow starting, and finally they sent him to Brittany Russell, and this was a horse that they wanted to go to the wood with him. This could have been a Kentucky Derby horse, but he had a minor foot issue, so they passed on that spot in late nomination to the Triple Crown.
Well, patience is a virtue.
Undefeated. Local horse does not have to get out of his own stall to run in this race either.
Well, they've all been stable there, though, for a week or so, right? Do you like them?
They've all been? Well, I mean,
you have to be there for a week. Right?
For how long?
Well, I guess a week, right?
Okay, but he has not had to leave the entire
time.
You a hard
time. Do you like him?
I
do.
I picked him, yeah.
Oh, you did? Okay. I want to see it to believe it, but listen, I do respect him.
To Monmouth, race 6. This is going to be Andy's final work for us.
I said, they told me I could leave, but I said, no, I want to see Paulie and Megan one more time, and I want to be here for the post parade for the 6th.
State bred, maiden special weighted, 5.5 furlongs. Count My Blessings starts it off.
Yeah, well, the only time this horse been in the dirt, ran a figure that makes him very tough. He could be the speed.
Movita went by. Here's Garden Gal, the favorite.
Movita, the other speed. I guess based on the last race, this horse is a major player coming off a 8-month layoff.
7 to 2 on Luciana.
Really? Mig would bet this horse's hunch bet was 6 to 5 in the only dirt race and was eased.
Last flag flying. We're up to the 6.
This horse will not be confused by storm flag flying. A Golden Pow.
9 to 2 on a first-time starter by dialed in here, my Alina Marie.
Yeah, there's a little pedigree. This dam was okay, and this is a dangerous firster.
And another first-timer outside, Midnight Buster out.
This is actually plenty of pedigree. The dam ran in the 80s. She's got some horses that ran okay. This is a firster with enough pedigree to say 12 to 1 could be interesting.
Post time coming up for this 6th. Let's go to Paul and Megan.
Yeah, New Jersey bred fillies take the spotlight for race number 6. Don't forget that this is the start of the late pick 3. $3 wagers, the new wager here at Monmouth Park. Also, the late double will start in the next race, a $5 double. Making a tricky little group in here. Let's start with the 1, Count My Blessings. Holly Harris going to get Lasix for the first time.
And Andy, I'm glad you stayed so you could see us, and particularly me, one last time. I appreciate that. And as far as the inside runner, Count My Blessings for Holly Harris, who is a small barn, just 2 starters this year. But this horse caught my eye and did so as a horse that perhaps wants to go a little bit further than 5.5, but gets back to the dirt. And I think that's what this horse ultimately wants to do, just looking at this filly. She's to me, one of the fittest, especially coming off of the bench, as many of these runners do, and I thought that was the great equalizer with her. And she's got speed from the inside. I will say there is a couple in here that also want to be forward, so we'll see how she negotiates that pressure.
And one of those horses will be Garden Gal for Eric Cancel and Joan Mill. Now, Joan has 2 in here, the 2 and the 3, and they both got somewhat the same running style. The 3 really ran well, probably too well to lose last time.
We'll see how Chantal Sutherland gets the pickup mount there with Eric Cancel taking off his mounts as well. well. Showed speed last time out. We'll see if she can show that speed coming off of the bench. I find this horse probably be better for the start.
You have a first-time starter, 2 first-time starters on the outside that aren't taking much money, although the 7 is a little bit here for Mike Deeney, a regular trainer here. You know, he had a monster year at Tampa, brings a lot of horses down here. This is a filly by Dialed In.
This filly needs a start. Just comparing her to the first-time starter to her outside. I'm speaking to, of course, the number 7, My Alina Marie. Mike Deeney, just 7% the past 5 years with those first-time starters, 8 for 117. So likely does benefit from the start. Though the dam did her best running sprinting. There are 2 siblings, though, in the family, Paul, that did win on debut. But again, she's kind of deeper in her barrel, rounder overall. I think just from a fitness perspective, she's going to be better for this debut.
Okay, the great filly in here for ABL stable, Luciano, comes in with a bullet work, and right now, tepid second choice. Looks like going to be like 7-2, 9-2, somewhere in that area.
I find this filly could definitely be a part of the early pace. Just judging from her disposition, she was incredibly sharp. The thing about this horse, though, I find she wants more ground than this, and she also looks like one that probably needs to be on the turf.
I'm going to land on the 6 here. Last flag flying at 9-1. You land on the 1 in here?
I do like the 1, but I'm going to give a shout out to the number 8, a first-time starter for Sergio Rabadon, who, from a small sample size of runners, they are running. The dam was a multiple state-bred winning sprinter. The 3 Sibs went on the dirt sprinting and has a foundation of works. I think this horse is going to do some running up there at a big price.
Craig, I'm going to send it back to you because Andy has to be 100% smarter after listening to all those comments.
I think we all feel smarter.
Every time I hear Megan talk, Paulie, I feel smarter.
Matt Dinnerman with the call. Here's race 6 from Monmouth.
3 back, My Alina Marie. My Alina Marie goes it. Luciana second to last. And to the outside post, Midnight Buster out. Waiting for Midnight Buster out to come up to the outside. We're ready to go. And we're off. Having to take up at the start was Garden Gal and one off very slowly. My Alina Marie well behind as they head down the backstretch. Last flag flying is the leader here with Count My Blessings. Count My Blessings strides to take a short lead. Last flag flying to the outside. A gap of 2 to Luciana in a perfect stalking position, running in third. Another 2 lengths to Garden Gal into the 4th position, going into the far turn run. Movita 5th sent along, 6 behind. Gap of 8 to Midnight Buster out. Midnight Millie is second to last, and My Alina Marie wasn't her day today as they round the far turn, and now there's some changes on the front end here. Last flag flying, still a narrow lead. Garden Gal is given way. Luciana trying to come on here into the 2nd position as they come to the top of the stretch. Luciana on the outside, up to challenge. Last flag flying off the turn. Movita into 3rd. Garden Gal is behind in 4th. 1 furlong to go. It's still last flag flying. In 2nd, Luciana trying, but she's struggling to get by, isn't going to. Last flag flying keeps going under Jomar Torres. Last flag flying opens up late to win by 2.5. Luciana was 2nd. Photo for the Shodo. Garden Gal and Movita.
3-year-old return for Last Flag Flying. Breaks her maiden for Chuck Spina.
Comes in off a layoff. Last race to Delaware and able to gut out the victory. Luciana loomed up, looked like a winner. Could not get the job done. I'm really kind of sad to be leaving you, but you had the Mig.
You're welcome to stay with us for the last couple of hours.
No, that's really very generous of you, Greg. I really appreciate it.
We can make room for you.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Jomar Torres on this 3-year-old filly. Gets her first win here at career start number 4. Close for 3rd, as you heard. We'll make that official when we come back from a timeout, because yes, we're going to switch things over. Parting thoughts from Andy Serling on this Preakness coming up.
Napoleon Solo and Iron Honor for me, but it's a fun race. Better you like, and good luck, and looking forward to talking about it with you tomorrow as well.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, enjoy it. I'm going to be joined by the MIG after a short timeout. We'll be back with a lot more ahead. Riley Mott, part of that lineup in the Preakness. Incredible 6th in the Kentucky Derby. He's vying for favoritism in this Preakness. Can Riley Mott break through after Dad got a win in this race, in the Derby last year, I should say. Stay with us. The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 two-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
American Pharaoh has pulled away to a 2.5 length lead over Divining Rod. And then it's Dortmund. Tail of Verve, a huge long shot, is making a move on the far outside. But American Pharaoh is all by himself. He is 5 lengths in front as they come to the wire. And American Pharaoh and Victor Espinosa have won the Preakness over Tail of Verve.
Ended that 37-year drought for the Triple Crown 3 weeks after this performance in the Preakness to take the Belmont as well. American Pharaoh, what a star for Bob Baffert.
Just an incredible horse. Beautiful mechanics of his stride, just impeccable, no wasted motion whatsoever. And just when you were starting to think we might not ever see it again, here came American Pharaoh, and not too far along later, Justify.
3 years later, yeah, to be exact. That's a look at that 3-year-old campaign of American Pharaoh. Just incredible. Rebel, Arkansas Derby, Kentucky Derby, Preakness, Belmont, Haskell. Just missed in that huge upset in the Travers against Keen Ice, and then dominated with the best performance of his career in the Breeders' Cup Classic, one of a kind, ending that 37-year drought. Glad to see the MIG back from your long stay in Hot Springs. Welcome back.
Yeah, loved being there. Great people, great town, great racing, obviously, but there's no place like home. And anybody who knows me, I grew up 8 miles from Aqueduct, the Big A, and I'm back with my Naira family. I was with my Oaklawn family for the winter, my Naira family, and obviously my family.
We missed you. It's great to have you back on set here. Keeping an eye on things, obviously, out at Laurel Park in Maryland as we get closer to the big one and this middle jewel of the Triple Crown. And even though, you know, look, a lot of horses, including your Derby winner, passing on this middle jewel. Fascinating race with everyone who's lining up in here and some potential horses who could become stars in Breakout. Among them, a Federico Tessio winner in Taj Mahal. You nearly pulled off a 45-1 upset with a local base horse for Nancy Alberts named Magic Wisner. So you were flying late.
Who I got the mount on because I defeated Magic Wisner with a horse for Todd Pletcher named Smokum in the Frederick Tessio. So then I was rewarded with the mount on Magic Wisner in the Preakness and just missed. This was impressive. Very rarely do you see a horse run off, open up as many lengths as Taj Mahal did, shut down completely, field catches up, and then they re-break. A lot of times they don't find again. Once they've kind of run off that way, they will not find more. He found more.
Did that too. He was the far outside post that day, post 10, got over, he has speed, got to the front, and yeah, just kind of ran off a little bit. Are you concerned with obviously showed a world of talent, but now he's got the inside post. There's some very fast horses to his outside in here. To have to get position and not get that swarm come over on you, is there a chance that this horse is maybe a little hard once he gets going to not get trapped in there, not shut off?
Well, that's the balancing act that Sheldon Russell, the rider's got to play. You don't want to allow that wave of horses to roll over and kind of shuffle you back or shuffle you out. Think you're at the beach and a big rogue wave comes along, knocks you down, throws you around in the sand a bit, right? It's the same kind of premise. These horses are going to fold over, throw that kick back and back him up. So you want to hold your position. You want to come out forward, but you don't want to do so much where now he locks on the bit and runs away with you. It's a balancing act, and it's tricky. But one thing about Sheldon, he gets on a lot of these horses. He works with his wife very closely with the horses. So I got to think that they have a plan. And what he did was extraordinary, though, in the Tessio. You do not see horses re-break the way he did unless they have superior talent.
10-length lead. Yeah, field gets to within a length and a half, and then he takes off again to win by 8 1/4. And more good news for him, too, with that inside post. He's been a good gate horse, which is good news for his connections as we get you back to New York. Belmont at the Big A, race 6. It's a one-turn mile, $10,000 claiming race. As we look here at the 4 Prove Worthy, one of many contenders. Let's go downstairs to Samantha.
Well, Prove Worthy will have to prove it today because it was a bit of a non-effort last time out. But I want to give him a little bit of credit because he was coming off of a bit of a layoff that time. And he just didn't really seem like a horse that his wheels were spinning, but he just wasn't going anywhere. Now, today he will add front wraps, so read into that for what you will with a $10,000 claimer. But he is a much tighter horse this time around. And so I think we'll get a much bigger effort from him today. The one is coming off of a third start off the layoff now, and that's the start that I really like the most. Now, this horse does add front wraps here as well, but this is one that's kind of done that in the past. Again, just read into that what you will. I like the fact that this horse has a bit more of a tactical edge, though, than the 4 Prove Worthy, because on this track I don't think you want to be too far out of it. I don't think it's a crazy bias by any means, but I don't think you want to be too far behind, and the one High Tide has that tactical speed and Manny Franco in the saddle to get him there.
Samantha, thank you. Post parade coming up. Very wide open race here in this 6th, the start the pick 6 on our Saturday card. We're going to kick off the post parade right here with High Tide. Rick Dutrow Jr. barn, Manny Franco from the rail.
From the rail, he's got to work out a trip, but he's got enough speed to get position, and a recurring theme in this race, horses dropping to this $10,000 level.
Third start off the layoff for him as well. Here is Brew Pub. Jamie Rodriguez rides.
Coming off a really nice effort. It's been consistent in the last several starts, but moving up in company.
I thought he had numbers that made him the horse to beat. He's 6-1 right now. Here's Brave Bear, Fernando Abreu.
Another one, Fernando Abreu does such good work. Former assistant to Alan Jerkins, Brave Bear. Another one, kind of has tactical speed under Dylan Davis.
Started downstairs with Samantha on this one, Prove Worthy.
Yeah, last effort really left a lot to be desired, but the previous 2 efforts would be good enough to put this horse in the frame here.
No question.
What happened last time, though, off the layoff?
Yeah, it was off a long time away. Maybe forgive him that. Knox, huge price.
Huge, no speed whatsoever at a big price.
A huge effort last start. Texas Red Hot, big number here, but it's a new barn.
Yeah, new barn, came off a good effort there. Can follow up. Hard for these horses to win multiple races in a row.
Laughing Boy, mile and an eighth, speeding backed up, shortens up today.
Yeah, not a lot of speed in this race. Could be forward.
I don't get what's going on here. Screaming Uncle's still the favorite.
Well, another one dropping to that $10,000 level. Is there a world in which Screaming Uncle stretching to the mile is the main in controlling speed?
Let's get back to that. Centavo, Omar Hernandez Moreno.
Yeah, I mean, 2 out of the last 3 efforts would be good enough to put this horse in the frame. Turning back in distance last time from 1 mile and 3/8. Maybe be a little sharper today, running back-to-back 1-mile races.
And big number outside Mystic Knight for Gustavo Rodriguez.
Yeah, Gustavo Rodriguez does really good work. Good outside draw for this horse. Last couple, 3, 4 races just leave too much to be desired to endorse here.
Yeah, back to your point, as we tell you how to get signed up and play the Preakness and everything else today and all summer and beyond, you might be onto something there with Screaming Uncle. Does certainly have speed. That's how you get signed up at NYRA Bets. Get a $25 free Preakness play with that code, Preak25, plus that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus right there at nyrabets.com. But yeah, no question, he's shown sprint speed in the past. Last couple of starts, though, has not been very close.
No, just really kind of throwing in the towel a little too quick and a little too easily.
4 minutes away, race 6. Look at the now 3-1 favorite here. Let's bring in fan favorite. Where are you, Jonathan Kinchin?
Austin, Texas. My home away from home, or my home. Who knows? I will tell you this, though, Wolfie, this is how you do TV. Later in the show, I'm going to give a 30-1 shot in the Preakness. So I can't tell you now because that wouldn't be good TV. I like High Tide and Brew Pub in here. I'm ultimately going to pick the 2 Brew Pub, but let's start with the 1 High Tide. Down on the inside, the last 2 starts, if you watch those replays, you can check those out on NYRA Bets as well. This horse was wide all the way around there. Now gets an opportunity to save some ground. I thought the horse ran pretty well considering all the ground that was lost by High Tide in those last 2 starts, and now gets down on the inside. That should help High Tide quite a bit. Now, to my pick, the 2 Brew Pub. As I looked through this race, I kept trying to figure out, well, who's going to find the front? A very hard question to answer in a race like this. But what I will say is that Brew Pub's pace figures, some going a little bit shorter, some going this distance, are pretty good, pretty fast. A horse that, if being aggressively ridden, this is one that I wouldn't see too much of an issue with the horse being able to take advantage of that inside draw. If they don't make the lead, I'm not saying they're going to be on a crazy send mission, but I do think that if you look at the race from April 3rd, even the last race, the horse will be forwardly placed. We'll be right there in the mix from this inside draw, and I love the price you're getting on the board right now. So I'm going to go with the 2 Brew Pub. If you're playing any multi-race wagers, I'd make sure I have the 1 High Tide, and I would feel very safe just having those 2. And like I said a little bit earlier, TVTs, Wolfie. I got a big pick coming up later.
Wow, we look forward to that. Huge long shot for JK in the Preakness. We'll give out all our selections a little bit later on in the program. I'm with JK. As I said earlier, I thought Brew Pub, very good case that he was the deserving favorite in here. And right now he's 9-2.
Hey, making a really nice impression here, warming up, too. Love the extension on his trot. Just looks like he's really moving freely and well. Definitely very interesting. I went with the 1 who now is your favorite, High Tide, but I thought the race for me was 1, 2, and even the 4, because if things got a little heated on the front end, maybe he can come along to pick up some pieces.
So back to High Tide, who you like, who is favored at 3-1 right now? 3rd start off a pretty lengthy layoff for him. He has put, back-to-back figures together where, especially 3rd off the bench, too. You think he could take a move forward, but he's put together the same figure back-to-back, and that oftentimes means they can make a jump forward. 9 years old now, though. Are you concerned that maybe his best is behind him?
Well, that's always a concern, right? They're equine athletes, just like human athletes. Father Time is undefeated. You get to a point where your physical skills are going to diminish. You're going to lose a step. It's just a fact of life, and it's the same with horses as it is with people. But I think he's appropriately spotted at the $10,000 level. And if you look back through his form, he had a layoff from November of 24 to January of 25, and he won in his 3rd start. He needed 2 starts to get there. And as you get older as an athlete, it takes you a little longer to get to that optimum physical fitness. And I just think as a 9-year-old, you're going to see the best of him in his 3rd start off the layoff.
Manny Franco for Rick Dutrow Jr. Let's go back down to Samantha.
Thank you, guys. And the 8, Screaming Uncle. I'm trying to figure out where the money is coming from with this horse here, because you look at his form and he doesn't really give anything away. Yes, he breaks sharply, but he never really just has anything left in the tank. And he is 0 for 3 at this mile distance, but it's not as a poor of a record as Brew Pub, who is 0 for 20 at this distance. So I just think that there's some ways to pick holes in a horse like this. Now, sometimes the money is right, and whoever they is, they're right a lot of time. I wish they would let us know. But physically, he seems like a horse that should be able to handle this mile distance. He's just kind of like a big, just kind of clonking type of plotter horse, just the way that he travels. But it's hard to take a short price, as he does kind of drift up a little bit, but he took a lot of early money, which is interesting. Now, the 4 Prove Worthy, he'll have to be in it a little bit earlier on. I don't think you want to be too far back on this track, and I do think the fact that now we've got a race under our belt, he's a much stronger, just fitter horse, because I was here on April 9th seeing him then, and I just think that the time off did him some good just mentally, but now come back in a spot for $10,000 and let's get the win and move on down the road. But you've got to break sharp.
All right, Samantha, thank you. And the price started to get a little more normalized, but still taking some attention here, Screaming Uncle. And you brought up with the 8 the fact he could be the one on the lead, and certainly looks like he can. I mean, he wasn't that far off things early on when he was sprinting on the grass the last time we saw him. If he wants to be, and Ruben Silvera is usually aggressive when he can be, very good chance this horse is going to be leading the way.
He just comes out of much sharper paced races. He's a horse that is coming out of races with 22, 44 and change, 22 and change, 45 and change. They're not going to go that fast early here. I think he does lead them as far as he can, but he's 0 for 3 at the distance.
But the board tells you everything. This is probably the most competitive betting race on the entire card. 7-2, your favorite. That's the rail horse, High Tide. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
All set. And they're off. Brew Pub is flashing early speed towards the inside, and joining them is Screaming Uncle on the far outside. Screaming Uncle, now heart sent. Ruben Silvera is intent on being up front, and Screaming Uncle has the lead, is up by a length and a half. Brew Pub is a well-settled second, switches right to the outside as they come out of the chute, is now going to stalk the pace setter, Screaming Uncle, with a half-length advantage. In the clear, Brew Pub and Jamie Rodriguez in second. Very strong outfield because they went 22.18 for that opening quarter mile. There in third is going to be Brave Bear moving towards the inside. Here comes the run from Laughing Boy. It's another 4.5. Back to High Tide. Mystic Knight is to the outside of that one. They're in 5th and 6th. Then in behind them is Centavo. Trying to run on from the back. Knox is right there with Texas Red Hot. And the trailer, Prove Worthy. 44.73, the half-mile time. No turning back. Screaming Uncle is trying to run them off their feet. Brew Pub in hot pursuit is now within a length of the leader and starts to move in closer. From the back, Brave Bear is asked to do more. Also in between rivals now and weaving in between traffic, that's High Tide. High Tide has taken third, but Screaming Uncle is still there. A quarter mile left to go, and Screaming Uncle at the top of the stretch now gets the cue to try to run away from the field. Brew Pub is slowly gaining on that leader. Screaming Uncle went 109 and 6.4 for 3/4 of a mile. They got a furlong left to go. Brew Pub to the outside, ready to challenge, still trying to dig in. There is Screaming Uncle. These two continue to go at it inside the final 16th. Brew Pub now with a head in front. Screaming Uncle back to second. Brew Pub will win it. Screaming Uncle second. Then from the back, there's Prove Worthy and High Tide.
Brew Pub, first off the claim, Michelle G and Julio Barn, Jamie Rodriguez. You get 4-1 here. JK like this horse as well. Good call.
A really good call. Brew Pub, back-to-back victories now. 1 for 10. Comes right back after being claimed by Michelle Jean Julio to win for 10. And Jamie Rodriguez earned his money here. You can see Brew Pub get to your leader, Screaming Uncle, who was very, very game set, very fast fractions. And it looked like he was going to hang with him and maybe not run by him. And Brew Pub does have 6 wins before this, 18 seconds. Now he has 7 wins, 18 seconds. And he's also had 7 runner-up tries going the mile distance, no wins. This is a horse that likes to run with horses. Jamie Rodriguez gave him a very strong ride to get by Screaming Uncle.
Sunglasses and the cap there on your left. Winning trainer, Michelle G and Julio. Well done. And Brew Pub, nice claim. It's always got to feel validated when you win first off the claim with a runner. Put right back in for that same $10,000 claiming level. Now the 7th win of the career for this 8-year-old.
You know what I like, too, is that she gave this horse about 6 weeks between starts, came back here. Now, she's out of what we call jail. They have to run for more money for a month after they've been claimed. She waited through that waiting period, ran right back for the 10 she claimed for, rewarded with a win. And even if you lose the horse here, you get the win and the purchase price. Really,
Profit.
really good management on her part.
2, 8, and then a long way back to 3rd as Brewpub with the victory here in race 6 to start off the pick 6. And again, a race that, you know, as the board sort of reflected, felt really wide open, but the rest of the way, there are no standouts really anywhere on this card. It's got a difficult pick 6 today and obviously late pick 5 to come.
Yeah, good competitive racing and Brewpub, who made a lot of sense, but I kind of got a little scared off by the vast majority of seconds over wins. I just don't like when I see a horse accumulate 2/3 more second-place finishes than they have wins.
Jamie Rodriguez, second winner on this Saturday card as we see what's ahead, starting off at Monmouth. Cross-country pick 5, you can play it at Naira Bets. Starts with the 7th and 8th from the Jersey Shore, and then races 8, 9, and 10 from here at Belmont at the Big A. Again, get involved with that cross-country pick 5 at Naira Bets. There was an inquiry and objection. There was no change in that 6th at Monmouth. Race 7, 6 furlong sprint. Allowance optional claiming field. And again, this is the race that'll kick off the cross-country wager. Charlie Macmac just claimed now in the Tony Wilson barn.
Yeah, claimed for 20, moves all the way up to the $75,000 level. Get Charles Marquez, who had a fall at Laurel the other day, back riding.
My man Money went by, has speed. Here's Never Count Me Out.
Yeah, not as much speed here, but turning back in distance, tried that mile at Gulfstream.
Bonsai Warrior moving to a new barn.
Adding more speed to this affair as well.
Music on the Run. Good effort at Tampa to break the maiden.
Yeah, really nice effort moving from 6 to 7 furlongs back to 6 here. Another one that should be forward.
Yet more potential pace. Follow the fellow, and then here's the 7 Dixie on Fire with a rider change, Jorge Vargas.
Horse has been a steady work in progress, getting a little better with each start. Is going to have to improve vastly to be competitive here.
2 minutes to post. This kicks off the cross-country pick 5. Again, you can play it on Naira Bets. It's going to wrap up things for us on Fox Sports 1. We continue on FS2. Coming up next on FS1, Orioles at the Nationals for their second meeting this season. We'll see you over on FS2. Back with you here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Greg Wolf, Richie Migliori, and the cross-country pick 5 again, beginning here at Monmouth. We're 2 minutes away from the first leg of the sequence here, this 6 furlong sprint, allowance optional claiming field. And the favorite at 3-1, Music on the Run. Paulie, Megan, what did you think of that performance at Tampa to break the maiden?
It was a good performance, and it looks like, you know, coming in here that Juan Avila is really firing on all cylinders with his horses. Now, his horse a maiden win last time out. Can she repeat?
As far as number 3, it Never Count Me Out, or as we take a look, excuse me, it's number 5, Music on the Run, all turned around there. This horse was incredibly impressive, being able to handle a little bit of pressure there on the front end, and then it kind of just got there as the favorite. I did like her from the physical perspective, getting in front of her for the first time, as I do find she's the sprinter in this spot, and she has proven that hopefully maybe she'll perhaps have a little bit of rateability. We shall see, because, Paul, there's quite a bit of speed signed on in this group.
I love that effort, though. You know, Gelding, who ran second first time out, you know, the winner came back to win, and that was a pretty good effort for a $2,200 purchase. Now, the 3 horse in there, Never Count Me Out. Jorge Delgado and Danny Centeno in to ride, a horse that won 2 back, and then last time out just found it a little bit tough.
I just find this horse wants more distance than this. He does cut back from that mile last time out. Did win at 5.5 furlongs. That was 2 back at Gulfstream Park, where stumbled and still recovered very nicely to be able to still utilize that speed. Another that I'm hoping can be a little bit more rateable, but at the end of the day, this horse looked absolutely incredible for Jorge Delgado and incredibly sharp. I just wonder if this is the distance he really wants.
Okay, now the 6th horse in here for Chuck Spina. Now, Chuck's had a couple horses run well today, and he told you in the paddock they like this one the best.
Exactly. The last winner that Chuck had was a horse coming off of the bench, a maiden. He said, hopefully she'll get a check. Well, she did, and it's a winning one. So he told me actually that this was the horse that he was most excited to bring back off of the bench, the number 6, Follow the Fellow, who does have that speed, and he told me getting to a fast track, he's incredibly eager to see him be able to utilize that speed. He's going to send with Chantel Sutherland aboard, as that's exactly the instructions that he gave her to do.
We saw the prices there from race number 6, Brew Pub, getting the job done. Good call by JK. You know what? I'm on the 3 horse in here. Megan, you're on the 5, Music on the Run.
Yes.
Greg, $5 double. The late double here is a new wager at Monmouth Park. Got a turf race in race number 8 too as well. Tricky little race here, Greg.
Several contenders in here, unless you believe Music on the Run, if he can improve off that maiden score. That was just the 2nd start of his career. Everyone else might be in a little bit of trouble here.
It is a race that has a lot of speed, though. Who would you identify? I couldn't, as the most consistent closer.
Most consistent closer? Most of the horses want to be forward, really. I don't know if there's a consistent closer in this group.
I think the one, Charlie Mac coming from a mile race, or no, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Coming out of a Tampa race, 4.5, but 5.5, has run well from just off the pace in the past.
Matt Dinnerman with the call, kicks off his cross-country pick 5 here, 7th at Monmouth.
Bonsai Warrior, post position 4. Music on the Run coming up. 2 back. Follow the Fellow. Outside post, Dixie on Fire. We're ready to go. And we're off. Uneventful beginning. From post 6, Follow the Fellow on the lead. Bonsai Warrior strides into 2nd and come and press the issue from the inside here. Music on the Run 3rd. Dixie on Fire to the outside. Charlie Mac 4 lengths off the lead, racing alone 5th. 3 clear of My Man Money and Never Count Me Out as they head down the barn side. Bonsai Warrior from the inside is a neck lead now. Follow the Fellow sticks to him with a half mile to go. They're 2 clear of Music on the Run, who's stalking in 3rd. Charlie Mac inside going into the turn. Dixie on Fire gets a tap on the shoulder while retreating to 5th. 3 clear of My Man Money and Never Count Me Out. Around the far turn, Follow the Fellow, Bonsai Warrior. They are sparring, approaching the quarter pole. Follow the Fellow outside. Being asked to pick it up now. Bonsai Warrior inside, neck in front, coming to the top of the lane. Bonsai Warrior off the turn while cutting the corner, leads by a length. Now it's a length and a half. Follow the Fellow, trying hard in 2nd to come back. Bonsai Warrior with the lead. Follow the Fellow, still 2nd. Never Count Me Out into the 3rd position. 16th to go. Bonsai Warrior asks for more. Follow the Fellow just is not going away. And Never Count Me Out's coming. Never Count Me Out on the inside. Never Count Me Out. He got it in the shadow of the wire. How about that? Perfectly timed. Bonsai Warrior with a heartbreaking loss in 2nd. Follow the Fellow 3rd.
Talk about appropriately named. Never Count Me Out from well off the pace, cutting back in distance. My answer to your question, I think the 3 is going to be the most relentless closer.
I just thought there was potential for what happened to happen, where you have 2 horses that run 1-2, the 4, Bonsai Warrior on the lead, being chased earnestly by the 6, Follow the Fellow, and then here comes the 3. Nice call by Paul here with Never Count Me Out to get up in the shadow of the wire. It did look like the 4 Bonsai Warrior was drifting through the stretch and may have hampered the 6 Follow the Fellow a little bit late. Opened up a big opening for the 3, Never Count Me Out, and well named. Never count him out because he got there just on time.
Yes, he did. Last 2 starts sprinting, both victories. Cutting back from that mile at Gulfstream last time out. So that's how we start off the cross-country pick 5 with 3-1 Never Count Me Out. Leg 2 coming up here. Belmont at the Big A in New York. A New York bred $50,000 maiden claiming 6 furlong sprint on the outer turf. And a 3-5 favorite. Wow, on Peyton, the 3.
Yeah, comes off a nice effort first time out where she got a little bit tired. This is a homebred for Jan Derschmidt. Certainly a major player here for Dom Schettino.
Let's go back to Maryland on the Preakness card and the James W. Murphy Graham Motion with a victory with Turf Star here, who was a maiden winner at Kentucky Downs back as a 2-year-old.
And Graham does such good work, and Turf Star gets it done. Those mad turf sprints, huh? You gotta get trips.
$10.40 for the win, a homebred for Calumet Farm. Son of Caravaggio out of a Galileo mare with the victory in that James W. Murphy. Race 10, mile and an eighth on the turf. For older horses here, grade 3 Dinner Party, $250,000 purse. Huge scratch with Dresden Row coming out in here. It seems a bit like a 2-horse race with Cruise the Nile and Fort Washington.
Yeah, but we've got to root for the 5, a Bourbon for Toby, Tom Morley, named for Toby Sheets. Sentimentally, we got to go that way, right?
Yeah, 3rd start off the bench for that one. Arad Ortiz Jr. will ride. Let's bring in JK. JK, your thoughts on this Dinner Party coming up?
Yeah, I mean, I think the 3 Cruise the Nile was likely the horse to beat prior to the 6 Dresden Row scratching. With Dresden Row scratching, it feels like Cruise the Nile, the 3 horse, has to be loose. And even if he's not loose, it still feels like he's going to work out a ground-saving trip close to the pace while he's already the best horse. I can't see him not getting a good trip. Best horse, good trip, typically leads to getting your picture taken. I like Cruise the Nile quite a bit. I guess if you want to play a little defensively, Fort Washington, not Port Washington. Shout out Long Island. Fort Washington is one that probably could be the one to beat him if somehow there's a rider error in terms of like not taking advantage of the pace advantage they have. I think Cruise the Nile is going to be very, very hard to beat.
He's been pretty good. This will be a test. Look, Fort Washington is going to be far back. He is a multiple graded stakes winner, though.
Yeah, he is, but he's got to bring, the A game, and he's got to work out a trip because he doesn't have speed. Cruise the Nile, he's undefeated on turf. The only loss was sprinting on dirt. He's won on synthetic, 3 in a row on turf, and he's already won at Laurel. I think you really got to put a lot of credence in horses that win over that turf course.
All right, we'll let you know what happens in that grade 3 Dinner Party. Of course, the main event, Middle Jewel, Triple Crown, still to come. Chad Brown with the morning line favorite. Gotham winner, Iron Honor, who tried to get to the Kentucky Derby. Things did not go his way. Wood Memorial. Will things go better in Laurel Park in the Preakness? Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage, America's Day at the Races. It is brought to you in part by Resorts World Casinos in New York City. Catskills in the Hudson Valley. It's a world like no other at Resorts World Casinos. Go to visitrw.com for more information. Back to the Jersey Shore, and a thriller to start off the cross-country Pick 5. Never Count Me Out, living up to his name for Jorge Delgado with Daniel Centeno.
Nope, snatched victory out of the jaws of defeat in the shadow of the wire over a very game Bonsai Warrior, who was chased throughout in earnest by the 6, Follow the Fellow. Daniel Centeno with a win. This guy's a good rider.
Sprinting on the grass here in race 8, $40,000 maiden claiming group. And the 9 Ghost Rider taking early money, speed outside, but that was on dirt for the debut. We'll see if that dirt speed transfers to the grass. More on this one coming up shortly, about 20 minutes to post in that 8th race. We'll get you back to the Belmont at the Big A when we come back. Peyton, the 3 odds on, 4-5 favorite behind this 5, blocking our picture. Scene Stealer. We'll have the post parade for you when we come back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
The lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets. Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to naira.com/EMPTRI.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The classic sire.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage, getting set for the post parade. And we'll kick things off with Eye on the Ball.
Yeah, tries turf for the first time. Is by dialed in, who gets only 11% turf sprinters as opposed to 16% on the dirt.
Great handle with Dylan Davis there. The 2 Cavalry Hill off since early March.
Yeah, trying turf for the first time. Mare was 1 for 12 on the turf.
Homebred for Jan Derschmidt. Here's Peyton.
Yeah, ran really well. First time out. Probably needed the race. Gets Lasix for the first time. Picks up Manny Franco. Jan Derschmidt does a good job. Beautiful farm up there on Pine Plains, and breeds a good horse.
First time starter for Michelle Nevin, War Anthem.
By War Dancer gets 15% with his turf sprinters, and a horse that has made a real nice impression here in the state of New York.
Second biggest price on the board. Tony Hooks.
Yeah, wasn't taking any money on debut, not taking any money here, changing surfaces. Delilah Rivera has brought in a lot of long shots, if not for the win, hitting the board.
Finally, third time the charm getting on the grass after the first 2 races taken off the turf for Beau Cheval.
They've been trying to get this horse on the turf. They finally get their wish and does have a race under his belt as well.
Lobbyist comes in from Tampa, has gone long so far.
Yeah, now adds blinkers in the big turn back, making the first start for Dave Donk.
Until last call, second back as a 4-year-old now.
I thought his race last time was pretty good, and I think he can take another step forward at a big price. I just thought he looked like a horse that needed the race last time.
And here's Mykonos, 5-1 for the Mike Maker barn with Jose Lezcano.
Well, he comes out of the same race with Until Last Call. He's 5-1. Until Last Call is 12-1. They were a neck apart, less than half a length apart. And Until Last Call, that was his first start off of a layoff, where Mykonos was making his third start off the layoff. I think they should be a lot closer in price, the 9 and the 8.
Play with Naira Bets. Celebrate Preakness Day with a $50 bonus when you wager at least $250 at Belmont at the Big A and at Laurel Park. All you have to do is opt in. You get that $50 bonus in your account right there at NairaBets.com. Pick 5, late pick 5 on this card starts here coming up. There's over $117,000 in this pool. So here's the 4-5 favorite, Peyton, was making start number 2 coming up, was 53-1 in the debut as we look at the beginning from that first out effort.
Yeah, you can see he got buffeted about slightly at the break. I don't think it was anything so traumatic, but definitely take away a little bit of position, and I thought he ran on well. He ran like a horse that needed a start to get to where he needs to be fitness-wise, because he just got a little bit tired, right? He was a slow, steady fade through the stretch where he was beating about 5.5 lengths.
Winds up 4th, beats a little bit more than half the field in that debut. As you start to see some running late in here. Yeah, cleaner trip. It wasn't, as you said, it wasn't terrible trouble, but quite often that first start, it's an education anyway.
Yeah, and again, I think more to the point was just that he got a little bit tired. You could kind of see in the lane, he was trying. He just was a little bit out of air. Now with that race under his belt, you got to think there's a forward movement there. And the fact that they reach out for Manny Franco, and it's no knock on Orlando Moreno Hernandez, but Manny Franco has been the leading rider here the last several years, and you got to look at it as an upgrade.
Even money now, floating upwards a touch for this second start. Let's bring in JK for more here on race 7. You going to side with the favorite or look elsewhere?
I'm going to go with the 9 Mykonos. I think that the draw is ideal. Wolfie, I'm sure you're tired of hearing me say it. When you look at these turf sprints, I love horses that are drawn outside. I don't want horses getting stopped. I'd rather you lose a little bit of ground than get stopped. And Richie and I have talked about this a lot as well. I just think that when you're outside, losing a little ground is not that big of a deal. This is a horse, Mykonos, that has some tactical speed. He's shown it in the past. He's a half to a Grade 1 winner in Trickery, who won going 2 turns, a Grade 1 going 2 turns. So I'm fine if Mykonos loses a little bit of ground. Obviously, he's not the same as his half-brother. He's, running for tags and, things like that. But I do think that when you're looking at turf sprints, erring on the outside of a horse that's not going to get stopped is where I typically will lean. And I thought his last race was fine enough. His figures all seem to make sense in terms of what he's expected to do here. I'm going to go with the 9 Mykonos. And it's also a very nice island. I enjoyed going there very much.
Sorry, I missed that last part, but I assume JK has been there on his travels.
Says he liked it.
Okay.
Liked it very much.
Cut off there. So.
Oh, they got a racetrack there? Like, do you go to the races there or what?
No, because if they did, JK would be living there. Let's go downstairs to Samantha.
Are we sure he's not really phoning it in from there? He might be instead of Austin. He might be fooling us all. But the 3, Peyton, man, 53-1 last time. You're not going to get anything like that here today, as it was a huge effort for the debut. The unveiling was just such a nice effort, and Lasix going on for the first time here now with the second start. It signals a nice forward move, in my opinion, but you're just not, it would be a bummer to take a horse like this at even money right now when last time was at 53-1. I think that the 8 Until Last Call has a lot of upside, because that race, it was just kind of an effort by jockey Kendrick Caramouche where he just kind of got him around there, the son of Disco Partner, and I don't blame him for it. I don't think it was a bad ride by any means. I just thought it was a ride where the instructions can be let's just give him a race. Let's get his feet back under him. Let's see where he is. And now we're back. We're a fitter version. And I do like the outside. I'll echo what JK was saying, that on the outside on the grass sprints, that does help quite a bit. Now, a bit of a price, the 1, Eye on the Ball. Dialed in are only 9% with first-time turfers, but this is a beautiful gelding. He has such a nice long walk, just a gorgeous horse. I hope he picks his feet up some on the grass here for trainer Ray Handel, because he looks too good not to underneath. And a little bit later, we have the Preakness Stakes. I am on Iron Honor. I feel like this is a horse for the Chad Brown contingent that just has a similar pattern of early voting and cloud computing, both 2 horses that won the Preakness after a Wood Memorial race. So excited for that a little bit later. Everybody enjoy the crab cakes in Maryland.
I mean, you go for the crab cakes, you stay for the Preakness.
They say Maryland does crab cakes and football, right? Wasn't that Wedding Crashers? And horse racing.
Yes, please. Thank you.
And horse racing.
The trifecta. 7th, Belmont of the Big A, and it's Peyton, been favored throughout. Back, and there's Peyton stepping in right now, the 3. Odds on 4-5 with Manny Franco for start number 2. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Until Last Call's in, and Mykonos last to load. Mykonos goes in, all set. And they're off. Mykonos broke sharply from the far outside, is on the early lead, and Mykonos will clear off. It's Jose Lascano. Mykonos, the clear leader, up by a length and a half, almost 2. Just behind them, tapping on the brakes was Peyton, and Manny Franco shifts towards the outside as Mykonos was crossing over to the rail. At the rail, here comes Eye on the Ball, and Dylan Davis there on the move from 3rd. Out wider, that's the gray, Until Last Call. Just behind them in 5th is going to be Beau Cheval. They're followed towards the inside here by Tony Hooks. Far, far back to Calvary Hill. Also War Anthem. And the distant trailer, Lobbyist. 22.52 for the opening quarter mile. Mykonos is the leader. Mykonos still up by a half length as Peyton, the favorite, is encouraged to do more on the 2 path, is stalking that pace setter as they reach the top of the lane. Eye on the Ball is trying to run on 2. Mykonos is still the leader. Mykonos, but here comes Peyton, ready to roll down the center of the course, and Manny Franco coming after Mykonos, who's all hard down towards the inside. Mykonos only a neck in front. Can Peyton get there up on the outside? These 2 approaching the final 16th. Peyton now seizes the advantage. Mykonos just won't go away. Peyton to the outside, Mykonos to the inside. These 2 back and forth. Give it to Peyton. Peyton and Mykonos. Then came Eye on the Ball and Beau Cheval.
Peyton with a hard-fought victory. Mykonos was a tough customer to put away, but in the end, the second-time starter, homebred for Team Derschmidt with a victory.
Yeah, nice to see Jan Derschmidt with a winner here with Peyton. They're homebred. And took the length of the stretch to get by Mykonos, who fought tooth and nail all the way to the wire after showing the best speed that he's ever shown in his life. And Peyton worked out a really good trip under Manny Franco and wore him down. Very game performance.
Manny Franco, Dominic Schettino, Jan Derschmidt as mentioned, homebred, and a 4-year-old son of Honest Mischief wins second time out. Talk about how fast things change in this game. 53-1 in the debut, and then goes off as the 4-5 favorite, start number 2.
Yeah, it didn't take long for people to catch on that Peyton has some ability, and he gets it done. A nice effort first time, and it just shows you how much they get out of a run like that from a physical fitness standpoint. He was professional on debut. He was professional here. He was just a fitter racehorse.
Formful Finish here in the 7th. Belmont at the Big A. It's 3-9, 1-6, 14-1 in third, 6-1 to complete the top 4. But 4-5 over 7-2 for your exacta. As it's Peyton with the victory, we go back to Monmouth, race 8 to close out their Saturday card. Sprinting on the grass, $40,000 maiden claiming event. And post-parade coming up shortly here. Ghost Rider still at least your co-favorite right now with the turf debut coming up, actually slightly favored. Speed on dirt in the debut at Tampa. And next door, the 8 at that same number, who's had a lot of opportunities, my man with the money. Or man with the money, excuse me.
Yeah, a lot of opportunities, but race is good enough to win. Go 2 back, runs that race, going to be tough to beat.
And at least a bit of a known commodity on the surface. Start things off with Beach Beamer. Comes in from Tampa as well.
Yeah, comes off a useful effort, showing decent speed at Tampa, going 5 furlongs. Inside draw, has to work out a trip.
First time on the lawn, next door with a 2 Capitaine.
Yeah, I didn't see an overwhelming amount of turf pedigree, but we'll see if turf can move this horse up.
Some ability and some ability against better on the turf for Bliss Street.
Yeah, but I think you've got to look at the races that were either on the dirt or taken off the turf. The turf races are a better barometer of this horse's ability.
Here's the 5 waiting on a sunny day.
Waiting on a sunny day, making his first start, or second start, I should say, for Carlos Martin, getting back to the turf after showing good speed last fall.
Up to the 7 already. Astor in command, big number.
Big number, and then Baltic Speed up to the 8.
Confident strut with the 8, huh?
Yeah, had a lot of chances, but has races good enough to win.
And second-time starter, first on the lawn for Ghost Rider.
Yeah, there is some turf pedigree, though. The granddad was a mare called Neshoba, was a winner on turf out in California. Good speed on debut. Good outside draw, getting to the turf for the first time with some pedigree to back it up.
All right, Paul Megan, this is how we close things out in the Jersey Shore this Saturday afternoon. What do you think?
I think it's a tough race in here, and we got some good payoffs. The $3 pick 3s are paying nice, a couple decent prices, but we'll start with the 5 horse here, waiting on a sunny day. A lot of people here in New Jersey have been waiting on this sunny day, and they got it today.
That's right. And this was actually a horse that Maggie highlighted in her 2-year-old reports last year in Saratoga, and one that initially did start on the dirt. Now, he is one that is by Mendelssohn, and when looking at him physically, my main concern is just when judging and gleaning from the races in Saratoga to now here in May of his 3-year-old year, he just hasn't taken a step forward physically. But I will say, his sire, Mendelssohn, does have the propensity to do better on the grass. And looking at him, he's more refined behind. He looks like a horse that will appreciate hopefully the grass, but also one that has kind of been a money burner.
The horse that appreciated the grass last time was the 6 Baltic, just missed. And you think this horse looks good in the paddock, too, as well?
I really like the way this horse looked at the paddock. And also one for Cathal Lynch that showed speed last time by Ken Theros. This horse needed to be on the grass all along from what it seems, kind of stringing along some of those dirt efforts going short. And a lot of these horses, I had my questions as if they wanted this distance. And this horse certainly seems like it'll fit up there at a fair price. Does come off of a pretty strong performance running second there at Laurel, though, against, albeit inferior company.
The 2 outside horses are taking money. The 9 Ghost Rider, the 8 men with the money. I guess you kind of know what you've seen so far in the turf, where the 9's trying the turf for the first time.
Right. The 8 is definitely has the ultimate consistency. He's the proven commodity here for Kelly Breen, who's been incredibly just off to a robust start here at Monmouth, as he usually does well in New Jersey. But this horse is just a typical son of Munnings. He is incredibly robust. He's incredibly strong. He honestly, this is my first time seeing him, and he has been through some of his races dating back to February and raced twice this year. He doesn't look entirely completely revved up and fit to me, but he's got consistent races that easily make him the horse to beat. I'm honestly surprised that he's not taking considerable favoritism.
You know, this is a tough race. It really is, because I look at the 1. Listen, Tony Wilson's not having the best year, but this is the kind of horse that can get in the number at 7-1.
Exactly. A lot of these horses have run good enough races. It's going to be a key also to the dynamics of this race. As far as the outside runner, Paul, the number 9 Ghost Rider, actually met and caught up with Kathleen O'Connell, who has, of course, a string here at Monmouth, and she's told me when I asked, why the turf? This horse actually did some good running on the dirt last time at Tampa, and she said, hey, look, this horse has the pedigree to go on the grass as far as the dam side is concerned that Richie had alluded to. The siblings have won on the grass. Now the sire, Ghost Sapper, much more known for those dirt runners, but looking at him, he's kind of angular behind. He's not completely, upright, doesn't give you in his pasterns as far as giving you the indication he just needs the dirt. So I find he'll take to the surface, but me and Kathleen agreed, Paul, he's going to be one that probably benefits from more ground in the future.
Well, tricky little race to end the 8-race card here, but we got a big one in Maryland, the 151 Preakness. Ladies first.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. Iron honor for me in this year's Preakness for trainer Chad Brown. Now, I know this is a wide open race. He's probably going to take considerable money considering the Chad Brown pivot of sorts. He's been successful in doing kind of the same scheming he's done with Iron Honor, but according to Chad, he's just been doing incredibly well. A horse that's been taking the right steps forward, and with the equipment change, I find hopefully he can put it together and stay to task.
Any long shot?
I do like the Hell We Did. I know that Andy kind of disagrees with me, but my girls don't disagree with me, and Maggie and Acacia. So I like that horse quite a bit. I'm not quite sure how much of a long shot he will be. He's also one that's just looked absolutely phenomenal from the videos and just the social coverage that I've seen from this Preakness 151. But now your turn. What's it going to be?
I landed on Incredible. You know what? I'm the kind of guy, I'm a sucker for a person that's ran in the Kentucky Derby. I do think him and Oselli will run their race. I think a lot of people are thinking, okay, the speed's not going to really back up. We're not going to get the same run as the Derby. I do think Incredible is the best horse in the race. And I'm going to give a little bit of a shout out, Greg, to the 14 Pretty Boy Maya. The New York bred hopefully can surprise at the Preakness. There's our picks, and hopefully we can get the winner here.
Maybe.
They're going in the gate here at Monmouth Park.
Yeah, thanks you two. Pretty Boy Maya, he's shown some talent in those back-to-back victories in New York. Interested to see what he can do. He's all the way on the outside. Peyton, the 7th Belmont of the Big A with the hard-fought victory over Mykonos.
Yeah, real nice effort by Peyton, and good to see somebody from my neighborhood get a win.
Farm, what, 5 minutes from you?
10 minutes from my house. Yeah, beautiful farm. They do a great job. Horses look great. Go by there every day.
Race 8 at Monmouth to close out this card in the Jersey Short. 5.5 sprinting on the turf. And 7-5 now. Ghost Rider with the turf debut coming up here in start number 2. Chantal Sutherland for the barn of Kathleen O'Connell. Well, we send it out to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Capitaine coming forward. Bliss Street, post position 3. Baltic in the red jacket. Then Bliss Street. Whole Lot of Trouble, post 4. Whole Lot of Trouble walking up to the gate. A Stern Command coming up. Two back, Man with the Money and Ghost Rider. Man with the Money goes into the gate. Ghost Rider to the outside post. Here's Ghost Rider. We're ready to go in the finale. And Laroff in the nightcap, having a steady heart, a Stern Command, a couple strides out of the gate. Beach Beamer to the lead at once. Man with the Money hustled along, takes the second position. Waiting on a sunny day, running in the third spot. Ghost Rider to the outside. Whole Lot of Trouble down on the inside fifth. Shuffled back to race within 6 or 7 from the lead. 2 clear of Baltic. Another 2 to a Stern Command. Captain and Bliss Street at the back as they approach the far turn. Beach Beamer, Charlie Marquez wing it. Went 21-4 that first quarter mile. Moving right along here, opens up 3. Man with the money in chase mode second. Length and a half to Ghost Rider sent upon from third. Gap of 4. Baltic passing, waiting on a sunny day. The others need to pick it up as they hit the top of the lane. Beach Beamer off the turn, a length and a half in front. Now it's only a length. Man with the money eating up ground and grabs the lead with a furlong to go. Ran right by Beach Beamer in the final furlong here. Man with the money clear, opening up a 2-length lead. Now here comes Baltic coming on the scene late, but Man with the money's got a comfortable lead. Man with the money, Luis Rivera Jr., he's the man with the money today. He won 4 races on the program. Baltic second, Beach Beamer third, and then came Ghost Rider.
And while he hadn't won, he still was the proven commodity on the grass in this field. Man with the money ran a 77 buyer, missed by a neck. Spurting on the terrific Gulfstream, 2 starts back, and he gets the win here.
Gets the win here, worked out a perfect trip. So much speed from the 1, Beach Beamer, and he was able to just get good position stalking him. Took him when he was ready, drew off nicely. When they win by daylight, meaning open lengths like this, turf sprinting, it's a good effort. Really nice effort from Baltic, who rallied on to be second, and Beach Beamer ran out of steam late, but hung on for third.
All right, we'll have those prices for you coming up. Back to Belmont at the Big A. Race 8 on the grass at 1 mile and a 16th of this New York-bred $50,000 maiden claiming event. Night Jasmine outside posts. It's had a lot of opportunities, including dropping into the list this level on a couple of occasions. Has still not got it done, but maybe he's found the right field today.
Yeah, maybe the right company. Not crazy about the outside draw. You got to work out a trip from out there, but she's logical. Will not surprise if she wins. I just thought there maybe were other directions to go at better prices.
All right, much more on that race coming up shortly. There are about 12 minutes to post. Race 8 starts this late pick 4 back at Laurel Park. Grade 3 dinner party. 1 1/8 on the lawn. It's Fort Washington. And look, this was tougher company. I know Cruz the Nile's talented, but this was probably the toughest horse he's faced yet. $7.80 for the win.
Now, Fort Washington, a horse that's already been proven in top flight company for Hall of Fame trainer Shug McGahee. He gets it done. A bourbon for Toby. Good effort there. Just
indeed, yeah.
You know, just second best. And Cruz and I, your favorite, checked in third.
Grade 3 Gallarette for fillies and mares on the lawn at 1 mile and a 16th and $150,000 purse. Graham Motion with the 2. Chad Brown. He's got Accent. He's got Child of the Moon. Graham Motion with Warming as well. Some big name trainers certainly in this race coming up. An awesome check right now. 5-2 favorite outside for Horacio to pause. JK, your thoughts on the Gallarette?
I mean, honestly, Wolfie, you just laid it out for me. Exactly what you said. You said that there's some big name trainers, and then your voice changed, and you said that Awesome Check is the favorite. I liked Awesome Check when Awesome Check was 5-1 on the morning line. I actually like the horse now, considering the fact that he is 5-2. She is, excuse me. The amount of money it takes to be bet on her on a Preakness day, into the teeth of Brendan Walsh, into the teeth of 2 Chad Brown runners. Whatever it is that I saw, clearly everyone else is seeing the exact same thing. This is not a New York bred commercial, but New York breds do start with an advantage. No, in all seriousness, though, maybe they're having a hard time. Maybe the morning line was because she was a New York bred, and maybe that was meant to be problematic facing some of these other horses from other places, some foreign bred horses, also some Kentucky breds. Look, if you look at Awesome Check's numbers, she's got a ton of speed figures, that fit with this group, if not better. She's drawn outside. She comes off a little bit of a break, but that doesn't concern me too much. If you look through her past performances, she's run well off a layoff prior to this. I like Awesome Check quite a bit. Don't get me wrong. I don't love her as a win wager while she's 5-2 on the board, but from a multi-race wager, I'd be very happy if I was alive to her in pick 6s and pick 5s, and I'd be very happy to start pick 4s with her as well.
6 for 16 on the lawn. Yeah, New York bred, Awesome Check. I guess not the only question mark, because I felt like it's a wide open field, but that outside post. For it, it's not a huge field. but a bit of a concern.
But she's tactical, too, though. She's a filly that kind of creates her own trip by being a stalking type. Barry Schwartz, her owner breeder, so good with the names, right? Awesome Check out of Marvelous Martina Navratilova. I've always appreciated the way Barry and his family have named horses over the years.
One of the most incredible players, in the history of the WTA.
You know what I loved? When Barry was basically running Naira at the time, he would come down to the jockey's room, and these guys didn't know Barry as well as I did. Barry Schwartz can really shoot pull. He'd come down there and hustle the boys for some.
Did you know better? Or you
I
learned
knew he could play. I know about his misspent youth.
2 of the 3 runners coming back for the Derby O'Selley. Still a maiden, was 3rd Derby Day, and incredible off a 6th-place finish. Maybe the horse to beat. Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Card in the books out of the Jersey Shore on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon at Monmouth Park, and a big Saturday for Luis Rivera Jr. with a 4-win day.
Yeah, nice to see Luis Rivera getting opportunities and making the most of them. As a rider, you never know when you're going to get an opportunity, but it's your responsibility to be ready for it when it comes, and Luis making the most of it.
$9.60 for the win with a horse with the by far best turf form in the field.
Yeah, by far and away the best turf form in the field. I guess people were a little scared away because of as many chances. Is that possible?
I guess so. Post parade here in the 8th Belmont of the Big A. Here's Rocket Robin.
Yeah, daughter of War Dancer, making her 4th start. Has shown steady improvement in each start.
Blinkers on, Valiant Diva for the Tom Morley barn.
Well, she's lacked speed. Will the blinkers help her find a little more focus and put herself in better position?
Major player here, start number 2 for Amelia Green's Athena's Fury debuted at Saratoga as a 2-year-old.
Well, we just saw it with Peyton. One race really helps a horse from a physical fitness standpoint. I think Athena's Fury is very much the horse to beat.
Ken McPeak filly, who ran in a race taken off the turf first time out.
Yeah, and they were looking for turf. Well, they're getting turf this time. See if it's what the doctor ordered.
Another Tom Morley runner, turf debut not tapping.
Yeah, but the mare has produced 2 turf winners, so you like to see some of that, in the pedigree where they have turf.
Big price again, as was the debut for 2 clicks.
Yeah, it didn't break well on debut. He's going to have to turn it around in a big way, adding blinkers.
Comes from pretty far out of it, but Sky Lolo, very interesting. 0 for 8 on the turf so far.
Well, has races good enough to be competitive here, that's for sure, but another one that has had more than a few chances.
Second back off about a 3-month rest for Anagroati.
Well, will the 22nd time be the charm?
Yeah,
that's the question.
Overdue angle there. And then Night Jasmine, the favorite, 2-1 outside.
Yeah, making a nice impression in the warm-up. Does have that race off the bench. Has to work out a trip with Dylan Davis from the outside, but certainly a major player.
For Horacio De Paz, who has the favorite, awesome check out of the Gallerette as well, as we touched on. So here's Night Jasmine in action. This was back on April 24th, the return effort as a 4-year-old filly, and the second time dropping in for the State-Bred Maiden 50.
Yeah, and you can see she's not in the most comfortable of positions, kind of caught in a little bit of a no-man's land in between horses into the turn. And you saw how to kind of steady off the heels right there. It was subtle, but it was more severe than it would lead you to believe. And it just looked like when she finally got it together and got towards the clear is when she started to find her best stride. So maybe the outside post is going to be a good thing for her, because it didn't look like she was running at all when she was surrounded by horses. With that post, she should get surrounded today, should she?
Yeah, you would not think so.
But she really didn't get to running at all until she was well in the clear.
Yeah, finally entering your picture there. This Gray, 13. Going to roll by the 9 for third. But look, that was off a significant layoff too. Found her stride late and going to be fitter for the effort. Let's go downstairs. Back with us, Acacia Clement.
And we'll start with your favorite to the outside in Night Jasmine. She is the one that I would want, at least from a physical perspective, out of that race that was won by On a Summer Day. She is a filly that I do think has improved as she's gotten older, which is a typical English Channel. She was one that used to be kind of nervous, not carrying the best weight, and she has improved from all of those aspects. Now she's second off the layoff. She should be stronger. She had a far outside post there and came running on late. She's getting a big warm-up. She's moving well. Like I said, for her standards, she seems to be doing exceptionally well. I know that she's had a lot of chances. Like I said, as a typical of her sire, I think that she has steadily taken steps forward, and this is the right kind of spot for her. Now, looking at a couple of lightly raced runners, the number 3, Athena's Fury, was the one that first caught my eye when I walked into the paddock. I had written down from her debut as a 2-year-old where she was very green prior to the race, trying to run off in the warm-up. She looked like she was well spotted, just maybe mentally not totally there. And she had a very wide trip on debut as well. She never saw the rail and was the best of the rest to finish 4th. But I think that there is absolutely a chance for her to take a step forward coming back as a 3-year-old. She's grown and filled out. She looked strong. She looked fit. She was so much more settled and professional, completely dappled from head to toe. I really liked what I saw from her in the preliminaries here and at 7-2. Also making her second start is the 4, Speed Walking. She does not look like a horse that wants to sprint. She is tall. She is lanky. I know that Improbable is not really known for turf on the top side, and the dam never did try the grass either, but she has a turf hoof, so I understand the thought process in switching her to the grass today, and she definitely looks like she wants to go longer. I think that this is going to be the right spot for her, but several coming out of that common race on April 24th, including Rocket Robin, who acted up pre-race. JK, I know you have interest in her. She can be a handful. So far, so good with her as they step onto the turf course.
I got to tell you, Acacia, I was about to text you to ask you, but I knew you were talking, so I didn't want to. I thought that would throw you off. I wanted to know. I remembered that she had acted that way previously, and I was wondering how she was behaving here today. Here's the thing: when I look at maiden claiming races, the first thing I look at is who had shown some talent at maiden special weight, who had shown some interest, taking some money at maiden special weight. And I put those up against the types of horses that have been running for tags at shorter prices and not winning. The 9 Night Jasmine, she's been, almost 3-1, 5-1, maiden 50, and she's 3rd and 4th. She's just not really getting there. And the one thing I liked about Rocket Robin is that this horse took a little bit of money first time out and is getting a second chance down on the inside. Save some ground, Kendrick. I like the 1, Rocket Robin.
9-1 on the Rail Runner, and we'll see, JK, what happens here. Michelle Nevin trains, Kendrick Carmouche aboard. Even money, though, on the 9, Night Jasmine. Short price on an 0 for 10 filly, although there she is, only 0 for 2 at this level. Second back off the bench. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
And they're off. Squeeze at the start there was not tapping, is at the back end of the field. The gray Rocket Robin holds the rail, and out of the chute, it's Rocket Robin with a clear lead, is up by a length. Here comes Athena's Fury, is trying to apply pressure, and from the outside, that's 2 Clicks. 2 Clicks is now rushing up to the outside. They're well apart, but now Rocket Robin will let 2 Clicks press on, and 2 Clicks. Raylu Gutierrez, the big long shot, is in the 2 path, and now corners wide. 2 Clicks is drifting out there, but does have the lead. 23.27 the opening quarter mile. Back in second is Rocket Robin, well strung out field. Valiant Diva is going to be in 3rd. They're followed by Athena's Fury in 4th. Then comes Night Jasmine, who's going to end up being about 6 off the leader. Is another 2 just in front of Attagirl Addie, who travels in tandem with Speed Walking. Then to the back end of the field, Sky Low Low with the trailer, Not Tapping. They work up the backstretch in 48.11 was a half-mile time, and 2 Clicks has come back to Rocket Robin, who's a close-up second now. Valiant Divas well settled off of them in 3rd, and here comes at the rail, starting to move forward, Athena's Fury and Jamie Rodriguez. That's the leading 4 as they get set to move into the far turn. Night Jasmine just had to switch out wide. Steadying there was Attagirl Addie. Sky Low Low. From the back here comes Not Tapping, trying to run on, and Speed Walking is the trailer. The leader is Rocket Robin, and Rocket Robin now puts a nose in front. Here towards the outside, Valiant Diva, Night Jasmine now rolls down the center of the course, and here comes Dylan Davis and Night Jasmine. Night Jasmine, in an instant, has taken the lead, is thrust to the front. Valiant Diva's battling on. Towards their outside, Attagirl Addie with a late run. The rest are too far back. Night Jasmine with that turn of foot off the turn, and Night Jasmine's going to win well. It's all Night Jasmine. The favorite does it. Night Jasmine over Valiant Diva. It's a photo there. Athena's Fury to the inside of Attagirl Addie.
The way she wins here, she was an overlay. Night Jasmine at even money.
Dominated. Made that wide rally around the far turn. She had to be 5-6 wide pretty much the entirety of that turn, and just kicked on as much the best. You put that kind of separation, especially after a wide trip, you're just the best horse. I mean, she was good. Very good today. Nice effort by the 2, Valiant Diva. Maybe her best effort to date. Ruben Silvera for Tom Morley, adding blinkers for the first time. But Night Jasmine smelled sweet today.
Well done, Mick. 14-1 underneath even money. And the 11th time, the charm, I guess, well, did she find the right field today?
Yeah, the right field, but maybe she just needed that race off the layoff. And Acacia talked about her, maturing with age. That is something you see a lot with the English channels, and this was a really nice effort. And Horatio De Paz does such good work. His horses look good, and they run to their works, and she looks like she had a good time. Maybe she'll decide she liked getting her picture taken.
I would think she stays with the barn. We'll see.
Yeah, you don't usually see horses maidens getting claimed for 50, that have had multiple tries.
Especially over 10.
And then she's got a starter allowance condition now as well. She doesn't have to go right to an A other than.
9-2-3-8. And yeah, no claims for anyone in this race. So we'll go right back to the Horatio De Paz barn. Dylan Davis in Soxaberry Schwartz. And the Chalk with an easy victory here in race 8. Well, the prices for you when we come back. It's all Night Jasmine with a dominant score here in race 8.
Look at these two juveniles going at it, and it is Forte.
It is Forte Forte in front. Forte on to victory here in the Grade 1 hopeful.
The two of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, and Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Forte starts to gather in the top horses. This is going to be very close, but the champion prevails. Forte wins.
Passion, performance, and the pursuit of excellence.
At West Point, the horses are the heart of what we do. The partners really are the soul.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else. This starts and ends with the care of the horses.
This is a real immersive experience.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
Untimed workouts, limited crop use, and the only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt racetrack. No other 2-year-old sale showcases each horse's natural athleticism like Mid-Atlantic May. Recent grads include graded stakes winners Explora, A Fine Chardonnay, Charlene's Dream, Ground Support, and Mendelssohn Bay. New year, new format, same quality. Phasing tipped in Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training. May 18th and 19th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hallandale at a lap on Preakness Saturday. Just about 2 hours and 5 minutes until they break from the gate for the middle jewel of the Triple Crown. Night Jasmine dominant here in race 8, Belmont at the Big A.
Yeah, she was much the best, circled. I think she's a filly that wants to be out in the clear anyway, and then she kicked on nicely. A little unlucky for the 3. Athena's Fury, who wasn't going to stretch the winner, but probably could have been second if she had gotten a clean run. She kind of got stopped down inside of horses and then rallied on again, was able to get third, but I think with a clean trip, she would have been second best. No doubt about the winner, though. Night Jasmine, just too good here.
So Dylan Davis for Horacio de Paz, Barry Schwartz, and the 11th career start gets the first win of her career. We'll set up race 9 when we come back. We'll look back to Friday as well. And Black-Eyed Susan Day. Safi Joseph Jr. had to scratch from the Oaks. It was worth the wait. We'll have my Miss Mo's story and performance in the Black-Eyed Susan when we come back. Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage right around the corner. We got the Preakness in a couple hours away, and then it's on to the third and final leg of the Triple Crown. Last time ever the Belmont Stakes will happen at historic Saratoga. Be part of history. Your last chance to experience it in upstate New York. BelmontStakes.com/tickets to be on hand and part of the action.
Yeah, a chance to be a part of history, something that will never happen again in our lifetime at least, unless they start consolidating all the racing to Saratoga. Listen, I think they do a great job. It's an amazing celebration of our sport, that entire Belmont Stakes week, but it'll be fun when the new Belmont's open.
Preakness, a couple hours away. Saffie Joseph Jr. is having a huge weekend already. If he can pull this one off, maybe he's the greatest trainer in the history of the sport.
Well, it is a very wide open Preakness. There's a lot of ways you can go. I think it's very, very competitive.
Tough time seeing it with this one.
I'm having a tough time seeing it as well.
Bull by the horns, maybe generous at 30-1 on the morning line. Won the rush away on synthetic at Turfway Park. Passed on the Derby and shows up here in the Preakness. We'll see that. Look, horses can step forward, make big moves, and jump. But this horse had some experience too. This will be career start number 6, and to see him take that huge kind of jump in this spot seems a little unlikely.
I have a hard time making this horse, but it is horse racing. They got to get around there. I landed on a horse coming out of the Derby in a Credibolt. So much is made of the 2 weeks between the Derby and the Preakness. And a lot of times the best racehorses run in the past previously have been in the Preakness. Smarty Jones's Derby was good. His Preakness was otherworldly.
Yeah.
Funny Side's Derby was good. His Preakness was otherworldly. In a day and age where trainers are reluctant to run horses back with, less than a month in between starts, sometimes horses really relish turning back. They just don't find out because they don't do it anymore.
Yeah. And the stats back it up.
Yeah.
And not just those two horses. There have been several that have come back and run even better. Sometimes the best race of their career off that short rest. When the going's good, sometimes they build off it. Fascinating to see what will happen with, kind of a lot of new names in here. Yes, 3 horses coming out of the Derby, but none of the big names. Yep. Although Oselli did run third as a maiden. And you got Robusta coming out of the Kentucky Derby as well. So we'll wait and see what happens a couple of hours from now. Of course, Saffie Joseph Jr. will have that long shot, who's 16-1 right now. Yesterday, he won the Pimlico Special with Navajo Warrior. And then the very next race, My Miss Mo led almost the entire way around as the favorite to take the Black-Eyed Susan.
Well, what was impressive to me, although it wasn't a fast pace, but it was a contested pace, right? So you had Savor It in front, a huge price, finished last. And My Miss Mo was right on top of her each way and just kept finding it. It looked like mid-stretch. My Miss Mo might be, overhauled by jumping the gun. That wasn't the case. She found another gear, reached down, and found some more.
Incredible spring for Saffie Joseph Jr., including some huge upset scores that you were on hand for in Hot Springs, White Barrio, and that showdown between the 2 3-year-olds who swept last year's Triple Crown, the Oaklawn Handicap, Claret Beret, beating Nitrogen, among others, in the Apple Blossom. What a run he's on.
Yeah, quite a run, and can continue it today. But yesterday, Pimlico Special, Black-Eyed Susan. I love the Black-Eyed Susan, one of my favorite races. I was so happy when I got to win it for Stephen DeMauro Jr., who's the steward at Gulfstream now, because my first trip to Pimlico back in 1980, I went on the van with a filly called Island Charm to run in the Black-Eyed Susan, and I got to stay in the steak barn up in the dormitories above the steak barn, and it was so exciting to be there all Preakness week. We didn't win that day, but going back about 20 years later to win it for my boss's son, Stephen, was a big deal with 2-item limit. Joe Graffio, her owner, they did a great job campaigning that filly.
Let's get back to Belmont of the Big 8. Tonight, Jasmine with that dominant win back in race 8. Returning $4.12 for the win. Valiant Diva, Athena's Fury, complete the trifecta.
And an improved effort from Valiant Diva. Athena's Fury, a little bit unlucky. Probably would have been second with a cleaner trip, but no doubt about it. Night Jasmine, decidedly best here.
Wide open group in race 9. several ways you can go in here. 1 turn mile New York bred allowance optional claiming field. And Shadow Dragon, 3-1 from the outside post. And here struggled in the mud last time out, but not really indicative of what this horse is capable of. Been a lot better on, even in the mud, really few starts prior, but fast track has usually been fairly reliable to run his race.
And a real good post parade and making his first start for Fernando Abreu.
Much more on the 9th. When we come back, one of several contenders, this one right here, Concord Spirit for Gustavo Rodriguez. Off since early March, can be forward. Kendrick Carmouche will ride.
First again and again and again. First mission, 4 graded stakes. He made finishing first his mission, and all with big buyers. Now he's a Darley Stallion, and breeders are falling in love with him. Here's fabled horseman John Williams.
First mission is an eyeful. He's beautifully balanced, and I love the way he uses himself as he moves.
Come to see First Mission and tell us your first impression. Consider it your mission.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of Racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
Every 2-year-old champion has precocity, but only one can be called fierce.
Fierceness!
Brilliant at 2.
A powerhouse win!
Dominant at 3.
Fierceness is putting on a show in Hallandale today! Fierceness to win the Travers!
Tenacious at 4.
Fierceness has won the Pacific Classic!
All the makings of a champion. Fierceness. New to Coolmore America.
44-4 for that hot half-mile time, and now Solitude Dude is down to business.
And another terrific display from Queen Maxima. And a very special performance indeed out of El Potente. Rude Velocity, a sharp 3-length winner of the Pate Mile.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as we have New York bred allowance field coming up, going a mile here. And we'll start to the outside with the number 8 Shadow Dragon, who, it's funny, looking through, has been pretty popular at the claim box, and in fact was at one point trained by Jorge Abreu. Now makes his first start in the barn of Fernando Abreu, as this horse was picked up through the claim 2 starts back by Powder Pop Racing with Dana Saul. And watching his last race in their silks for the first time, he was just totally outfooted early, but actually did run on a little bit late. I think he's a better horse when he can be more forwardly placed, and I do wonder if we'll get a chance to see him go back to those tactics today. He is a horse that sometimes throughout his career, my complaint has been that he hasn't carried a ton of conditioning. That's not the case today. He's strong, super weight on him, super coat. Fernando looking for his second win today. And I like how Shadow Dragon is appearing. He's very laid back here in the paddock. He's kind of got his head low and just kind of bopping along. But I know that Jamie Rodriguez, who climbs the board, is an aggressive rider. And like I said, I'd like to see him go back to some of the tactics where he is involved in the race a little bit more early on. Now, take a look at the number 4, Concord
Spirit, a horse that did break running and go right to the lead last time out. He had some company, and he was beaten by Shadow Dragon that day when going 1 1/8 miles. And I know that this is a horse that has run very well at the distance before. In fact, he won 2 races going the 9 furlongs. I've always felt, though, that he is a horse that's built more like a miler type. I know that's nitpicking a little bit, and he has had success going longer, but I like this spot for him. He's a little bit more short-coupled and compact, and he's also kind of a ball of muscle and a ball of energy. He gets quite sharp once they have the tack on him. He can sometimes get hot prior to his races. He just acts and looks much more like a horse that wants to go a little bit shorter than he has been running lately. Also, he really appears like a horse that would not appreciate a wet track, and that might have been something that was up against it for him last time out as well. See if he can get back to his winning days with a little bit less ground to work with today, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. 5 minutes to post here in this 9th. Start of the final pick 3 on the card, which you can play right there. You can also play the Preakness and get a $25 free bet for the Preakness in your NYRA Bets account. Just put in that code at sign up, Preak25, get that $200 deposit match new customer bonus as well. Right there, NYRABets.com, where to play the Triple Crown, Saratoga all summer and beyond. So this 1-turn mile coming up, and yeah, third choice on the board right now, Shadow Dragon. What'd you think of this effort?
Oh, that was a very good effort. And I agree with Acacia. I think he's a horse that likes to be involved. With that post, he should be able to, put himself in the right kind of position. I think he's very interesting.
5-time winner from 29 career starts. This is just such a wide open race. There's so many cases to be made for several in there. I almost felt no one should even be, oh, now he clicks up to 3-1. I should say no one should be 5-2 in this spot. No one is right now.
That's why I was a little bit interested in the 2-horse Left Them Behind. His last race is terrible, but that was on turf, and I think that just really kind of dirties up the form. But was beaten a half a length to Shadow Dragon 2 back. Was a couple lengths off Shadow Dragon the start previous to that, and you're getting 8-1 as opposed to half the price with Shadow Dragon. And I just thought maybe Left Him Behind's form is a little dirtied up because of that turf race, and maybe that's why you're getting a better price than I anticipated.
8-1 right now. Christopher Elliott will ride the 6-year-old, and there's Christopher, son of Stuart Elliott. And you talk about big Preaknesses. Yeah, his dad on Smarty Jones, what a huge performance that was.
It was a huge performance. He just drew away as powerfully as the horse. You go back to it, even Secretariat, obviously his Belmont Stakes will always be the benchmark. But what he did in the Preakness, circling the field on the first turn, he went from last to first on the first turn. And that's when horses are still fresh. You will never see that again.
Favorite here, easy roll. Ray Handel, Dylan Davis, trying to win his 3rd in a row. And his last start, he really took a big move forward to the point that he's a little bit of a 1-number horse because it was such a big improvement for him. And it was at 1 1/8. Now he cuts back to a mile.
His form's a little bit dirtied up too, huh? A lot of turf racing in there. But then he showed his best going 1 1/8. Does that translate to the 1-turn mile? I know it's only 220 yards difference, but the race is run completely different. They have a half a mile straightaway down the backstretch. They're going to go faster. Where the 1 1/8, they're going a more sedate pace. Even though he's outrun, he's not that far outrun. Sharper paced mile may give him more to do than he wants.
I thought Lots of Trouble was interesting. We'll get to the 6 in a moment. Manny Franco will ride that one. Here's Ciccio Bello coming off a victory. Gates Wire on the inside.
Yeah, against much easier, moves up to 45,000, but Ciccio Bello is one of those honest types that shows up.
Forget that last race from the 2 Left Me Behind. That was on grass. He is very dangerous on the dirt.
Yeah, I can make a case for Left Him Behind at a good price.
15-1 on Burning Beauty here for Charlie Baker.
Smartest thing I can say is I won on this horse's great-grandmother in 2003, 23 years ago, for owner Al Freed.
Wow. Conquered Spirit Gustavo Rodriguez. This horse tried to go gate to wire at 1 1/8 last start in the mud.
And he was beaten by Shadow Dragon and left him behind. He's 0 for 5 at the mile distance.
Easy Roll, trying to win 3 in a row, but shortens up in distance.
Well, he won last time at 7-1, going 1 mile and a furlong. Do you want him as your favorite, cutting back to 1 mile? He is 1 for 2 at the mile distance.
Lots of trouble. Very sharp form right now, including last start, maybe the best number he's ever run. He'll stretch back out.
Just a consistent sort. You know you're going to get an effort from him.
3 Bs. Linda Rice did not like the slop last start.
No, one off by 8 lengths on a good track. Didn't like the slop. Fast track races are good enough to win.
And there's Shadow Dragon, excuse me. 9-2. Jamie Rodriguez for Fernando Abreu.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Great outside draw. Should get that forward position that Acacia talked about that he likes. You know, some people and horses are similar, and they got to be involved to do their best. And last time he was just too outrun to show what he can do.
Post time coming up for the 9th. Let's check in with JK for his thoughts here in this one.
Wolfie, I appreciate it. I'm going to go to the inside with the 1 Ciccio Bello. And the reason is because I feel like this horse has the best early pace figures and could make the lead and make the lead comfortably, despite the fact that he's drawn towards the inside. Being drawn towards the inside, you kind of take away the guessing. Edgar Zayas is going to take this horse back, who just won wire to wire, take him back, eat a bunch of dirt, be in behind horses. You'd like to think from that inside post he'll be aggressive. So I feel comfortable that he'll make the lead. And in dirt racing, there's no more dangerous place to be than on the front end. So I'm hopeful that'll happen, especially based on the draw, based on the rider Edgar Zayas, who's an aggressive rider by nature. I will hope that Ciccio Bello can find himself on the front end. There's just not a lot of other speed in here. I suppose if someone else decides to be aggressive, Acacia, it could set up pretty nicely for a horse like the 5, Easy Roll.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be hoping for some pace, JK. And Easy Roll's coming in off back-to-back wins at 1 mile 2 back and at the 1 1/8 last time. And I know that he ran a much faster figure in his most recent effort. But to be honest, I was a bit surprised by that. I really did not like him stretching out to the 2 turns. He did not really appear to be the type of horse that would appreciate going longer. Yet he did it pretty convincingly. He broke slowly that day too and did pull away much the best. I just think he's in a really good groove right now. His last 3 races have been strong, including that 2nd place finish. And I know that he did a lot of his work on the turf, but he's found his home on the main track. He is a horse that gets pretty hot prior to his races. That's very typical for Easy Roll, but he's so forward in the way that he acts. If I had to look just at distances, I would much prefer him in a spot like this. My main concern, as Jonathan touched on, is his lack of early pace. The number 2 left him behind. You can say that's a question with him as well. He did show speed back in November when going 1 mile, when he broke slowly and then kind of rushed up. But typically he is a horse that does not get out of the gate quickly. If you watch his last dirt race 2 starts back, he just kind of falls out of the gate, and that's always usually how he runs. He did run on very well and just missing to finish 3rd behind Shadow Dragon, but I think just leaving himself with a lot to do. I like Left Him Behind. I think he's always a horse that I respect, and I've fallen for him plenty of times, and he is a generous price right now. It's just the biggest concern that he is a horse that leaves himself with a lot to do late, as we do have a late scratch, the number 6, lots of trouble coming out. He was not warming up great on the track, so a late scratch coming out here in race 9, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you for that. So take out one of the contenders in here. Still a wide open group is the 4 Conquered Spirit. Your 2-1 favorite right now for race 9.
Yeah, I mean, it is just that wide open and competitive. Would anybody really shock you? I guess maybe the 3 horse would be a little bit of a surprise, just because it hasn't shown a race in a long time, and certainly not on the NYRA circuit that would be competitive here.
Yeah, that one would be a bit of a stretch, but I'm with you. Yeah, just about everybody else can certainly make a case for. But wow, the public really pretty solidly behind Conquered Spirit in what seemed like an even more wide open race than this.
And Conquered Spirit does have some speed, but that's two turns. You know, there are races where he has no speed at all going further, but you get Kendrick Carmouche, who is very good at putting horses in position.
And he's been effective coming from off the pace regardless. Seems pretty versatile.
I don't think you want to leave yourself too much to do in this race because I just don't think there is a lot of speed signed on here. I would certainly want position. Right, if I'm handicapping this race as a jockey, I'm riding this race. The biggest thing I'm thinking about is I want to get forward position.
Rider who's pretty good at doing that.
Especially dirt racing. You know, dirt races are won by horses that put themselves in the game.
Kendrick Carmouche. There he is with that task. DQ'd out of a win 3 starts ago. Came right back to win at 1 1/8, but now shortens up to this mile distance where this horse is 0 for 5. But you're 2-1 favor right now. Chris Griffin with the 9th. Belmont at the Big A on Preakness Saturday on Fox Sports 2.
Goes in. All set. They're off. Dwelt at the start there was Chicho Bello and also left him behind. They were both off slowly. Speed from in between horses, Concord Spirit, and now challenged to the outside by Shadow Dragon. Shadow Dragon gets to the lead and does it fairly easily. It's Shadow Dragon controlling the pace, gets over to the rail, out of the chute, hooks up the backstretch, and Jamie Rodriguez, Shadow Dragon, an easy leader so far. Chicho Bello moves to the 2 paths to be stalking from 2nd, and Concord Spirit is in behind them in 3rd. At the rail that's left him behind, made up a lot of ground after the start. Then just behind them in 5th is Burning Beauty. They're followed intently by 3 Bs on the far outside portion of the racetrack, and the trailer, Easy Roll. Shadow Dragon is in front, and Chicho Bello is trying to cut into the margin. They approach 4 furlongs left to go. Shadow Dragon controls in 45 and 4. Was at half-mile time. Shadow Dragon only a neck in front now. Chicho Bello is ready to challenge Edgard. Zayas on the move. Concord Spirit, Kendrick Carmouche, asking for more, is in 3rd. Just back in 4th, that's Burning Beauty. Tailing off was left in behind. 3 Bs has got a lot of ground to make up, and from the back, Easy Roll. Shadow Dragon is trying to kick on. Down at the rail, Chicho Bello with every chance. Concord Spirit just slowly making up ground. Ducked in, is trying to straighten up on the leader. Chicho Bello. Chicho Bello's in front. Concord Spirit, 3 Bs, has come from far out of it, starts to roll. Also looking for a seam is Burning Beauty. Chicho Bello, tiring late. Concord Spirit, the new danger is 3 Bs towards the inside. Concord Spirit looking for the line. 3 Bs, gonna lunge. Photo finish. Concord Spirit and 3 Bs. Also right there was Easy Roll up for 3rd.
Concord Spirit, Kendrick Carmouche, 3 Bs, Sahin Savachi. Photo finish here in the 9th.
I've got desperately close. I do believe that the inside runner, Concord Spirit, it's about head bobs. The outside's going to get, oh, that's very close. I do think that the 4-horse lost the bob.
Looks like inside, yeah.
Inside, got it done, saving all that ground. Concord Spirit, Kendrick Carmouche for Gus Rodriguez gets it done. Big effort from the 4. Excuse me. It was the 4 Congress. I mean, the 7 3 Bs with Sahin Savachi got it done. I'm sorry. Confused my riders there.
7-4, 5-1, 5-1 upset. Linda Rice owns and trains one that she claimed at Saratoga last summer for $32,000. And since she has claimed now 3 victories. Not bad.
No, it has done well. Got a really good trip and a good ride from Sahin Savachi, who I guess is sticking around, right? He was one of the leading riders in Canada. Woodbine's been open, and he's still here.
Yeah, that was a plan. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's not going back to Canada.
I don't know about summer, but yeah, the plan was to stay, for this meet. 5-1, been a little bit unlucky last couple of years with injuries.
Yep.
Former, Sovereign Award winner up in Woodbine in Canada. And finally, getting a chance to ride uninterrupted, injury-free. Teaming up with Linda Rice for the victory at 5-1 here in this 9th, 7-4, 5-1 finish. When we come back, JK, he gave us a big tease. He likes a 30-1 shot in the Preakness. Is it Crupper, Robusta, Bull by the Horns, or Corona de Oro? He'll tell us when he comes back. Coming up tonight, we have more coverage on Fox Sports 2. Arthur J. Cutler Memorial from the Meadowlands, Under the Lights. Chris Griffin, Paul Verderosa. Action kicks off at 8 Eastern again on Fox Sports 2. So I hope to see you tonight. Back at Belmont at the Big A3Bs in a thriller. Took a photo finish over the favorite Concord Spirit. Wins at 5-1 here for the 6th win in 21 starts and since claimed for $32,000 last August at Saratoga for Linda Rice. 3 times this one has visited the winner's circle.
Yeah, he came from well back. Sahin Savachi decided, you know what, I can't come around these horses. I've got too much to do. I've got to save ground. That's where the jockey has to make that assessment. From my position, what's my best chance to get there? He stayed inside. He got the split. He comes with that relentless grinding run. It looked like the 4 might hold him off. Concord Spirit, but it was 3Bs who had his nose on the line at just the right moment.
Not really even as close as we thought.
I thought it was much closer.
$13.66 for the win, owned trained by Linda Rice. Sahin Savachi again aboard for the winning ride. Take a look at how this cross-country pick 5 has played out to this point. And here we go, our biggest number yet in the sequence with the finale coming up. And we're going to close it out sprinting on the grass on the outer turf in this New York bred first level allowance race. Wow, with Storm opening up, taking a ton of money off a win in the turf debut at Gulfstream.
Yeah, New York bred finally getting with New York bred. She has not run against New York breds as of yet, and her last race was by far and away her best effort on the turf.
To our ABR race of the week, Middle Jewel, Triple Crown, and closing in about an hour and a half until the gates open for the Preakness 151st edition. And a look at the current odds. We got 3 horses coming back out of the Kentucky Derby. Obviously not the Derby winner, waiting for Belmont at Saratoga, Golden Tempo. But among those returning, the maiden, Ocelli, who for a moment mid-stretch looked like a maiden was going to win the Derby. He'll return in 2 weeks' time for Whit Beckman.
Yeah, he was making the third to last run, and then he was passed by Renegade, who made the second to last run, and then here came Golden Tempo with the absolute last run. And obviously a race that was dominated by closers. The speed just seemed to hit a wall. And I wonder, there's always so many theories about, when a race kind of falls apart and the closers have the best of it. I think a lot of it has to do with these horses. Most of these horses don't have the same foundation horses used to get, so it's hard for them to get the mile and a quarter being involved early.
And I forget who, Paul may have made that point. He feels like a lot of horses, obviously not always the case, but usually the case. The best horses, 3-year-olds, are in the Kentucky Derby.
Yes.
And so why not would you, want some of those? And it's not always the case. The best horses who ran on the Derby are coming out of the Derby. But in this case, you have a horse who just ran third, although a maiden. Seems like a lot of people don't seem like he's going to back it up today.
Well, it's surprising that he's 9-1 in the betting at this moment because he ran a big race, and I think he gets a lot of speed in this Preakness to run to his style.
Well, the one that everyone seems pretty high on of that trio returning from the first Saturday in May is this horse, Incredible. It was a Virginia Derby winner for Riley Mott. Of course, his dad won the Kentucky Derby in Belmont last year with Sovereignty. And then what do you think of his 6th place finish in the Kentucky Derby?
I thought it was good. I thought he had some traffic. I thought he had some difficulties. What I find interesting, though, is him running back in the 2 weeks. And Riley Mott reached out to his dad to talk about it. Now, we know Bill chose not to take Sovereignty there. He has not run very many horses in the Preakness over the years. I think 1 or 2 at most. But he advised his son, if he's doing good, to go. And I just think it would be even a better story that you get a trainer that bypassed the chance at the Triple Crown last year with Sovereignty, advised his son to go to the Preakness. It would be kind of fun to see him get it done. I also am rooting for a horse to come out of the Derby and win this Preakness because I think so much has been talked about, changing distances and spacing of races and different things. And I've lived through this my whole life.
And look, a lot of people writing articles that don't really know this sport that well, too, and just kind of jumping on a bandwagon. I hate to see that, but yeah.
Couldn't make a nicer impression, this horse. I like him. The other thing, too, is it was 25 years from Citation in 1948 to Secretariat in 1973. And as a kid, being around the racetrack, I would hear all the people saying how they got to make it tougher. I mean, got to make it easier. It's too tough. No horse is ever going to do it again. Well, then we had 3 horses do it in the 70s. Secretariat, obviously, Seattle Slew, and then Affirmed.
Then we got to change. It's too easy.
And then everybody was saying it was too easy. It is exactly what it's supposed to be, hard, because only the greatest are supposed to be able to accomplish it.
And they even said that again after Justify, won it again 3 years after American Pharoah. Too easy, we got to change it. After they said again, 37-year wait to American Pharoah, it's too hard.
It is
just
what it's supposed to be.
Overreaction to everything.
Yeah. It's supposed to be hard. If it wasn't hard, anybody could do it.
Iron Honor, we saw here in New York win the Gotham. He was very impressive. First time out of the box to break his maiden. Again in the Gotham. What went wrong in the Wood Memorial?
Well, he was carried extremely wide on the first turn. He had contact, and it was a race that definitely was in favor of horses closing. So he was kind of in that hard chase mode wide. Impossible trip to win, especially the way the race wound up playing out. He's obviously talented. His first 2 starts show that. And his Wood Memorial, he had legitimate excuses.
Highly regarded from the get-go. Can he bounce back? He'll make an equipment change for trainer Chad Brown in this race. He'll take blinkers off. And, of course, Chad Brown has had a lot of success. A couple of Preakness wins in this race and passing on the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, sometimes horses, when they're training in the morning before they ever start, they're not as focused, and trainers make the decision. They need blinkers, but then after a couple of starts, a lot of times they outgrow that. They mature. I understand my job now. And it feels like that's what Chad Brown is doing, taking the blinkers off, that this horse is kind of coming to his own. And he probably doesn't want him keen. Wherever he is, whether it's in front or laying 6, you want a horse settled.
Lavi and Pratt will pick up the mount. It had been Manny Franco on board for both those wins and in that Wood Memorial defeat. See what happens. He was the morning line favorite. 9-2. Currently, that is wild. 9-1 right now on Iron Honor. Well, we know it's not Iron Honor that JK is going to go with. He teased a few segments ago going with a 30-1 shot morning line in the Preakness. Where are you going to wind up, JK?
Well, the bad news is that the horse is no longer 30-1. The good news is he's still double digits. But before I get to him, Wolfie, TV again, I want to make sure people pay attention to me. The whole idea of this entire race is how I want the Derby runners to run well too. The problem is that Oselli and Incredible got huge setups in that race. So my concern is that without a similar setup, I'm not cutting a line to bet them to get that same run that they got on the first Saturday in May. The other two horses you have to consider is Iron Honor and Chip Honcho are horses that kind of decided to skip the Derby and run in this race. I'm not convinced that they're that good. That has led me to where I land. It's less about the horse I like and more about the horses that I don't trust. I'm going to go with the 11 Corona de Oro, a horse that has speed. You get an unbelievable rider in Johnny Velasquez. I'm not one of those Dallas Stewart can only run second and upset Triple Crown races. I think Dallas Stewart is an outstanding trainer. And in the year that we lost D. Wayne Lucas, why wouldn't we see one of his protege win the Preakness? I think Corona de Oro is extremely live in this spot. I won't be shocked if the Derby runners or the horses that decided to skip come back and run well. And I agree with you, Meg. I want those horses to run well because I think it's nonsense that people think that the 2 weeks is a problem. The 2 weeks is only a problem because it's circumstantial, just because of a couple of horses over the last few years.
Big price, not quite the price, on the morning line. But, he has speed. He's dangerous, and he's coming in sort of the right way. I thought he was of the long shots, too. JK going a very interesting direction. Looks like a horse who will make his 6th career start who is moving forward.
I like it. He's thinking outside the box, bringing in a different angle. But if you like the 11 Corona de Oro, does that mean you kind of got to like the 7, The Hell We Did? They were kind of together? No?
I don't know. Not necessarily.
Had an easier, softer trip, you think?
I didn't love that performance from him. Look, he's related to Senor Buscador, who won going longer. I didn't love that performance from him. A lot of people like him.
But he did beat Corona de Oro.
He did. Doesn't mean a whole lot, though, does it?
Just saying. just point it out.
Warming, $19.80 for the victory. Beating Child of the Moon and Cheetah Lady in the Galleret. The Warming trained by Graham Motion, Johnny V aboard, Clips Thoroughbred Partners. And the Jim McKay Turf Sprint coming up in the 12th here. 5.5 furlongs on the grass. Jean Valjean coming off a huge performance. 4 for 7 on the turf, chasing Liberty. Pretty tough customer as well for Rob Atras. Tell you what happens in this race. Then it is Preakness time. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We still have the 10th to come. Approaching the 5-minute mark to post in this 6 furlong turf sprint ahead. Burning bridges for Mark Casse, one of the major players.
(16) a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend with a $12.50 first post. Play the win early and late 50-cent pick fives, boasting a low 15% takeout. Plus, play our new $3 all-turf pick 3, $3 late pick 3, and $5 late double. all with the same player-friendly 15% takeout. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
And it's lights out. Locked. Pouring it on. Running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward, it is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
Sunnyside has taken over and taken command in the Preakness. Sunnyside down the stretch, 3 lengths clear. Now Scrimshaw trying to rally up outside, Climbing second. Peace Rules Midway Road is next, followed by New York Hero, and there's a furlong to go, and it's Sunnyside. The courageous Sunnyside is pulling away in a dominant performance. 2 down, 1 to go. It's Sunnyside destroying the field.
114 Beyer speed figure and a dominant Preakness off a Derby win for the New York bred. Funny side for Barclay Tagg, Saratoga Stable back in 2003.
That was the year there was a month between the Derby and the Preakness, right? No, it was only 2 weeks, and look at the performance you got.
Huge effort. What a horse. What a horse. $3.5 million in earnings, and he's pretty good as he got older, too. Including a Jockey Club Gold Cup win in 2004. Back to Belmont of the Big A in our 10th race. Here is Wit Storm, the 2-1 favorite for Barclay Tagg and Saratoga Stable.
Competing against New York breds for the very first time, comes off a nice win, first time on the turf.
Here's Lawyer Mason.
I was kind of interested in this horse. Thought this horse finished well off the layoff, coming back as a 3-year-old.
I agree. He's a player. That's way too big a price. Joe West, blinkers on.
Yeah, blinkers on. Feels like he'd have to find a race we haven't seen, although it's first-time turf.
8-1 on Voodoo Doll, who won first time out for Marcassi, but that was on synthetic. This is the turf debut coming up.
Yeah, and I do think that horses that have a propensity to handle turf, sometimes, you know, more times they handle synthetic as well, but got to show me first.
Another Marcassi runner, Burning Bridges, 3-1, who was just beat a neck in, or getting back on turf, I should say, at this level.
Every single race has been good. This horse has got a winning profile.
Dylan Davis will ride. Sunday Boy, long shot next door for Jimmy Ryerson.
There's a full to Sunday Girl, who was a stakes winner on turf against New York breds.
Tough Critic, George Weaver barn. This horse went to Royal Ascot as a 2-year-old.
Yeah, maybe this horse was just more precocious to break her maiden first time out. It's going to have to find a race we haven't seen since then.
Stormy Birthday, 3-1 for the 4-year-old debut coming up.
Yeah, and she'll probably be better for having a race under her belt. Bobby Robato, not a trainer that cranks him up to win off the bench, but certainly a player here, and Javier Castellano seems to know her well. A good second on her last fall.
And career start number 9, Joker on Fire, got on the turf for the first time, won by 4 lengths with a big effort. Now comes the 4-year-old debut.
Man, that effort back would have to be very, very tough. I mean, it is since last November. Will the source need a race? But I like the work tab coming in.
Wow, big number considering that performance. Let's go down to Acacia.
Yeah, there are a lot of different ways to go in this race. I thought it was incredibly wide open. We'll start with the horse that's currently your favorite in Wit Storm down to the inside. Saw him in his debut, and he was a bigger bodied individual then, just really looking like a horse that needed to race into fitness. He did improve vastly when getting onto the turf last time out at Gulfstream. Had a very good trip that day. One thing I noticed about him is that he never really leveled. He never really kind of put his head down and leveled in the stretch there. So that's something that I'd like to see. He does look very fit coming in, and he does get to face New York breds for the first time, which is a positive. Of Mark Cassie's two, I did prefer the 6 Burning Bridges. This horse got very sharp once he got out onto the track as well, and he acts like a horse that should be forward. Has shown speed in his 3 starts so far. Was actually second to Wit Storm down at Gulfstream back in February, but he just has that intense sprint demeanor and looks like he's in the right place here. I thought the 8 Tough Critic was an overlay. I love that he's been gelded. He's very hot usually, and he is a turf sprinter. I'm very curious to see what he does coming back. JK?
Thanks, Acacia. I'm going to go to the rail. It wasn't that Saratoga Stable little piece that we saw. I mean, that wasn't what did it. And this is just a horse drawn on the inside. Has a little bit of early speed. Another one that I feel like will be able to hold that inside position. A lot of times, my default is going to an outside type of horse that can attend the pace in a turf sprint. But I just feel like Wit Storm is the one I want in here. But the one I really want is Chris Griffin with the call.
All set. And they're off. Slow beginning for Voodoo Doll, off a step slow. Burning Bridges has the speed. It's Burning Bridges towards the front, and here comes Stormy Birthday with Joker on Fire. That's the top trio. Settling off of them is Sunday Boy in 4th, is to the outside of Witstorm, who's in 5th. Then in 6th is Lawyer Mason, now claiming that spot up on the outside. A very keen Voodoo Doll is rushing up in the center of the turf course. The 2 at the back, Tough Critic and Joe West. 22.53, the opening quarter mile. Burning Bridges has the lead. Plenty of pressure from Stormy Birthday to the outside, 2 wide. 3 wide is Joker on Fire. Wit Storm, Kitty Davis asking for more towards the inside, just having to steady and check there with Sunday Boy, is now back to the 6th position. Got passed by Voodoo Doll. They're set to reach the top of the lane, and at the rail, it's still Burning Bridges in front. Joker on Fire is unleashed, and here comes Joker on Fire and starts to extend the stride. Burning Bridges just won't go away. Voodoo Doll is trying to make up some ground, and here comes Voodoo Doll. Voodoo Doll is lifting late, coming after Joker on Fire, who's still in front. Joker on Fire. Here's Voodoo Doll catching with every single stride. Edgard Zayas. Voodoo Doll. That's your winner. Joker on Fire second, Sunday Boy, and Wit Storm.
Which Mark Cassie to take? It's Voodoo Doll at 8-1, the bigger price. Who wins?
And now 2 for 2, got up to win by a nose on synthetic. Probably like the turf even a little bit more. Nice trip, nice ride by Edgar Zayas. Joker on Fire, looked like he was poised to take it. Just came up second best to Voodoo Doll. Nice effort for Joker on Fire, and what a tough race to handicap.
Voodoo Doll. Only start, it was a win at Woodbine as a 2-year-old, and it was on a different surface on synthetic, but obviously showing an affinity for the grass, and now 2 for 2.
Yeah, 2 for 2. I think improved from the first start to the second start. DJ Stable, another win for the Greens, and Mark Cassie, the beat goes on. Just incredible that he can have divisions in so many different areas and just be so successful on every front.
DJ Stable brought Mark Cassie. They teamed up for the 4,000th win of his training career. And they've had so many together. It was kind of appropriate that it happened with DJ Stable. Long history. And they get another one here with the horse who we may be hearing some things from this summer at Saratoga.
Yeah, I mean, this was a nice effort, and this is now the horse is 2 for 2. New York bred, getting with New York breds for the first time. This is a race you got to go back and watch for trips. I really kind of lost the 1 Wit Storm, who wound up 4th. The 7 ran well at a big price. Sunday Boy getting back to turf, full to Sunday Girls, the stakes winner. This was a good, tough race. A little heartbreaking for me, the 10 Joker on Fire, but he got his trip.
Yeah, potentially a New York Stallion Series race down the line for this horse.
Yeah, by New York sired horses. I actually won a New York Stallion Stakes on Jersey Girl, who was a Jersey bred, but she was belonged to me, who was standing in New York at the time. And this is a filly that wound up 3-year-old filly champion, multiple Grade 1 winner against New York sired horses. I left the gate sitting on her back. I said, the only way I can lose is if she stumbles at the break and I fall off. So I was making sure that didn't happen.
Well done. 8-1 upset here in this 10th at Belmont, the big 8-2 win day for that man right there, Edgar Zayas, teaming up with Mark Cassidy, DJ Stable. And an upset here on the 10th. 4-10, 7-1 finish. It's Voodoo Doll with the win.
There's nothing like being there at the race and having the horses go by and your horse is at the front of the pack. Nothing better.
We provide an inside look at the game. If people were to do this on their own, it would take years to develop the kind of relationships that we have with Hall of Fame trainers and horsemen. Here, you get to cut the line, so to speak, and you are in the thick of it at the highest levels of the game, and that's something that we really want for our partners. We want them to be dealing with high-class horses, have the chance to run in really big races, and we take care of the rest.
I look at spreading our placement of horse equine purchases as just a wise investment. They don't all work, but you're going to have ones that work because of the caliber of people at West Point that go through the horse selection vetting process. It's very thorough, super impressive.
Everybody here at West Point strives to provide a really comprehensive educational experience. We want you to be behind the velvet rope. Our partners get to know the trainers, the jockeys, obviously the horses. This is a real immersive experience to really get your feet wet and just feel like you're part of the action at the very front row.
I think it starts with the top, Terry and Debbie, ethics, this industry, having the right leader sets a tone for an organization. And they bring all that in every interaction, as does the entire West Point team.
There aren't that many investments where you feel like part of a team, part of a family, but that's really true here, and that's what makes West Point Thoroughbreds so special.
America's Day at the Races is brought to you by West Point Thoroughbreds, the gold standard in racing partnerships. Voodoo Doll, 2 for 2. Undefeated as a 2-year-old, undefeated as a 3-year-old on multiple surfaces.
Now 2 for 2, son of Vacoma. Put a pin in his competition.
He did. He was impressive. Good run here from sitting off the pace 2-1 day for his pilot, Edgar Zayas. And now you've got some options with this horse. But some interesting races in certainly the New York Stallion Series that I think he may be competitive in.
And don't forget, too, after we leave Aqueduct will be closing. I think it's another 17 or 18 racing days here. Belmont opens in the fall, and in winter racing in New York will be synthetic.
Empire Trillium Series.
There you go.
May show up there. $18.18 for the win. Mark Cassidy, DJ Stable, and again, Edgar Zayas, Joker on Fire. Sunday Boy complete the trifecta. And the cross country in the books. It comes back. Wow. $2,933 for a 50-cent play, which was incredibly formful for the first 3 legs. For me, 3 Bs would have been very tough to get to.
Yeah. I think everybody else was, fairly formful. Even the winner of the last race at a bigger price.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Long on the turf to close things out on the Saturday card here. Belmont at the Big A, mile and a 16th. New York bred, maiden special weight. And the 8th sleepwalking, second-time starter for David Donk. 3rd in the debut, going a mile and a 16th.
And one thing about it, Dave's horses tend to get better with racing, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
We're going to take a timeout. No Triple Crown on the line, you say? Jose Ortiz would tell you differently. Oaks Derby double for him. He's still alive for a Triple Crown. He'll be on board Chip Honcho for Steve Asmussen, trying to get back to that risen star form back at the fairgrounds in February. Stay with us.
Classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of Racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
As a multiple Grade 1 winner, Liam's Map has taken that success to stud. A proven sire from the sales ring to the winner's circle. With hundreds of 6-figure yearling sales and multiple Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf, including recent Grade 1 winners Burnham Square, Deterministic, and Napoleon Solo. Liam's Map, standing at Lane's End.
Gratefully and Saratoga Special, nose and nose for the wire. Gratefully Saratoga Special, gratefully would not be denied.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
We're back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Third and final leg of the Triple Crown after today's Preakness. Belmont at Saratoga week, June 3rd through 7th. Final chance to see the Belmont Stakes at historic Saratoga. Get your tickets at belmontstakes.com/tickets. First 2 years were, I just thought, exceptional, just an incredible experience in this sport.
Oh, I think so too. A great celebration of our sport, and the whole week it's almost like a early summer Breeders' Cup preview, isn't it?
It is, yeah. That whole week of racing, just tremendous. And then that's what's waiting for us right around the corner when we're done with Saratoga. September 18th, opening day of the brand new reimagined Belmont Park.
I have not had a walk through that building yet. I can't wait. I really want to see it. I'm excited about it.
It'll be top left side, top floor, all those windows?
Yeah.
It's our offices.
You're lying.
Promise you.
I got an office up there?
No, we do not. I was kidding. You see down below, underneath all that dirt?
We'll be down there somewhere? Yeah.
We can't wait. We're so excited. The entire sport, I think, is excited about having this premier facility open. It's great for the game. And, of course, going to be getting a Breeders' Cup pretty soon because of it.
Yeah, really exciting time. And about time that Breeders' Cup brought back to New York, the metropolitan area. It was always created as a traveling road show, a vehicle to help promote the sport. And I'm sure that the powers that be that put it together over the years are going to be happy that it's moving around again for the fans.
What a way to open up the new facility, too, with the Jockey Club Gold Cup opening day. Horse who potentially could show up there was back on track for the first time this morning since his defeat in the Oaklawn Handicapper. You saw firsthand, that's the reigning Horse of the Year, Sovereignty.
Yep.
Potentially going to be facing his new stablemate now in the Stephen Foster Baeza.
Yeah, Baeza, who was very, very unlucky in the Ali Sheba, didn't get off to a particularly good start. I know a lot of people were looking to blame the assistant starter. I think the horse reacted badly at the wrong moment, and that was just unlucky, one of those things. But it'll be interesting. You know, Baeza was the horse last year that was everybody's kind of wise guy horse. He was always kind of getting there. Now, as a 4-year-old, will he be able to close that gap completely? And interesting now that they're both hailing out of the Billy Mott barn since the passing of the late, great John Sheriffs, who will be a Hall of Fame inductee this summer.
Good for him. Yeah. Wish it could have happened sooner.
Me too.
By the way, that Jockey Club Gold Cup opening day of the brand new Belmont Park, that'll be seen on Fox. So we hope you join us if you can't be out for the grand opening. Looking forward to seeing, obviously, when we get to Belmont at Saratoga, who has won this race, and if they move on, you would think they would, whoever does win this race today. Middle jewel of this Triple Crown, our ABR race of the week. And we talked going to break about Chip Honcho, who, you know, he was interesting, certainly off that performance in the Risen Star. Very much went backwards in the Louisiana Derby, but he has shown, not just in that race, and that was the premier race for him, and here it is. But I thought on several occasions that he has a lot of talent.
Has a lot of talent. They bypassed the Derby, even though he would have wound up flying in. And I find it very interesting that the Ackerley family, who has been such big supporters of Steve Asmussen, his first graded stakes win was Valid Expectation, and that they're still getting it done at a high level with Steve. They also gave Todd Pletcher his first grade 1 or graded stakes winner too in Jersey Girl.
Look all the way back right there behind Chip Honcho. That was your eventual, Kentucky Derby winner, Golden Tempo, a distant third.
How do you see him running this race, though? Do you think he's going to be in a more of a rating position? Because he has been up forward in all of his races.
I think he'd want to be forward with him. Not on. I don't think he's quick enough to be on the lead, but
I think it's going to be a little congested up on the lead, but definitely in the second flight, right?
I would think. Let's go down to Acacia.
Well, as far as my Preakness pick, I thought it was a really fun and wide open field. That group of 14, you can find some prices, and there are bound to be some overlays in there. But I ended up landing after all of that on Iron Honor. He does get the blinkers on and off, excuse me, and he had a rough trip in the Wood Memorial with the far outside post his first time going the 2 turns, where he got bumped and totally lost his hind end into the first turn. I'd also noted that he was a lot more amped up prior to the Wood than he was before the Gotham. I am curious to see how he acts today before the Preakness, and I do have some reservations about the distance, but I thought that he was going to get the right kind of trip, being just behind the pace, kind of in a chasing spot, in the type of trip that you would ordinarily like coming out of the Kentucky Derby, where the pace did completely melt down. Not a lot of horses coming out of the Derby. We have seen the Wood Memorial turn out to be a relatively live race as well. I will be using him, though, with some other horses that I respect, including Incredibolt and the Hell We Did and Corona d'Oro. I don't think there should be such a big price disparity between the 2 of them, and think that they both have an opportunity to take a step forward out of that Lexington, Greg.
It is really interesting right now. The biggest overlay on the board, it's not even close right now, is the morning line favorite. It's Iron Honor. There's almost $8.5 million in the win pool. He's 9-1 right now. He was 9-2 morning line favorite.
And he had legitimate excuses in the Wood Memorial, though. But yeah, it isn't it? Right? We talk about them being hot or cold on the board.
Especially these connections who get overbet all the time.
And Chad Brown's already won 2 Preaknesses.
A little strange. But a little tempting, too, isn't it, at that number?
Absolutely. I mean, he had legitimate excuses in the Wood Memorial. All you have to do is watch the first quarter of a mile of the Wood Memorial, and you can see all the trouble he had. He was just caught in an impossible position, wide, got bumped around. You know, tough post to begin with. He's a player.
Both those, Preakness wins for Chad Brown. Cloud Computing, early voting, passed on the Derby, wound up winning the Preakness. Obviously, this horse didn't take him there off that performance in the Wood, but passes, freshens up on the Derby. See if he can get a third Preakness. Right now, a big overlay at 9-1. Again, the closeout race here on this Preakness day. Belmont of the Big A, mile and a 16th on the turf. That is Sleepwalking, who is the 3-1 favorite right now for David Donk. Let's go back to Acacia.
And starting there with Sleepwalking, I wasn't in the paddock for his first race. I believe I was actually on the set, but I think that he faced a pretty salty field, with Honoree winning as he was coming back off of the layoff after running in an incredibly live race as a 2-year-old at Saratoga and was the horse to beat. Now, Sleepwalking on debut ran very well to finish 3rd. Went looking a little bit high-headed early on, but got into a nice stalking spot and just really, I thought, I'm sorry, looking at my wrong notes, off slow early for Sleepwalking and then running on well to finish 3rd that day. I thought finishing very, very well throughout the running of that race, but he did break slowly, and he's very angular and lightly framed, particularly in his hind end, and I think that's in large part why we did see him break slow. I would have liked to see some more development in that muscle mass, especially in the hind end. Coming back second time out, he does look better once the tack is on, but horses push off from their hind end, and that's how they get out of the gate cleanly. We'll see if he's able to put himself into the race a little bit more second time out. Now, the number 9, Nagil, this was a horse who was originally owned by my mother-in-law, was put in the digital sale, and has taken some time to come back to the races and is getting a full makeover here. He did run first time out with blinkers, a figure-8 noseband, and a cage bit, so he had quite a bit of equipment on, as he was the one that did run very high-headed. Looking at him coming back here, the blinkers come off, he has a ring bit and a drop noseband, which will help to keep a horse's mouth closed as well. So I do think that's a positive, and I think it's a huge positive that he has been gelded. That should really help him a lot. He's always been a very good-looking individual, and he looks very fit coming back. A horse that I thought ran pretty well when being forwardly placed in his debut, and we'll see if those changes do help him to take a step forward for his new connections. The number 6, Emotionally Available, is a first-time starter for Brad Cox. This is the full brother to Hangover Heaven, whom you might remember at Saratoga debuting as a 3-year-old, was a big price. made a slingshot move and came flying to win on debut, and did end up going on to be stakes placed as well. This horse is far more athletic looking than Hangover Heaven, to be completely honest. He is pretty fit. They both carry a lot of conditioning, but Super Coat a little bit more forward as well. I think an intriguing first-time starter, especially as there is some win early pedigree, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Here's our post parade. Start the day, starts the post parade. First-time starter for David Donk.
Yeah, just a tough distance to debut out of Monmouth 16th, and Dave's horses do improve with racing.
Ron's Legacy in the debut, second beat a half length at Tampa on the grass, but against a much softer spot. Claimed out of that race, now an aggressive jump up.
Yeah, and then bring them up to New York to run against New York breds. Ran well on debut, like you said, though, just much easier.
Here's Leave Me, Dylan Davis for Horacio de Paz.
The first start was very good, and then the next two starts left something to be desired. Looks like this horse is training well into his 3-year-old debut.
Quantum fans will be all over this one. Q-Bits for Linda Rice.
Speed, the Grand Dam was a 3-time winner on turf, so there is some turf pedigree on the female side.
Like the appearance warming up. Now you see me, now you don't. Mike Maker.
Yeah, both turf races are okay. Has to improve, step up.
Here's the first-time starter with that pedigree Acacia was touching on, emotionally available for Brad Cox.
Full to Hangover Heaven, who did win on debut, so you know there's precocity in the family. But that was sprinting on turf. That wasn't routing.
Uncle Barry, 0 for 23, but only 0 for 1 on grass.
Yeah.
Having said that, the grass race was not very good.
Yeah, that grass race leaves a lot to be desired as well.
3-1 favorite. Here's Sleepwalking, Kendrick Carmouche for David Donk.
That was very good on debut. Finished well, got a good buyer figure after lunging at the break. Acacia talked about horse maybe needing to be a bit stronger behind.
Former horse for Acacia's mother-in-law, now with Three Diamonds Farm, Kerry Bryan.
Yeah, full makeover. Blinkers off, first-time gelding, and this horse got some fast works at Fair Hill, even a gate work on the turf, which you don't see very often.
Tom Morley Barn, O'Hunty's own Jamie Rodriguez rides.
That ran well on debut, can take another step forward. Was wide first time out, tough post, will get caught wide again.
It's way too big a price in the 11. This horse has shown ability in stakes company, too, against New York breds.
Yeah, this horse has shown ability and will be forward, especially with that outside post. Edgar Zayas making a nice impression, staying in New York. He normally rides in South Florida, but plying his trade here, making a nice impression.
Looking for number 3 on this Saturday card. Zayas teaming up with Horacio de Paz, and it seems like that comeback race, that 6-furlong sprint, just to set up to get a race in him to do what he wants to do. Going longer here. Free $25 Preakness bet when you punch in the code PREAK25 at sign up, plus that $200 deposit match. And you can play all summer long, tighten the rest of the Triple Crown and beyond at NYRABets.com. 7-2 is your favorite on a difficult race to close things out here. That is, well, was Sleepwalking, who now is not your favorite as I say that. Let's look back to the beginning that did not go great for him in his debut.
No, we're going to keep an eye on him. Number 6, he was sleep breaking, not sleepwalking. He just kind of hopped up in the air at the break, didn't react as fast, and then looked like his feet were a little bit bunched up together. But no denying how you see he was acting up just a touch, and then he lunged into the doors. That's where you got that kind of stutter step. He hit his left shoulder into the starting gate stall doors. But for him to finish after a break like that, with as much interest as he did, and he didn't get much pace to close into him. And they went a half and 50 and change.
Now with that experience under the belt, it's so much of the debut. It can just be a write-off performance. And this horse had to get a lot out of that.
Had to get a lot out of it. You saw how he was compromised at the break, raking those stall doors, and then was the only horse closing into a very slow pace.
Yeah, got to upgrade him for that. I mean, they were, 25, 50, and 2 for the half. I know JK loves to see that. He'll upgrade runners a lot when they close into very slow paces. JK, where are you going to wind up?
Yeah, so I'm a little perplexed on who I'm going to pick here. It's between the 4 and the 11. I ended up landing on the 4, but let's start with the 11. No, let's start with the 4. That makes more sense to me. The 4, Q-Bits. Anytime a horse takes money on debut, I find that to be a significant sign of talent, right? There's something about what the horse has done in the morning, practicing, working out. There's something about the horse's pedigree, about the horse's physical that leads to them taking that money first time out. And Cubits did take some money first time out for Linda Rice. However, that was on a different surface. So maybe, and the horse didn't run bad, but didn't run great. Now the switch happens to move to the grass. So maybe what they saw in the morning was the thing that there is talent that's going to lead to him running better on the grass. So I'm going to go with Cubits as my top choice, but I do think the 11 Twirling Lad also makes sense for a lot of different reasons. This horse has kind of always taken money. The only time they didn't take money is the ambitious placement of Horacio De Paz running this horse in a stake race. The horse goes away, comes back as a 3-year-old, doesn't run great, but still, was bet that day. It's a comeback race off a long break. And Acacia, I just feel like Twirling Lad is one of those horses that could improve off of that effort. I just wish this one was drawn a little bit more inside. That's why I ended up with the 4. But in any wagers I'd be making, I got to have the 11 as well.
Yeah, I agree. He's going to have to work out a trip from the outside. And I do think that Cubits should like the turf for what it's worth on the 4. But I landed on the 11, Twirling Lad. I did not like him sprinting last time out off of the layoff. And I think it was a prep race. He didn't grow or change a lot from 2 to 3 was a bit of my complaint with him, but he looks far better in his coat today than he did in his last start. He looks much stronger this afternoon, and his pedigree leans so much more towards distance, as the second dam is Grade 1 placed graded stakes winner Caroline Thomas, who wanted to go as far as possible. And this is a horse that I don't think that they anticipated he'd still be a maiden at this point with how much money he's taken and the fact that he has already been stakes faced. I like him getting back to doing what I think he wants to do. He had a lovely warm-up. We'll see what kind of trip Edgar Zayas can work out from the outside. I did think that as far as second-time starters go, we were going to see an improvement from the 10 Ojante's Own. This is a horse who did not look fit first time out. He's so much more defined in his second start. He carries a lot of weight. He is a big, solid boy, but he actually broke running and got up for third in a blanket finish for third in that debut race, which was a much the best winner in Homewood Hustle, but he looks like he's a horse that really has taken that first race well and should move forward at a big price in his second start, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. We have 3 horses, by the way, that could result in a pick 6 carryover. It doesn't seem very likely, but you never know. The 1, 2, 7 would result in the pick 6 carrying into the Sunday card.
Yeah, I could see that.
There's one of them. 35-1 on the 2. Look, back to favoritism on Sleepwalking. I think we're all in agreement. The 11, just a major player here, and that last start was a setup for just getting a race under the belt and getting back to going a mile and a 16th here.
Yeah, he's a horse that has a high cruising speed going longer, so his speed is within his realm, his scope. When he sprints, he's got to dig in and use himself up, and they just aren't as efficient when they've got to scramble that way.
Nightcap of the Saturday card here on Fox Sports 2 from Belmont at the Big A. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Twirling Lad to the outside. All set. Fractious there, Uncle Barry. And they're off. Good beginning for Ron's Legacy. Just sprinted right out of the gate, and Ron's Legacy is forwardly placed. Twirling Lad from the outside, and in between horses, Nagil. That's the top trio, and a well-settled Emotionally Available. It's going to ride the rails, tight hold there in 4th. It's a shared 4th now, as here comes Uncle Barry in between horses. Outside of them, Ojante's Own. It's going to be Nagil, who's now going to sprint away, and Nagil, a comfortable leader, is up by a length and a half, pushes it up to 2. Twirling Lad, yellow cap is towards the outside of At the Rail Ron's Legacy, who broke like a shot, is now going to save some ground towards the inside in that 3rd position. Just behind them, Emotionally Available, Uncle Barry drops out of that mid-pack mix, is moving forward, comes Ojante's Own now to claim 5th. Back to 6 is Uncle Barry, Orange Silks, and moving forward, here comes the gray as Leave Me with Cubits in between horses. Towards the back end of the field, Sleepwalking. And the trailer, second to last, actually, is Now You See Me, Now You Don't, and far, far back start the day. He's got to be almost 25 lengths now back at the tail end of the field. The leader is Nagil, 49.20 for a half-mile time. Twirling Lad is right there in second. Losing some ground was Ron's Legacy, is now back to fifth. Got past in tandem with Ojante's Own, who's on the move from third. And the gray has been steering clear of all the traffic. And here comes Leave Me. Dylan Davis on the move out wider. The front four have a lot of separation on the rest of the field. Nagil turns up for home at the top of the lane. Twirling Lad to the outside. Down towards the inside, Ojante's Own is trying to rally on two, but Nagil is finding more. Nagil is now up by 2.5 lengths, and sprinting away again. Ojante's Own is the only one within range, and Ojante's Own is now sprinting after that leader who approaches the final 16th. Nagil still has a comfortable margin. Nagil, Christopher Elliott, they're going to win the finale. Ojante's Own second, Twirling Lad, and Leave Me.
Nagil, change is made. 3 to turning 4 after all that time off. Blinkers off. New gelding, and gets the victory here.
And he just got so comfortable. That sharp gate work on the turf at Fair Hill, 59-1 on turf out of the gate, kind of pointed out that this horse is going to be ultra sharp, and he was. And I love what Christopher Elliott did. He allowed him to clear off. The first quarter was a little bit on the quick side, but then the horse came back to him. He was by himself, his ears came up, and he just got so happy and so comfortable. I really like seeing the maturation in Chris Elliott. He's really developed and come a long way in the short period of time he's been riding.
3-1. Wow, this horse went off co-favorite. Slight second choice. We're going to have our final thoughts on the Preakness when we come back. Give out our selections as about 40 minutes to post. Stay with us. Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway Farm Power, Passion, Performance. And the nightcap in New York. We'll give you those prices in a moment. Nice performance by Nagil, who will be the top performer in the middle jewel of the Triple Crown and very likely move on to the Belmont at Saratoga. Look at the current odds. That is just wild right now that Iron Honor, the morning line favorite, I know it was a wide open 9-2 kind of modest morning line favorite, but for those connections, Chad Brown, Flavien Prat at 9-1. That's very surprising.
And legitimate excuses in the Wood Memorial. He was beaten 4 lengths, but he was caught wide, bumped around the first turn, and all of the horses that ran well came from well back, and he was actually forward chasing. He was only beaten 4 lengths.
I defer to you. Your selection in the Preakness.
Well, I'm going with Incredible. I don't know why I drew a blank on his name right there, but Riley Mott's runner, Incredible, thought he ran well in the Derby with some excuses. I like the fact that Riley Mott's coming back in 2 weeks in the Preakness, and his father, who didn't run Sovereignty in the Preakness last year, advised him to do it if the horse is doing good. And I want the world to see that, hey, you can win the Preakness off a 2 weeks rest.
See how he fares. I'm going to wind up with a Federico Tessio winner. That's Taj Mahal. That's not your typical Federico Tessio winner as well. Not to say horses like that can't step up and win this race. They have in the past, even though it's been a long time. And Mig almost won this race on a Federico Tessio horse who came out of that race. But this is a Bob Baffert horse that cost $500,000 that just got a slow start. So ownership sent him to Brittany Russell, who, by the way, is the leading trainer in Maryland each of the last 3 years. Showed talent right off the bat. It didn't get started till early February, won impressively, then wins the Miracle Wood. They wanted to go to the Wood Memorial. This was going to be a horse on the path to get into the Derby anyway, even with that late start, but he had a minor foot issue that kept him out of it. Then he goes to the Federico Tessio, opens up by 10 lengths on that field. The field gets to within a length and a half of him, and then he re-breaks and takes off again to win by 8.25 lengths. I think this horse has a ton of talent. He's been a good gate horse. The question is that inside post. Brittany Russell said if there's one post I didn't want, it's the rail. I'd probably rather have the rail than post 14, especially this horse has some speed too, so it can probably work to get position early. I think this horse may be very talented.
I agree with you. What he did, for a field to catch up with the momentum and then for him to re-break the way he did. But at the end of the day, you're just picking the favorite.
Is he the favorite right now? Wow, he is 9-2 favorite.
I'm teasing you, yes.
But I mean, that did happen after I gave him out.
It's okay. But this is true. Hey, and I'm picking a 5-1 shot. You're 9-2, 5-1. They're right together.
Oh, my. Nagil, $8.50 for the victory. Kerry Bryant, 3 Diamonds Farm. Christopher Elliott. Appropriate. Closing things out. His dad won the Preakness on Smarty Jones back in 2003. Enjoy the Preakness. We are back tomorrow, 12:30 on FS2. Who will it be in the Preakness? Oselli, one of 3 Derby runners returning. He was 3rd. Looked like mid-stretch. He might win it. He's still a maiden. Incredible. One of the main contenders in the race. Virginia Derby winner. 6th in the Kentucky Derby for young Riley Mott. Iron Honor, morning line favorite. Chad Brown trying to win a 3rd Preakness. His morning line favorite, though, 9-1 with Flavien Prat aboard. We'll see you again. FS2, 12:30 tomorrow.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia? Never in doubt.
World War. Fort Washington on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This is a special place where champions from around the world aren't just celebrated. They're made into legends. With every turn, every wager, every photo finish, every garland of purple and gold.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
When the Breeders' Cup comes back to Keeneland, it doesn't just crown a champion. It calls us home. The Cup is calling.
It's America's original sport. And no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, The best races, horses, and destination venues. Cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.